Welcome to our Smosh Reads Reddit Stories, Am I the Asshole Marathon. These are some of our favorite Am I the Asshole stories of 2025. This has been one of our biggest and best years yet, and we hope you enjoy. Am I the asshole for refusing to cook after my boyfriend tried to critique my cooking with a literal PowerPoint presentation?
Oh.
It's an effective form of communication.
Not one of the love languages.
My love language is slideshows.
I'd be like, run, bitch, run.
So this happened a few days ago, and I'm still trying to process it. For context, I, a 28-year-old woman, have been with my boyfriend, who's 30, for about 2 years. We live together, and I've always done most of the cooking because I genuinely enjoy it. And he claims he can't even boil water without setting off the smoke alarm. The other night, I made one of our favorite meals, and while we were eating, he got a weird smirk on his face. He then says, "You know, I've been taking notes." I laughed, thinking he was joking, but then he said, "No, really, I made a presentation." I still thought it was a joke until he got up, connected his laptop to the TV, and opened a PowerPoint titled, "Improving Our Home Dining Experience." I was in disbelief as he went slide by slide critiquing my dishes. Slide 1, too much garlic. Slide 2, pasta consistency. Slide 3, more salt, less sass. The kicker was...
No!
The kicker was slide 8, which was just a photo of Gordon Ramsay face-palming with the caption, "What he'd think." I was stunned. I told him if he had such detailed opinions, he should cook himself. He tried to backtrack, saying it was all in good fun and that he was just trying to help, but I wasn't laughing. I haven't cooked since, and now he's been living off cereal and takeout. He's sulking, saying I'm overreacting and ruining the joke. So, Reddit, am I the asshole for refusing to cook after my boyfriend presented me with a PowerPoint critique of my cooking?
What in the hell?
This feels like a literal example of don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Also, no such thing as too much garlic.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it right off the bat, disagree.
too much garlic. You can't
Not
have too much
possible.
garlic.
Okay, there's just so much to be said about, he spent so much time thinking about her cooking in a negative way that he made an entire presentation.
Yeah.
Like you could have used that time to do so many other things.
Could have learned a recipe.
Literally learned how to cook in that time. You spent so much time stewing over your partner's cooking styles that it compelled you, it inspired you to own them via PowerPoint.
Yeah.
This is truly, I don't know why she was offended mostly by the Gordon Ramsay one. It's the too much sass to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what?
More salt,
hurt.
less sass. It's also wild to me that I'm like, you're saying you're not a cook at all. You don't understand cooking, but then you're gonna give cooking critique.
Was that him trying to
And
do like
you're-
an alliteration? Like too much salt, less sass, like
Trying to make
be
it funny.
cute?
I
Maybe
don't
he watches
know.
Dropout and watched Smarty Pants and was like, let's do it.
It's like, here's my presentation.
Literally, what is he thinking?
I don't know what he's thinking, but it's not good thinking. This shows how a lot of people in these Reddit stories are like, oh, I can't cook. But it's like, no, there's the difference between can't cook and refuse to cook.
Right.
Like, oh, I cannot cook. I will not cook.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that seems to be his thinking of like, no, I'm not gonna try it. And I get really annoyed too of like, when people are like, oh, I can't do something. It's like, you can learn. Like, no, you're not gonna be some all-star chef, but you can learn basic cooking.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's like when people grow up thinking, especially I think like when men grow up thinking that cooking is a skill and not a chore. Because like, I know it is a skill. I know it's both of the, but like, it's
both,
also
yeah.
like, it's an act of service. This person did this. Like, you don't go, I can't mop. I don't know how to mop. You could be
Right.
like, I'm bad at mopping. Like, I'm a bad cook. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like where you're like, oh, no, this isn't something you can just be like, I'm bad at skateboarding, so I don't skateboard. No, it's like, no, we all have to do this in order to survive.
Right.
But because of these like gender norms, you can be like, oh, I just don't have those skills. Because like only like, ugh.
I just don't, and then to claim to not even be able to boil water is like, so then how do you even, are you even sure you know what garlic is, my guy? Like, and then I think I get really ticked off where he's now sulking around saying she ruined the joke. When did the joke start? When did that begin? Because it sounds like he was like halfway through a meal and was like, I have some notes.
Yeah.
Like put down his like still warm plate and went and plugged in the presentation. Like, and yeah, I think a lot of it goes down to like not realizing how much work and care goes into it. Because Shane cooks for me a lot. I can cook, but he likes to cook.
To quote my favorite film, anyone can cook. I really think it. It's not a skill. We should all do it. We all can do it. Some people are better than others. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Right. It's literally to survive.
I'm really not, I'm not like a cook. I like following recipes, and it's easy to follow a recipe. There's plenty online that will show you step by step how to do every single thing.
Yeah.
All you need to do is read and just listen and do that.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna sit here and say, slide to pasta consistency. Then he's clearly admitting he knows something about cooking pasta. That he just doesn't.
Consistency?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
I hate to break it to you, but they're all being cooked at the same time, so they should all be either al dente or normal. Or like it's not like someone's going in at different times.
Her response to pasta consistency should be, okay, how do I do it? And if he's like, I don't know, it's like, well, then f you.
Yeah.
Like, then you accept what I cook. Like, if you're not gonna cook, you kind of have to accept what's being cooked for you. That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, and like there's if you're in a relationship where you don't like your partner's cooking, like this is the worst way to handle that. Like there's so many other ways to handle, like you can try cooking or be like, hey, can I help with this step? And then help, like being involved, not putting the burden of the food being bad also on them after the burden of cooking for both of you all the time.
Yeah.
Regardless of like the roles of it all, it's like, that's work.
Mm-hmm. The comments, I mean, the verdict, she's not the asshole, he's an asshole. Comments, holy shit, what a dick. If he can make a PowerPoint about all his complaints about your cooking, he can learn how to follow a recipe like a big boy. 26,000 upvotes. Someone responded to that. Seriously, I have a friend who never knew how to cook. He probably didn't until he was almost 40. He's also a very bright and talented lawyer. Then during COVID, he started making all kinds of meals for his family. When asked about it, he said, it's not fucking hard, you do what the recipe says. The man went from 0 to nailing his temps on duck in months.
Yeah, like TikTok for me in the pandemic made cooking so much less intimidating to me, and I started like making my own Alfredo sauce, like doing all these random things, and just feeling more confident to then just try to do my own stuff that wasn't in a recipe. It's like it's like the hardest part is just being confident with a stove, like truly.
Yeah, but also it's like, now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what's the difference between fucking cooking and a board game? Like, let that sit. You just follow the fucking rules and you do it and you learn. I don't know, like, it's so weird to isolate it as a separate skill from anything else and be like, I'm bad at cleaning, so I won't clean.
Let's be real, he doesn't want to.
No, yeah.
He's making an excuse.
And he doesn't think he should. Like, he thinks it is out of his league.
He can kill any Elden Ring boss, but he can't make a freaking casserole?
I'm like, I know your ass, like, knows how to fucking, I don't know.
No, with so many other skills, I'm sure he's like, oh, I could learn, but this, like, no, I can't learn.
No, you'd rather spend the time to make a PowerPoint with Gordon Ramsay in it.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll learn how to chop wood.
Someone else said, not the asshole, don't bite the hand that feeds you, particularly if you can't feed yourself. Lastly, someone else said, not the asshole. Also, if you have the PowerPoint, you could try adding Gordon Ramsay on social media and have him tear your boyfriend a new one. I don't think you'd take too kindly to your boyfriend using him to be a shit.
I do a Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
You're a fucking bad boyfriend.
He just opens the door one day and Gordon Ramsay's there. He's like, I heard what you fucking said. Pulls out a gun, shoots him.
and then
he goes, never too much garlic.
Yeah.
Never too much fucking garlic. I'm Gordon Ramsay.
You can't have too much garlic, and I bet she did too much, and I bet she's too sassy.
The only time I don't listen to recipes is whenever it's the garlic amount, I double it.
Oh yeah, I assume every recipe, like every chef that's putting a recipe together assumes I'm a pussy. And like whatever the spices and the seasoning is, I'm like, yeah, we're just gonna ham it up.
I love that.
Big.
Especially like pastas, it'll be like 2 garlic cloves. I'm like, 2? What is this? We're doing 4.
What is this?
We're doing 38.
We're gonna double that and make it 50. Lastly, someone said, definitely time for a breakup PowerPoint.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's go.
Nice. I get a cameo from Gordon Ramsay and break up with his ass.
Oh my God, get a cameo! Oh my God.
She probably doesn't have to get a cameo. She probably could just go to Twitter.
Yeah.
Now, there's probably a pattern here, but do you think if this guy was a great boyfriend and he did this, do you think this is grounds for breaking up with him?
Good point. I think like also there's another part of this that like just to give the other side is like sometimes people go too all out in a joke and lose themselves, right? Like we know roasts when we think it's funny and like you're like, oh, this will be so funny because I'm committing so hardcore to it. And you kind of lose. I don't think none of us do that, but like I think it's possible to be like, oh, I'm gonna commit so hard, it'll be so silly that she won't take it seriously. Because it's a PowerPoint. She can't possibly take this like to heart.
Yeah. I've been there.
But still, my guy, still not.
I have a hard time believing there's no pattern leading up to this, right?
And it's like there's just so many moments where you're going through this PowerPoint and be like, gee, I wonder if there's like other steps before doing this, you know? And then like, I also think it's how he reacted to her reaction. Because she had every right to react in her way and be like, okay, then you can cook for yourself.
His reaction to her is the most telling thing.
Yeah.
Because he could have easily been like, oh, I'll cook. I'll learn how to cook. But no, he's refusing.
Yeah.
Straight up refusing. It's
Cereal and takeout.
Cereal.
But
and he's sulking.
I'm not, I love cereal and takeout. Let's be real.
Oh, I love cereal and takeout too. But it's just that he didn't even in these days go like, hey, I'll learn how to cook. Or here, let me cook for you today. Like, no.
Oh,
refusing.
God.
Yeah, the sulking and the trying to make her feel bad. Update. Did you hear what I... Did you guys hear what I just said? Update?
What?
Holiday update!
Holiday update!
I say update, and I look over and you guys are just like...
And then you were like, did you hear I'm bringing you guys to Disneyland?
Okay, update. Hey Reddit, so it's been a wild ride since I posted my original story about my now ex-boyfriend's infamous PowerPoint presentation critiquing my cooking. I can't thank you enough for all the support, laughs, and even the outrage on my behalf. Buckle up because here's the follow-up you didn't know you needed. After reading your comments and taking some time to process what happened, I decided that our relationship needed a serious talk. I sat him down to discuss how his presentation came across as not just unfunny, but pretty disrespectful. You know, typical mature relationship stuff. Well, what does he do? He smirks and goes, oh, I was prepared for this.
Bitch.
He actually grabs his laptop, connects it to the TV again, and presents me with another PowerPoint titled, How to Take a Joke, a Comprehensive Guide.
Oh my God.
He made a whole slideshow explaining why I needed to learn how to chill out and appreciate humor. Slide 1 featured a meme of a clown putting on makeup with my name plastered over it.
Oh! Who does he think he's fucking talking to?
Slide 2, a bullet point list titled, Why Your Overreaction is Hilarious. Slide 3 was titled, How I'm Clearly the Comedian in This Relationship.
Cauterized.
Him sitting there like Joker, like...
She's like, she's a Joker. She's like...
Yeah.
A man telling a woman to chill out or that you're over-exaggerating, I've never thought it could be heightened to like a higher point.
Yeah,
and it is.
And the clown pic, bro.
At this point, I was too stunned to speak. But then he pulled out slide 6. Things you can do while not cooking because you're mad. The audacity, right? It was as if he really thought he'd win me over with this next level presentation. Spoiler alert, he did not. So I did what any rational PowerPoint-loving person would do. I made my own. I stayed up all night crafting a presentation called Why It's Time to Move On, a Farewell Guide. It had everything. Flowcharts mapping his incompetence in the kitchen, pie charts illustrating my happiness before and after the great presentation debacle, and my personal favorite, slide 9, a gif of Gordon Ramsay yelling, "Get out." This morning, I sat him down and went through my PowerPoint with the same energy he had given me. His reaction was priceless. He started with that same smirk, but lost it somewhere around slide 4. Top 10 reasons you're moving out today. By the time I got to the resources for finding your own apartment slide, he was packing a bag. Now, before anyone worries, yes, he did actually leave. And no, I didn't even have to threaten him with slide 12, which was just a photo of me blocking the Wi-Fi router. So yeah, we broke up and I'm single, happy and cooking meals for myself without any critique except my cat's judgmental stare. And to those who said I should make a breakup PowerPoint, just know know your wish has been fulfilled. I still can't believe how all of this went down over the course of one single weekend. But I now feel pretty good about myself. Thanks for all of your comments and support. P.S. Oh, and fun fact, some of you were right. He actually is a business consultant, so making PowerPoint presentations is quite literally his day job.
I don't care.
I guess he took bringing work home to a whole new unwelcome level. I really hate, and it's a common tactic used when people do something and they get a response they don't like, they go, it was just a joke. Like, no, it's not. Like, there is some truth in comedy, but also, if you're making a joke for one person and they don't find it funny, then you are a bad comedian.
Yeah.
Then you suck.
If
Then
you
you're
had
not
one
good.
person to make laugh that you think you'd know better than anybody else you're trying to make a joke to, it's your partner, and yet you've disrespected them more than I would ever even fathom to disrespect your partner like that.
I thought she was gonna say, and then on slide 12, my favorite, a pie chart of the amount of times he's made me.
I truly thought she was gonna
God.
have something like that. No, she kept it pretty civil, pretty like professional.
But like using his logic, could you imagine if she said all that brutal shit about him and it wasn't necessarily like, I'm breaking up with you, but it was just like how awful he is. And then she went, kidding.
Imagine.
Yeah.
And he would have been like, no, I have to leave. This is awful. And then she goes, well, you can't take a joke. Let's go back to your PowerPoint presentation about how you should take a joke.
I'm also thinking like her slideshow sounds like it was really good. And like, what if he was like, I need to up my game at work. Like seeing her like Canva skills, you know?
That's funny.
I would love that.
He would not be able to take any joke she threw at him.
No.
You just know, hearing this story, that he cannot take what he's dishing out.
Oh, no, I
He's
love
not dishing
that
out anything because
his fucking lens is that when he's making a joke, it's funny. And when she's making a joke, it's sassy. And that's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, I heard this comedian Anthony Jeselnik who's like says really offensive jokes, right? Like that's his whole bit. But he was talking about how like he thinks of the Andy Warhol quote where it's like art is getting away with it. And he's like, that's comedy. If you don't give your joke and it goes off, then you didn't do it well. You didn't do it well enough. If people are offended, you didn't land the joke.
Yeah, that's so true.
And like that's the you can't pass something off as comedy once it's already failed.
Yeah.
That means it wasn't comedy. It means it didn't work.
Yeah.
You didn't do it. So you now need to apologize and be like, I offended you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it certainly wasn't comedy rooted in friendship.
He just sounds like a baby. He just truly sounds like a little baby.
A baby with a computer.
Yeah, and like, you know, to be funny, being funny requires intelligence. And like, I just don't think he was very much thinking this through, thus not being very funny.
Also, if you're gonna roast someone, you have to respect that person. You have to show respect for that person in your roast. And what he tried to do is he tried to just roast his partner fully, and it just was not respectful at all. There was no fun in it. Like, it was like, you're trying to make her laugh, but all you're doing is saying you suck at this thing that you do for me that I don't contribute back to at all.
No, and it's just like he's making this thing that she works hard to do a joke. Like he's not taking her cooking anything seriously.
But
There was a comment here. Your post was good enough that at least 2 people ripped it off within 24 hours of it being posted.
that's so funny.
Yeah, that happens on Reddit. So interesting pseudo second update to this. Although the OP posted this story, people found that this person is very active in the Chat GPT subreddit. So a lot of people are assuming this story could be fake, like they generated this story. There's a lot of lines in here that are just kind of like typical Reddit lines, right? Like that are in Reddit stories. Like how they start off with, so it's been a wild ride since I posted my original story and my now ex-boyfriend's infamous PowerPoint presentation.
You're so right.
I can't thank you enough for all the support, blah, blah, blah. Here's the follow-up you didn't know you needed. Some other lines, my cat's judgmental stare. The cat was not referenced until just then. Buckle up because, this is the follow-up you didn't know you needed.
I know we're like kind of supposed to assume all the Reddit stories are fake because you never know what's real, but like, that kind of makes me bummed out.
That's only because they are active in the Chat GPT. There's no proof that this is fake. There's also a lot of people who make fake stories that we don't think are generated, but that's a theory.
Or it could have been a real thing that happened to them and they just used Chat GPT to help them write it.
Yeah.
Help punch it up.
They could.
That's true.
They could actively be active in there and not be using it for
Or
this.
it's fake.
Or it's fake.
It did really blow me away, that.
Yeah, that one stuck with you. I think you're gonna be thinking about that tonight.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, let us know in the comments down below what you think, if there's any more proof that's been discovered.
is that the surprise? They all fake?
No.
I'm
No.
so
But that would mean
sad.
OP is the asshole.
Yeah, you asshole.
That means OP could be some dude out there.
Do you know how many AI
You're
stories
so
are
right.
probably out there, and it's like someone's built a whole career creating AI Reddit stories and then putting it to like AI video game content and then just like having a voice read it over. Oh no.
We're doomed.
Shane, are you AI?
I'm just an alien. It's like, oh, he's not AI, he's a squid. Am I the asshole for being very upset that my wife is helping her friend cheat on her husband?
Wife, friend is helping, husband. I'm there.
OP is saying that their wife is helping her friend cheat on her husband.
You lost me again.
So the guy writing this in,
Yes.
he's like, my wife is helping her friend cheat on her husband.
I'm there. Okay. You know I'm a visual girl. We've been
Yes,
over this.
yes.
Have to draw it.
A while ago, my wife and her friend went on a weekend trip, which seemed fine. Turns out the friend didn't really want to go on the trip. She was meeting a guy, her best friend, her soulmate. Apparently, these two have been messaging each other for years. My wife didn't know this, but obviously found out about it and told me. But she just ignored it because it wasn't our business. We didn't tell the husband. It was a weird WTF kind of thing. I do not know the husband at all. I barely know this friend. I was thinking, not my circus, not my monkeys. So here's the thing. The friend asked my wife to go on another trip and that she will pay probably about $3,000 for the sole purpose of cheating on her husband again. My wife was gleefully ecstatic about going on a free trip. She will be the alibi for her friend cheating.
Oh, puppy poopy.
Am I the asshole for being outraged, feeling betrayed, feeling that our marriage is a fucking joke, and frankly wanting to end it? If her and the girls make such a farce of marriage and help each other out and cover for each other cheating, what the fuck is our marriage? I am seriously considering telling my wife that she can make her own decisions, but they have consequences. And when she returns for the fest cheating weekend, the locks will be changed and the divorce papers will be pinned to the front door.
Yay.
Okay, daddy.
Okay.
I understand where he's coming from.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, would she do this to me then if she's so on
course.
board with this happening over here?
Of
Right.
course.
Like that's like a virtue that she's clearly not exhibiting, or she's not against her friend not exhibiting.
Right. Because it's one reaction to go, oh, she's cheating on him, that's her business.
Right.
It's another to be like, I will go with you on this trip so I can be your alibi.
Yeah, that's...
So you can lie to your husband. That is
Yeah.
a whole new beast.
Yeah, that's where it crosses into bad. No territory.
No.
Yeah.
Not even though it's enticing, $3K. Not for the money.
She's getting paid $3K to do this?
That she will pay probably about $3,000 for the sole purpose of cheating on her husband again.
So the vacation costs
the
$3,000.
vacation's free.
Right.
And the wife isn't getting paid.
The wife is not getting paid,
So it's not for $3K.
Then definitely not.
but you're just getting you're getting a $3,000 vacation for free.
Right.
To go with this friend.
Yeah, it's certainly one thing. I think you're right. Of like in a lot of these cases, I think it is like not our business. Let me stay out of it because I'm not in that relationship. And oftentimes too, because I am curious about y'all's opinions with this. Like when you're friends with a couple and you find out that one is cheating, like is it your responsibility to come in and tell somebody? And my opinion with that is always so nuanced because nobody knows that dynamic of the relationship. And if you come in with this information and then let's say they still decide to stay together and get married, like then great, you're at this wedding and you're like, okay, well now this is very complicated or maybe I'm not a friend of them anymore. So it's almost like what is the part that you should play when you know someone else is cheating?
It's totally case by case, I feel like,
Yeah.
right? I don't know. I've never been in this position, so I guess I don't know like what my thing would be.
Yeah.
I think it's hard for me to picture because I have a hard time imagining any of my friends cheating on their partners.
Yeah.
I think it would be a situation too where if a close friend of mine, it would be shocking to me if they were like, I'm cheating on my partner. I think it would be a situation of like, as their friend, I would feel it's important for me to be like, you need to tell them. That's my advice to you as your friend.
Right.
And I don't think she's doing that, obviously, in this case.
No, she's doing the opposite.
It's like, hey, as your friend, that's part of my job as your friend to be like, you need to
hold
do
you
this.
accountable, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is a situation of if they're like, no, I don't care, whatever, I'd be like, this changes how I view you.
Yes.
Because
And
this
your morals.
is like, you're not who I thought you were.
Absolutely.
Now, this obviously, we're not talking about that. We're talking about far past that.
Right.
We're talking about a $3,000
And
vacation.
we're also, the dynamic between the wife and her friend is one thing, it's how the husband feels about it, and he's nervous now.
Right.
What does this mean?
Yes.
I think, what I do think is this is jumping pretty far past what he needs to do first, which is talk to her.
Right.
Right.
And go, hey, I have a massive problem with you doing this.
Right.
If you do this, like,
Right.
who are you?
But that would be like, let me talk to her while the car's going 10 miles an hour. This woman's like 60 on the freeway, and he's like, wait.
Yeah.
So like, I kind of understand the like, well, she's doing the most already. It's like
Yeah.
maybe too late to talk to her about it, but I don't know when
I guess
timing of it.
it's kind of surprising that like this feels like something you would know about your partner as well, right? Like to discuss values up front, and I guess if they hadn't yet talked about loyalty in friendships and in relationships, this probably is something that's shocking to him, and he's like, oh, I didn't realize that you don't care about that. I mean, and if they're married, it's hopefully clear that they haven't had any infidelity between them, but this is clearly causing him to question, like, maybe now that this friend has introduced how easy and fun it might be to cheat, she might be like, oh, well, then maybe I could do something fun like that.
Exactly.
I could see the wife and friend justifying it by being like, the husband is this friend's husband is shitty or has been ignoring her. Like that's a situation where I understand where we don't know what's going on with certain dynamics. I still think this is not how you go about it.
There's a better solution
There's
than
a
this.
there's a better solution.
Right.
Yeah.
There's always the like better solution, even if that is divorce.
Right.
And this is just full on dishonesty here.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think certainly if I was in this husband's position, I would be feeling the same way. I'd be terrified.
Yeah.
Right, 100%.
Yeah. The verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. Ask your wife if you were cheating, would she want people to tell her? Fair. And the answer is always yes.
Right.
Another comment, my friend, you know your wife is happy to facilitate cheating, and that says a lot about her, and none of it is good. If you continue to trust your wife would never cheat on you, then you are thicker than a mattress baguette.
Mattress baguette.
Now, where's that link?
Yeah, show us. Show us the mattress baguette.
So is it a mattress or is it a baguette?
I think it's a baguette that's massive.
Lastly, not the asshole, divorce her. If she would assist someone else cheating, you can bet she would have no problem asking her friend to do the same for her. I think my question is, what if he talks to her? He goes, I have a massive problem with this. Don't do this. This makes me uncomfortable. She goes, you're right. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stop. Is that enough? Because at this point, you're already like, oh man, you were so willing and had no problem doing this. Now that you know that I have a problem with it and you dial it back, is my trust still there?
I feel like it's a couples counseling moment where it's like, now
Yeah.
you do have to work through some of it, but like her being like, oh my God, wait, you're right.
Yeah.
I shouldn't. Then I'd be like, okay, well, I'm glad you came to your senses. Let's figure this out.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the mattress baguette.
Yeah, no, we're not losing that. We're gonna put a pin right there.
I wish the rest of the comments were just like, what
Mattress
are you talking
baguette.
about?
Right, like none of this is important. What's that?
Right.
So our producers have Googled mattress baguette and we've gotten 0 hits.
I am obsessed with that. Just coming up with like random similes and metaphors and just naming it.
Our next episode is called Mattress Baguette Stories.
And we're coming back.
And
Is
we're
it a
coming back.
mattress? Is it a
the
baguette?
baguette.
Is it big? Is it small? Is it made of mattress and a regular baguette?
Yeah.
We have questions that need answers.
We can create this.
We've got this.
We can make this.
This is going to be a hit.
To answer the question, my initial instinct was to say yes, it's enough, because I believe that sometimes we can be just, I mean, we're humans, like we're gonna have like faults and gaps in our awareness, and it can be, I think, a moment of just getting caught up with this friend. Like you said, like that already opened up so much more context of like, your best friend is like, my husband sucks and he's doing all of these things, XYZ. I don't even know how far that goes on that spectrum. But she's like, but I have this really great experience with this guy and I really need your help and whatever. And yes, maybe she could have come to her senses a little quicker and said something like, wait, this feels a little crazy. Or if there is a problem going on, maybe let's talk about like separating that relationship and then we can talk about introducing another man. But perhaps she was getting caught up in that situation and just being like, okay, I got your back. And maybe it's again, fun in some way. And then it just took her husband to be like, hey, remember that somebody is getting hurt.
Right.
And then she is like, oh my God, you're so right. There's clearly a way to do this that doesn't hurt people.
Yeah. I mean, for me, with every Reddit story, unless it's something really extreme and dangerous, I'm always like, talk to them.
It's always
have the
communication.
conversation
Always.
first.
Communication.
You know, you gave us less than a page of information, and there's always going to be a ton of comments saying, divorce her. It's like, well, you're married, like talk, like unless everything leading up to this was completely empty and worthless.
Right.
Have the conversation if you actually trust each other and decide if you still trust her.
Yeah.
Is there springs in the baguette?
That's the real question.
Are there cars?
Is it more of a mattress or more of a baguette?
That's what I'm stuck
Is it
on.
edible? The problem is baguette was the last word, which infers that the mattress is the adjective.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
So it must be a baguette.
Baguette.
That is mattress.
That is mattress.
That is so soft.
Yeah. Well,
Or firm.
memory baguette.
Yes. There's a whole show here.
No, there's not.
Let me cook.
No, there isn't. All right, this next title is interesting.
Oh boy.
Am I the asshole for refusing to leave a wedding because I wore a dress that looks white under a black light?
Where are we?
Crime scene wedding.
I love that. Forensics. Save the date.
A few months ago, I attended a close friend's wedding with my husband. I wore a yellow dress. Think like Belle in Beauty and the Beast yellow. Bumblebee yellow. So yellow that I did not question if it was appropriate or not to wear to a wedding, and neither did my friends nor family. I arrive at the wedding, we have the ceremony, the cocktail hour, the dinner, and the reception. I get many compliments on the dress, and the bride even comments on how much she loves it several times. Towards the end of the reception, the venue dimmed the lights and turned on some black lights. These black lights made my dress appear more white than yellow. A member of the wedding party approached me while the black lights were on and stated that I needed to leave because my dress was white and inappropriate. I stated that the dress was yellow, but the black lights were making it appear white. The member of the wedding party stated that if I didn't leave, she would make me. I stated, I'm here to celebrate my friend, repeated that the dress was yellow, and said I will not be leaving early. Bride and groom hadn't left yet, and I came from overseas. The conversation, while heated, did not have raised voices or foul language from either side, but I will say it was tense. The wedding party member walked off, and I watched as they immediately went to talk to the groom, angrily pointing in my direction.
Ooh.
The groom shrugged and continued to dance.
Of course. Duh.
The groom was drunk. The next morning, I was approached by a different friend at breakfast, not in the wedding party, who stated that they heard what happened and that I should have left when asked because it made people uncomfortable, and that I made it about me partying rather than respecting wedding etiquette. I have felt incredibly embarrassed about this since. So am I the asshole for not leaving the wedding when asked? Edit here. Also, the most controversial thing seemed to be the blacklight dance party at this wedding. It was the last hour or so and was just a way to have fun. It was not as weird or as tacky as people are making it out to be. Here's a photo
Oh, yeah.
of the dress.
Stunning. Is that her?
No, I think it's like the
That's
shop.
probably a model in it.
You know what's
I'm like,
so
it's very Photoshop.
like I've been thinking about this a lot lately is like the concept of being offended on behalf of someone else.
Right.
And like the bride
Right.
never said anything. The literal groom shrugged and
Didn't
kept
care.
dancing. And also like the bride had talked to this person. She knew the dress was yellow.
I think to a certain degree, being offended on someone else's behalf is controlling behavior.
Yeah.
Like they're making it about themselves somehow in
Yeah.
that moment. Like, why were you guys uncomfortable? You weren't getting married. Like, is your attention span that short that you didn't see this yellow dress? Like, I know we don't remember
That's-
every single person
Yeah.
at a party, but like, hello.
That's what I'm kind of thinking. It's like, you think this person showed up with a white wedding dress at the end of the night in the last hour? We've
Wardrobe
been here for
change.
6 hours.
No, I definitely not the asshole. I think that behavior is absolutely outrageous. Like I would look at that person and be like, go in a hole. I don't know what to tell you. Like you need to go away. Stop talking to me. I think some people go to weddings to be like, I'm going to avenge everything bad that's ever happened to me ever on other people.
Yeah.
Like what? That's so projecting.
Like other people being like, you made a bunch of us uncomfortable. It's like, okay, were you getting married? Also, you're uncomfortable at something that wasn't actually happening.
And
Nothing was
leave?
happening.
Yeah, and to leave, I'm just like, I'm stunned by this.
Yeah, like I said, also,
Stunned.
last hour of the reception.
You know, the last hour at reception.
The last hour, nobody's even,
Yeah, they can be messy.
nobody's coherent in the last
Yeah,
hour.
you had to
remembers.
hear about it later. And this clearly was an angry drunk. And love how it's just like, it's a person in the bridal party. Clearly they didn't go to the bride and go, hey, I don't know if you noticed this, like, are you okay with this? Are you okay? And if the bride was like, oh, actually, her dress is yellow. I guess the black light makes it funny. Anyway, like, one conversation. Stop being pissed off for people that you don't even know are actually pissed
know.
off yet.
Yeah, you know, most of the wedding day there's memories. It's all heartfelt. The last hour of any wedding is basically
blackout
it's
time.
Vegas. It's Vegas.
Blackout?
Black light, blackout.
Nobody's gonna remember what happens there.
No.
It's
No.
Cuckoo Bananas Town.
That 85-year-old guy's like, cuckoo banana.
He's either dead or gone home and gone to bed. if great,
She's like,
if
Grandpa
great,
wants you to go.
if great grandpa's still there, he is dead. Just
Catering's like, we tried to move your grandpa.
we tried to move
He
him.
has no pulse. It's like, he's fine.
Your
fine.
grandpa's bones are making the black light make you look. You can't.
He's
have
just skin.
He's a-
All the bones broke in his seat. He's just melted skin. And it's like, okay. And she's like, Grandpa, super uncomfortable. It's like, what? I don't even see him. He's a blob of skin.
Whoa.
Anyways, weddings are crazy.
Also, black lights at a wedding just
yeah,
sounds
it's like, get out the black lights. Dude.
Yeah, what the hell is going
Thank
on?
you.
Everyone's teeth looks like yellow.
Yeah,
Why
I
would
have
you
only
do that?
2 veneers here, so I have to keep my mouth shut in black lights because they go bing, and I'm like, no.
Vampire!
Get her out of here. She's a vampire.
Guys, she's a vampire. She got to go.
Get her out.
Verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong. This was clearly a drunk, overprotective bridal party person. Or just, I don't know who it was, but somebody there was overprotective. Comments, not the asshole. Who checks their attire under black lights to see if it passes? Ridiculousness. Rob Deerdick. I understand if it appeared white under normal
don't.
lights. You can't write ridiculousness.
Can't keep doing that.
No, you just say ridiculous. You don't say ridiculousness.
Can't do this.
I understand if it appeared white under normal lights, but come on, this was an unusual situation at the end of the reception. You are fine, and whomever approached you was completely and utterly out of line. Some people have nothing better to do than look for problems that don't exist. That had 32,000 upvotes.
Let's go.
Damn.
And also, those people are gonna feel so stupid when they see her Instagram post and it's like,
Yeah.
the dress was yellow.
yeah.
You thought it was blue and white?
Yeah.
That person
It
didn't
was-
pay attention to or see her for the whole night until then.
Yeah.
That person doesn't exist. She was
Maybe it
just
was a
parking
ghost.
cars.
It was like that meme, is the dress white or is the dress yellow? But truly, last thing I'll say about that Instagram is she's gonna post pictures of her in this yellow dress and people, like, because I know she's feeling really guilty now that all these random people feel offended for someone that
Yes.
isn't offended. They're gonna see this and go, oh, it was yellow. Oh. Like, wait?
Someone else commented, if the bride didn't have a problem, then no one needs to chime in with their opinion. The groom shrugged and moved on. This guest was anal. Someone else said,
Okay.
not the asshole, yellow is not white, and unless they specifically told people not to wear anything that appears white under blacklight, then it's on them. Info, because I'm nosy. Has the bride or groom said anything to you? In my opinion, if they are okay, then I don't get the friends causing issues. OP said, no, I've seen them since and neither of them said anything about it. I'm trying to take a generous view and say the bridesmaid was just being protective and doing what she thought was right.
I love
That's
a forced
probably-
update.
Yeah.
Like that's what commenters should do.
Force
They
them.
should just be like, "Hey, real quick,
Give us an update or else I think this is fake.
yeah.
Yeah.
Our next story. Am I the asshole for taking my daughter to Disneyland?
Okay.
Was
But
it
what
just-
else is going on
What else is
during
going
Disneyland? What is happening?
Don't trust. Sorry.
I kind of already think I'm not, but my family is convincing me I am. I, a 28-year-old woman, went on a vacation with my daughter, who's 5, and my husband, who's 29. As a last vacation before we're a family of 4. I'm 7 months pregnant, and we wanted to spend some time with our daughter before her brother was born. When I was around 13, me, my mom, my dad, and my little brother went on a Disneyland vacation. It was fun and all, until my dad left his phone in the hotel, and they wouldn't give it back to us. He had to get a new one, and my mom and dad were so upset that we never went back. I thought this was irrational since it was my mom's favorite place. We went at least once a year growing up. After that whole ordeal, my mom hated it. So when me and my husband wanted to go on a before baby arrives vacation, we decided to go to Disneyland for around 3 days. My daughter loves the princesses and the idea of magic, so when we told her, she was overjoyed. I told my mom when we were at lunch together that we were going on a trip, and when I told her it was Disneyland, she was enraged. I was extremely confused because I honestly thought she forgot about it. She called me a backstabber and just really rude words. She stormed out of the restaurant and I paid and left a few minutes later. A few hours later, my dad called me and screamed at me that this family doesn't go to Disney. If you weren't such a spoiled little B word, you would understand that. I was shocked. It was my money, and it was my money I was spending, and I thought everyone was over it. My mom texted me a long paragraph about how she would go no contact and wouldn't be my mother anymore if I still went.
No.
The trip was already paid for, so I responded, okay, I guess you only have a son now, and blocked her. I've gotten at least 60 calls from my family and a few texts telling me I'm wrong. We still went and got back yesterday. We all had a blast, and my daughter rode her first big girl roller coaster. She loved every minute of it, so in my opinion, it was all worth it. So, am I the asshole?
Wait, what happened with their family at Disney?
This is as confusing as it sounds.
Their phone got stuck in a hotel.
And they wouldn't give it back?
They wouldn't give the phone back. So because forever ago, they lost a phone at Disneyland, the family hates it so much that she's like, oh, we're going to Disneyland. And she goes, the parents are like, how fucking dare you?
Like
I'm
the
still
House of Mouse
we are
is their
no
enemy.
contact
I
because
still
you're going to
need
Disneyland.
I still need to know the inciting incident. Like, what happened?
The phone.
Okay, let me reread
The
it.
phone.
Let me reread
The
it.
phone.
It was fun and all until my dad left his phone in the hotel and they wouldn't give it back to us. He had to get a new one, and my mom and dad were so upset that we never went back. I thought this was irrational since it was my mom's favorite place.
There's something missing here. There's something missing here. What do we think it is? Because he loses his phone at the hotel, and they won't give it back.
Yeah.
Why won't they give it back?
They
And
usually
it's
give it back.
assuming that they have it.
What's on the phone?
What's on the phone? I already felt it. There's something going on at Disneyland, and I don't know what it is. Somebody's up to no good.
What the is on the phone?
What's on the phone, Shane?
Let's read some comments to
Shane!
No, you have to.
What's on the phone?
I'm not going to
Can
tell
you
you
read
what's
them
on the
as quickly
phone.
as you can?
I'm not going to read what's on the phone.
I don't really care. You gotta get to the phone.
Comments, not the asshole. You're well within your rights to take your daughter on holiday to a location you choose with your money.
100%,
I
but
feel
what's
like
on the
something
phone?
else happened at Disney that you're not aware of to make your parents hate it so much. It seems totally irrational for her to act the way she is, especially jumping to no contact over this.
What if she the mouse?
Someone else said, not
And
the
there's a
asshole.
video of it on the phone.
Not the asshole. Your mom and dad need to get over their bad experience, and it genuinely does sound bad, of 15 years ago. Sure, they can choose to boycott Disney for life if that makes them feel better, but they've got no right to impose their feelings onto you like this, especially to the extent that they're being abusive to you about it. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing by ignoring their childish behavior and going. I suspect they'll get over it in time, but there's no way you should ever apologize because you've done nothing wrong. OP responded, it definitely was bad, caused a bunch of issues and a lot of fights, and I definitely boycotted Disney with them because I I do agree it shouldn't have happened. But their reaction was uncalled for, in my opinion. I also feel like going no contact and not wanting to be my parents anymore because the way I spend my money is insane. I agree.
What's on
Update!
Go.
Okay.
What could he have seen on the phone?
Don't know. Holy shit, LOL, I truly didn't expect this to go viral. I'm getting ready for work and just wow. So last night I unblocked my mom, messaged her and basically said, I want to talk. I know that our last fight was really messy, but I want to meet up for lunch and talk. And she responded. She said yes, and we're meeting up today. My dad is also coming because I want an apology from him for what he called me. I truly can't even process the phone call that happened. I want to get answers as fast as possible because I've seen so many comments saying this wasn't over a phone. I have a really bad memory, and this was 15 years ago, but I remember most of it because that whole situation was very messy. I will definitely be updating you guys after the lunch. I've also seen people saying my parents might not like Disney because they are more liberal. I don't think that's the reason, though. 15 years ago, though, was very different as well. I'll ask that when we meet up, but I don't see it as a real reason. I've also seen people saying it's very unreasonable to go no contact, very limited contact because of this, which I agree with. I think she was just saying that to scare me, which is still very gross, but we still went and she messaged me back, so I guess we will just see. My husband also might come with me because I don't know how my parents will react when I ask them my questions. They know we still went, so I'm not too scared, but I can't be sure. I'll update with how the lunch goes soon.
Okay, and now?
And the about the no contact thing, about the threat of no contact thing, you don't unsheath the sword if you're not ready to use it.
What happened at the restaurant?
Boom. Let's talk about that. You know, because I think
And the original expression is don't
Was he
pull out
like
the gun.
watching porn on his phone or something in line? And they took it away? Like, my brain's going nuts.
Ooh, okay.
Like Snow White porn or something.
All right. Final update. Place your bets. What happened?
Shane!
I don't want to hear what you think. I don't want to hear what you think. I want to hear what happened.
Okay, fine. Well, here it is, fellas, your final update. Around 1 p.m. yesterday, we went to lunch. My husband didn't come because he had an important meeting at his work.
Great for him.
I wasn't that scared anyway because we were going to a pretty popular restaurant, and it wasn't like I would be alone with them.
I ordered the rainbow roll. It was delicious. It wasn't too warm.
I ordered the rainbow roll. It was delicious.
We got there and I sat down. I started talking to my mom and dad and started asking my questions. It was mostly just, why would you get so mad? And it's my money and I wanted to take my daughter on a fun vacation with her parents before she has a brother. And I was met with them gaslighting me and thinking because they don't love Disney, I can't go. I was on the verge of tears and leaving. So I asked my final question that I really wanted an answer on. This can't be over a fucking phone. There has to be something going on to make you blow up like this. They then told me what really happened.
Okay.
So my dad did actually leave his phone. When housekeeping went to clean the room for the next family to arrive, the woman who was cleaning took the phone and took it to Lost and Found. She saw my mom's contact on my dad's little smartphone and called her, and we went to pick it back up. But the woman also saw another contact that said baby.
I knew it.
My dad was cheating for a good year to year and a half. She told my mom, and my mom blamed that woman for ruining her marriage by telling her. That's why they hated Disney, because it ruined their marriage. I walked out after that. I didn't pay either. I don't think I'm going to talk to them after this, only if my daughter and son want to. They betrayed my trust and never apologized either for what they called me a few days ago. I don't know why we never got the phone back. Probably will never know. But here's the official ending of this crazy ass story.
The amount of deflection is...
So you don't go to the house of mouse? She's not even mad at the girl he was sleeping with. Because that's usually what people do when people are wrongfully mad at cheating situations. They get mad at who they're cheating on.
Not the messenger.
You're getting mad on the setting in which you found out.
Yeah, that's...
Not even the place they were fucking.
Yeah.
The place that you found out they were fucking.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, the worst thing that could have possibly happened to me happened. You know what we should do about it? Never go to the happiest place on earth ever again. That'll solve it.
It's almost like a spell. It's almost like I'm gonna redirect all of this energy into this magical place because it's the only place that can probably save it or ward it
I don't
off.
even think it has to do with its magic or not. I think it's so fucking random and bizarre.
No, but people do this all the time, right?
What?
Pe- people-
they take it out on the land?
They take it out on just all sorts of things other than the actual problem.
The land.
They take it out on the land.
Bizarre.
It is so weird.
No, she blamed the housekeeper.
The
For going through the phone.
For being like, oh, you told me, like, don't tell me that because you told me you ruined my marriage. And so I think the mom can't go back to Disneyland and can't think about Disneyland because it makes her have to confront this thing
This
that she clearly
housekeeper?
hasn't confronted.
Yeah,
they
no.
clearly didn't deal with this after.
No, because their
clearly
logic,
just shoved
their
it
logic
away.
is
Yeah.
so fucking twisted.
They did leave it at Disneyland.
I don't trust these people.
They pulled a Vegas. They go, what happened at Disneyland stays at Disneyland, so we never go back. There is so much energy there that's been built up for 15 years
Yeah.
that is now being blown up immediately at the daughter.
This is crazy because it's not even
It's-
like Disney proper. It's the hotel.
It's literally like
Can they not watch Disney movies? Like,
and then this,
what is that? Frozen? Get that off the TV!
That Elsa reminds me of when your dad was fucking another woman. Like, what are you talking
I want so
about?
bad that at their Disney trip, like the girlfriend that he was sleeping with was there and they interacted multiple times in line and they just don't know it. I want the universe to work like that.
This is so fucking wild.
It always blows my mind when the cheater is not the one who like gets blamed.
100%.
Yeah.
And
It
this is like,
always blows my mind, but it happens so often because I think then you have to deal with it.
they're like,
You have to really
our
acknowledge,
daughter-
oh,
Yeah.
my reality's gone.
Yeah. Oh, like I'm not grounded at all. Like there's nothing about this A plus B equals fucking C.
Go after the daughter makes zero sense.
They're like, she went on her first big roller coaster. And they're like, well, I went on my own fucking roller coaster and that was fucking betrayal.
You know what's wild about this too is the parents, both of them are telling her this.
Yeah.
They're telling her this as if she's in the wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's insensitive. I'm laughing. I cannot
No,
believe
it's-
this took that turn.
It-
I thought we were mad at Disneyland for something they did.
Can I tell you? I knew it. I felt it. I was like,
When I
he's
first read
cheating
this-
at Disney. I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be at least at Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's not even there.
So that there's a cursed memory to it.
yeah,
I mean,
no.
there is a bad memory to it,
You
but
just
it's,
found out that he was cheating he wasn't cheating at Disneyland, but you found out there. That doesn't make any sense.
Once my dad was really, really hungry and he was in a grumpy mood. And we went to, for some reason, we were going to this sandwich place, Togo's. And they f***ed up our order and my dad got so angry he said we can never go back there again. And I feel like I haven't been since because I'm loyal to my father because they f***ed up his tuna. But like, but this is like,
Next level.
I just will never forget the image of my dad going, we're never going to Togo's again.
it's so funny. That makes sense though.
Yeah,
That somehow makes more sense.
This is just.
Man, that gets the award for the best
I'm
story.
glad she still went.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine being isolated
She's
from
saying
your parents?
she might not talk to her parents again.
But could you imagine being isolated by the people who raised you because they're lying to each other?
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with you, but their lack of communication. And like
What
honesty.
a bombshell of like, oh, you guys are stupid and like really mean to each other and to me. Well, moving on.
That was one of the most wild ones I've read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately really funny. Like very dark, but very funny. Like the reveal of like, oh, you guys are both this stupid?
Yeah.
It's like you got dumped at a restaurant and you're like, that restaurant broke my heart. And you're like,
Yeah.
honey,
it wasn't.
that
We're
didn't.
never going to
even
Olive Garden again.
It wasn't
Yeah.
the cheating didn't even happen at the place.
I know. No, there's so many layers of it not making sense.
Also,
It's like-
obsessed with the woman in the hotel that goes through his phone and sees baby. Obsessed
Who
with
was doing her a solid, by the way.
Yeah.
Obsessed
Yeah.
with
No,
her.
the
Yeah.
housekeeper is a legend. She was
Yeah.
like, hey, by the way,
Yeah. Just so you know.
I clocked this. I'm curious how she came across the other contact.
I know, she was going.
Because I'm like, what was the mom under, like, wife? Like, how would,
Probably her name.
but how would the person know that
It's
that's,
probably a scandalous text under a different name.
yeah, it had to have been pretty obvious.
Yeah.
If I was in people's hotel room, I would read their phones too.
You know what, can I say something too? It actually makes sense that the evidence would be so obvious because it was probably obvious during it, and the mom is just like not like acknowledging it. Because if after getting caught, she's not mad at him.
Yeah, and
she's mad at everything else.
I bet
he knows like he can get away with it. He's probably continued to have affairs since.
I hope that, like, it would make more logical sense if their blowout after this happened at Disneyland, that blowout that happened either in the parking lot or just like associated with that place was so bad and so hurtful to both parties that they were like, we won't go back here anymore. Still, though, that it doesn't
Why does that affect what the daughter
No,
do?
100%. It's great.
I'm now imagining just if it wasn't a housekeeper, it was someone else, which is like, gosh, your husband's cheating on you.
They tug on the seatbelt while you're ready. You're I don't know. This is
All right, can we pull in the seatbelts and who's that contact on your phone? Ooh, yikes, all right.
Oops, okay.
And you're off. Okay, this comes from Am I the Asshole? My boyfriend refuses to buy me female products, pads, and now I'm upset.
Dude, that shit's gross.
Way to go, dude.
Oh my God, okay, let's go.
I'll make it short and sweet. Me, 25-year-old woman, and my boyfriend, 28-year-old man, have been dating for over 3 years. Yesterday, we had a conversation through text about him going to the supermarket to get pasta because we were having people over and I was going to cook. Mind you, he gets out of work before me and the supermarket is 3 minutes away from home. Everything was fine until I got my period right after I was about to leave my job and go home. I texted him to please grab some pads for me, and his answer was, I'm not doing that. Then I said, I'm going home. They are on the personal hygiene aisle. I need them. His answer was, so go get them? And I replied, aren't you going to the store? He said, yeah. So I replied, I'm telling you to please get it for me. And his answer was, I said I'm not doing that, but you keep asking. And I ended the conversation by saying, okay, thanks. Then he said that we shouldn't have people over tonight, which made me more upset. I ended up getting them myself while having pain and a bunch of toilet paper wrapped around my panties to not make a mess. I always say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. If he feels uncomfortable, he could have said, I'm sorry, but that makes me uncomfortable, so I won't be able to. And I could see it with a different perspective. However, he is 28, and I think it's a very immature thing to be embarrassed about. And before you ask, this was my second time asking him. The first time, he got it for me no problem, but we were living at his mom's house, which she used to do everything for him, so at this point, I think she was the one who got it.
Oh boy.
Dude, what? Do I need to? Oh, yeah, I'll raise the flag.
I was gonna go red flags and red pads.
I don't
but that's
understand.
Gross, I'm sorry.
I've never understood why guys are like embarrassed by the notion of buying pads. Because my takeaway is if a guy at a supermarket is buying pads, what people are going to think is, oh, you have a girlfriend or a wife or something.
Or a sister or a friend, and you're so nice for doing that.
Well,
for
I'm like, what do you think people? I just don't know what they think people are going to think.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what's the inference they're expecting?
Caring more about what a cashier at a grocery store thinks than the well-being and like comfort of your partner is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
And you know that cashiers are seeing crazy shit all day.
Yeah.
They don't care. They truly don't care.
Yeah, I think it's very nice that OP was like, if he had just said he was uncomfortable, like I would have accepted that. I still would have been like, you should still clock that red flag for later.
Yeah.
Like I get if it's a boyfriend's or guys or anyone's first time buying period products for somebody, being like, I've never done it before. I'm nervous. Can you like? I don't know if I can. I'm nervous I'll get the wrong one or whatever.
Sure.
But it just doesn't sound like that's where he's at. And then the fact that he also was like, actually, we shouldn't have people over because
Yeah.
we basically have a wild lion in the house now because she's on her period and she's mad at me. Like,
Guy like me, I go to the store and go into the, tampon pad aisle even when my partner doesn't need them.
just peruse.
Yeah, I just study, keep up on the tech.
Take a look at them.
Yeah, take a look.
There is tech all the time.
I just want to make sure I know about them.
You're like, whoa,
There's been
new
some
model
upgrades I saw at the
cups,
supermarket.
Yeah. Oh, the Diva Cup model 10 looks really sleek.
Yeah. That's just me though.
Fun fact, if you're ever nervous about buying something at the grocery store about people judging you, you buy a birthday card with it. Or like it's like a prank or something. Like if you're nervous about buying a vibrator, or you're nervous about buying condoms or like enemas, you buy a birthday card with it. If it makes you be like, it's just a silly little gift.
You can buy enemas at the store?
At the pharmacy, yeah, there's enemas there.
I don't know why. I kind of started watching Grey's Anatomy recently, so I don't know why that just seemed like a serious like medical procedure.
Yeah, no,
They make
it's
it
easier
seem
to
really
buy an
cheap.
enema than birth control.
Wow. I'm gonna go get one.
Go get one.
for fun.
Yeah.
Just for fun.
The first time I bought condoms, I remember being so embarrassed and so nervous and just being like, oh my God, this is crazy. And I, of course, go to the cashier and I just have the condoms there. And I probably bought some other things just to be
Right,
like,
right.
and just, other stuff. But they, of course, like some sort of like, not an error, but something where they had to then ask for assistance from something. So they literally held up the box.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, what's the deal with this thing? Or something like, can I get a ring up on this? And just there, just holding it up for the world to see. And me just like,
He's going to bed.
I had probably the funniest condom story I'll ever have over this most recent Christmas break. I was home in Idaho and at the gas station getting snacks. So I got like a Twix, Diet Coke, and I was there with Raven. And I was like, okay, let's like get some condoms. And went up to the register. And the person behind the register was like, "Are you Trevor from Mythical Kitchen?" And I was like,
different.
I was like, "Yeah, dog, that's me." I was like, "Can I just, I'll take my tropical Skittles and condoms in a bag." Sure, yeah, give me the bag.
Oh my God.
Yeah, pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
That hits
crazy.
different for
Yeah.
sure.
our fans don't know that any of us have sex. They
think
don't
we were
know
test
that.
tube babies. Yeah.
That's gonna be shocking for them.
Oh boy.
Some comments on this. If a dude cannot fathom the full extent of what happens in a vagina without being an idiot about it, he has no business entering one. Not the asshole. Find a boyfriend who respects women.
So that comment, green flag.
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Someone else said, someone who's not adult enough to buy something as trivial as pads or tampons isn't adult enough to be in a relationship. Someone else said, your boyfriend sucks. It doesn't happen often, but now and then my wife needs me to pick up pads or tampons when I'm out. Like any reasonable guy, I do it. Yeah, it's one of those things where, Reddit often jumps to like, get a new boyfriend, break up with them. But I have a hard time believing that this is an isolated thing. That this is
Right.
probably, a lot of his behavior is probably reflected in this. And it is also something of like, do you want to live with that forever?
Yeah.
A person who's not willing to do something for you, as simple as this,
Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to be the case
They're
for
gonna
bigger
be
things.
bigger asks.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and it's just like, he's just not on your side.
Yeah, like if they eventually get married and want to have kids, like, is she going to be in this pregnancy alone? If that's the plan, like, it's microcosms of things down the road for sure.
Yeah. Update.
Update, he died.
When Shane says update,
I think we're about to get a lot more info on this guy.
That's exciting.
Yeah, have the red flags ready.
okay.
We had a conversation last night, very long one, and I said everything I needed to say, including reading those text messages out loud to him, and he was in any way defensive. He called himself an asshole and recognized that what he said was really f***ed up. Here is a breakdown of his answers. His vapes and his vape ran out, so he did warn me in the morning about nicotine withdrawal, so he said he was dealing with that all day, and it made him irritated.
Oh my God, your vape hormones are up? I'm so sorry, sir.
Yeah, as someone who quit vaping and had nicotine withdrawal, that's not an excuse.
He said the supermarket he went to was a small Italian supermarket and they didn't have personal hygiene products. He said his mother never talked to him about this stuff. He had a past relationship, but it was a short one, and he said that he was never asked to get this before. He said, I didn't know it was an emergency, otherwise I would have gotten it for you with no hesitation. He also admitted that it is not that he's embarrassed, he just feels social anxiety. Then I explained that there's a self-checkout. He said the last time I asked him to get me pads, he was at BJ's, and even though it was his first time, I sent him pictures of what I needed. He felt anxious, but since I said it was an emergency, he got it anyways.
Girly pop.
Okay, man. I think, he called himself an asshole. He should have just been like, okay, I'm sorry, next time I'll get him. Mm-hmm. That's where that can end.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of when it's like, ooh, you know how I get this way and I'm so sorry and I was just embarrassed and I would have done it anyway. Like, it's not helpful. And like,
No.
I just feel like it shouldn't have to take all of this, and
No.
she shouldn't have to say it's an emergency. And like, he literally said, like, it's so funny that he's like, well, my emotions were gonna be out of whack today, just so you know, like allowing himself the space to ask for that and then not allowing her to ask a favor. And like, it was just a lot of poor communication where like he could have said like, oh, the market I'm planning to go to won't have that there.
Right.
Like, and it's just silly.
I think this is one of those situations where he's 28, she needs to expect him to be this way forever.
He's 28.
He's 28.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
28.
God, I missed that or I forgot that.
He's 28.
That's
He's going,
tough, man.
And going, I've never been asked this before. I was never asked. My mom never told me about this. It's like, okay, buddy, you own a phone. Google things.
It's also, I don't need to know about this stuff. If you tell me to buy something, I'll be like, yeah, I can go buy that.
It's not that scary to ask questions too. If you're like, what kind? Or I'm like, just be honest. It's your partner. Like, if you guys have been together for, was it 3 years? Like, you can be like, hey, okay, I'm nervous. I don't want to get the wrong ones. What is this? I'm anxious, like, about buying it. Like, you can be honest. It's not that scary.
I feel like all you need to do is just be like, hey, send me a picture of the specific brand. Send me a picture of the box and I'll get that box.
Yeah.
Get the box.
Nobody cares.
There's more embarrassing things to be asked to buy. Like,
Oh
can
my
you
God,
imagine
yeah.
if your significant other asked you, like, buy Smosh merch or something?
Suck.
Dude, be like, no, I can't. That's
I'm just thinking about like one day he's gonna be sick or have like diarrhea or something, and or whatever, and he's gonna be like, "Can you go to the market and get me some stuff?" She could be like, I've never been asked to do this before. You make me uncomfortable.
There was an edit apparently in this where she admits that there was one time where he had an emergency and she had to wipe his ass.
Dude, oh my
Yeah,
God.
my red flag is raised here. No, if someone wipes your ass, I think you owe them to buy them.
Even like
Yeah.
wiping ass. People eat ass, bro. Buy something that's gonna be near her ass.
That's
Oh,
I
my
think
God.
at that stage she needs to reflect on the give and take of this relationship because
yeah.
she is doing a lot for him. Hold on, here it is. Here's the words. I would like to add an anecdote. 2.5 years ago, he had a horrible accident while skiing, fractured his right leg, and dislocated his left shoulder so he couldn't move at all or shower and even pee or poop. Guess who helped him with all that? Me. So she has, that was 6 months in
Oh my
that she was
God.
doing all that for him. And now, after all of that, he won't even go buy her pads. I don't know, man. That's tough.
Another moment where he cares more about a cashier viewing him buying period products than having someone, his partner or his mom or mommy, whoever does everything for him, literally wiping his ass.
Yeah.
Like,
No, you don't have to worry about the cashier judging you. The cashier's thinking about how much they wish they could have a chair.
yeah. Or just like,
Tell me I'm wrong.
salary.
Every cashier in America is like, I just wish I could f***ing sit down. This is some bullshit.
Let cashiers sit and let injured men shit
Their pants.
their pants and wipe themselves.
It's so funny too, because it's, maybe this is, I don't think this is up to say, but it's one of those situations where male insecurity, they do this thing where I'm like, be a man and buy them. Like, what the hell? You look like a baby because you can't do this.
And I also think it's like, this is a ticket to ride and look like a great person for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like people, it's like, because I'm curious, I'm sure this story isn't that old. It's just like, I thought this is like a meme at this point. If you're willing to go to the grocery store and get your partner period products, you look amazing. Yeah. You look like a lovely man,
The
lovely
bar
guy.
is so low. The bar is so low.
I'm very curious. Like, I'd love to sit down with a guy who says that and ask them specifically, like, you're embarrassed. What do you think is going through people's minds? What do you think they're thinking?
I think it's one of those unfortunate things where it's just an idea that I think some guys don't fully think through. They just go, oh, I'm embarrassed. And then they don't touch it, they don't graze it, they don't critical think it for an extra moment or two where it's like, hey, it's like when you're talking to a therapist. Hope a lot of people listening relate to this. I'm talking to my therapist and I'm like, I'm just scared this is gonna happen. And then the therapist goes, well, what happens when that happens? And I go, oh, nothing. That was stupid to be scared of. It takes 5 seconds to think about it.
I really, unfortunately, think it boils down. I wouldn't be shocked if it like boils down to being like, people are gonna think I'm gay. Like that probably is. I'm
That's
like,
literally like,
okay, man.
Gay men notorious for buying pads and tampons.
For buying products for women. They love that. It's so dumb. Our next story. Am I the asshole for flirting with 19-year-old girls and defending myself when being called a predator?
How old are you, bro?
Yeah, how old, bro?
Say how old you are, bro.
I'm 31.
Yep.
And recently ended a long-term relationship. I was broken. I recently went to this cool restaurant/bar downtown with one of my buddies to have a good time. Anyone of any age can come in. While we were there was a girl who was celebrating her 19th birthday. They sang happy birthday and they were allowed an outside cake with 19 on it. The birthday girl was pretty, so I wanted to go chat her up. Her friends were super cute too. My buddy told me to leave them alone and that they looked like babies. He didn't want to go over at first, but since the breakup, every other woman but my ex has been invisible, so he went to wingman with me. We walked over and wished her a happy birthday. I thought things were going well and the women were laughing. Then all of a sudden, one of the girls snaps at me to take a f***ing hint, R. Kelly.
Oh!
I was taken aback and just said, "Excuse me?" She said to read the room and that they were uncomfortable. Another asked us to go away. I was going to go, but I was really bothered by the R. Kelly comment.
Oh, no.
I said it's
Around.
up to call me a predator when we were all adults here. My buddy wanted to leave, but I stood my ground. The birthday woman said that it didn't matter. It's weird for someone my age to hit on them, especially when they make it obvious that they are uncomfortable. I apologize for making them uncomfortable, but that didn't give them the right to call me a predator. One of the women said it was a personal problem. I said that adults are allowed to hit on other adults. It's not a crime. One woman just asked why I was still standing there and yelled at me to go away.
Yes.
I was pissed off, and when I left, their entire table was singing Ignition and laughing their asses off. I was furious and humiliated. When we sat back down, I was seething. My buddy said that it was my fault for not seeing the signs that they were uncomfortable. To him, it was obvious, so he wanted to go. He called me delusional. I pointed out that they were laughing, and he said it was just uncomfortable laughter. I told him that I had every right to be mad about being called a predator when they were all 18 to 19. It's a horrible accusation to make. My ex was 6 years older than me. He said that they weren't calling me a predator, just weird for going for teens. He said it was wrong of them to sing after me and that was bullying, but I should have left long before that. I felt like he should have stuck up for me. Was I wrong for sticking up for me or for hitting on them in the first place? I was respectful and not creepy at all, too. Edit. For the record, I do date women my age and older. This was the first time I approached much younger women.
I can't. This is exactly the type of guy who asks you out and you go, "Oh no, thank you," and then they're like, "The fuck?
What the f?
You're a bitch!" And then they're like, "Excuse me, can you go?" And it's like, "No, I'm pissed," and then they stay. Dude,
That's the most insane thing. Like, where it was like the moment they were like, "Take a hint," like, "We don't want you here," and then you stay after that. Like,
I know, man.
it's because he's embarrassed and his
Get
pride
out the clown
made
makeup.
him stay.
It's wild. It's
Even
also
his friend.
It's also like they're celebrating a birthday.
Yeah.
Even if the cake said 30, I'd be like, oh well, I'm not going to go up
They're
and bother
busy.
them. They're celebrating a birthday right now. Like, don't bother them.
He was like, I deserve to have this.
Yeah.
I deserve. Every woman's been invisible to me, so I deserve to go up to these, ladies and talk to them. It's like, that's where you're wrong. It is not your God-given right to have any woman go, yes? Like, no, bro. Like, her friends were ballsy as hell. Like, ballsy. R. Kelly's a little much.
And it definitely sounded like, and the whole, like, they were laughing and everything. It was like, oh no, they were doing the kind of like awkward laugh of like trying to diffuse a situation.
But look, man, he also entered the gladiator arena of people who are going to make you, like, insult you better than anyone.
Oh.
Sure.
18 and 19-year-olds?
19?
Yeah.
You're dead.
Devastating.
Born and raised on TikTok.
Roasted.
They're singing Ignition at you?
Roasted.
I didn't even know 19-year-olds knew Ignition.
They know the remix to Ignition.
They know. Yeah. Yeah, they do. You can't hide from that.
Killed Eric with that one.
So good. No, they
like-
watch the documentaries. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, no.
They're like deep in the Me Too movement.
There's no context where I'm going to willingly talk to teenagers because I'm scared of them. because they're gonna make fun of me.
They will rip you apart.
They're gonna make fun of me, and it's gonna hurt. It's that John Mulaney joke of like, there's nobody in the world who can like find your weakness like a teenager.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Totally.
Also, it's like your own friend was like, bro, that was your fault.
Yeah, your friend is like, you're delusional.
And he's like, no, I'm gonna stay.
He's actually truly being your wingman right now by telling you you're being delusional and being creepy.
Exactly.
He's being your wingman in that way.
Yeah.
Sometimes a wingman has to do that.
Yeah.
Emily makes a great point. He referred to her as the birthday woman in this post, which he definitely, I know know that he was typing out and he wrote birthday girl.
Woman.
Back.
It's
birthday woman.
But like, hey, birthday girl, nice cake.
It's giving Matt Gates.
Yep. This guy really puts the Reddit and Predator.
Oh.
Nice. That's a strike.
Thanks.
Bogey.
Edit. Okay. Verdict. Asshole. Not surprising. There's an edit that he wrote.
He's like, wait, hold on.
All right, guys, I get it. I let my pride get in the way of things here. Can't fix it. We'll do better next time.
Okay, do better.
Let's see what these comments are, because you know he's about to be ripped apart. You're the asshole for being creepy, not taking a hint, and arguing about it to women who asked you to leave. You're upset about being called a predator, but don't seem to care that your inappropriate behavior made a group of women in public feel uncomfortable. Someone else said, he is extra you're the asshole for standing his ground when they asked him to leave. What did he think would happen? They would admire his persistence and realize they were wrong all along and he was actually a nice guy who they should all sleep with. Someone else said, you're the asshole. The fact that both the girls and your friend easily recognized that it was creepy to hit on her should tell you that it wasn't okay.
Okay.
He wrote this all out thinking he was right.
It is kind of funny imagining him like winning them over in an argument and be like,
yeah.
yeah.
I did it. And they're like, okay,
No,
can you
he
go
just-
now?
Update.
Stop.
They're dating now. Stop.
Update.
What's that face?
What's
What does
that
mean?
face?
What does that mean, Shane?
It's not his update. It's hers.
Yes! Let's go!
That was so cool. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I call that the messy. I don't know if he
I'm
does
the
that.
Lionel Messi of Reddit, they say.
Yeah.
God.
I don't know if
not.
he does that. I've never watched football.
Football.
Our football fans watching are pissed off. Or they're like, hey,
Does Messi do the wings?
Ian knows ball.
Does Messi do the wings when he scores?
I
I don't know if
I
he
think
does.
they all kind of do the wings.
Yeah.
You run and you do the slide.
Yeah, you just the slide with the wings.
And you slide forever.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
That's a Messi.
Anyways.
I can't do that on this what do you call this material?
This is
Jute.
jute.
Yeah, I can't do.
I knew that.
I can't knee slide on jute.
Jute rug. Big
Hey.
thing.
Yeah,
Big
big
deal.
thing. Was huge in the 2010s.
Yeah.
Update from the 19-year-old girl.
Get out of here.
I've never had a Reddit account before, but my journalism TA showed us it, and sometimes I'll just check the front page for news. Earlier, I saw a post up there that basically described my birthday dinner like 3 weeks ago. At first, I didn't give a but now I just felt the need to clarify a few things, even though I know most people called him an asshole. Some people got angry about the R. Kelly comment and singing Ignition. Was it mean? Yes, but I'm done being nice to creeps. This was not a bar. It was a bar and grill, but it was mainly a restaurant that just happened to serve drinks. We were sitting near a family, so we weren't in a setting where people go to get hit on. We were minding our business and keeping in the corner booth.
Yeah.
He came and wished me a happy birthday. I said thanks, and we all went back to our conversation. I did appreciate being told happy birthday, but he stuck around. We laughed uncomfortably and went back to our conversation. He stuck around and kept interrupting us. Each time he said something, we nodded and then turned our backs to him. We said thank you, bye, a few times, but he was still standing there talking to us. His friend kept finding excuses to leave. I was annoyed, uncomfortable, and disgusted, but I gave him a respectful, okay, have a good night. Here's some cake for you to take home. But he grabbed the cake and sat down in our booth.
No.
He said, the night's not over yet.
Predator! Behavior.
Brother,
Then my friend just snapped. And if she didn't, I was going to. When she called him R. Kelly, she wasn't accusing him of being a pedo, but a creep. 30-year-old guys who hit on us are creepy and disgust us. Point blank, period. We were nice the entire time, and I even gave them a million hints and cake for the road. His friend was even finding reasons for them to leave. Then he had the audacity to stand there and fight us on it. I told him that he was way too old for us, and it was creepy from the start. When he left, we started singing Ignition among ourselves, not singing it after him. It's a throwback that our parents put us on. Instead of crying over our night being ruined by a creep, we turned it into a fun moment with karaoke. P.S. When he asked us our age and gave us his, we became a million times more uncomfortable. Guy was 30 trying to get with 18-year-olds at a birthday dinner. We are used to old men bothering us, and it's always gross. To the if he wasn't ugly crowd, he was a decent-looking, fit guy. If I never met him, I'd set him up with my aunt. But he was in his 30s, and that is way too old. This isn't porn, and I haven't met a single girl desperate for a 30-year-old divorced dick. Being called legal is demeaning. Everything about it was sickening. When he came over, announced his age, then asked us ours, I almost yacked. It was like he was IDing us at a family restaurant. F*** out of here. I'm tired of having to be polite to guys who are creepy and disrespectful. Period.
Damn! Period. I would set you up with my aunt, bitch.
That was crazy.
Hey, what if he commented underneath it being like, all right, so what's your aunt up
Yeah,
to?
literally.
How old's your aunt?
old's
22? Great.
I was
Your
gonna
young
say,
aunt?
of course he left out the fact that, which most girls do, most women do, they're like, no thank you, have a good night.
Yeah.
No thank you, have a good night. Here's a piece of cake, good night. Like the amount of politeness that we have to f***ing do. And then you still, like, I love this 19-year-old. She just gave it to him. Like, damn.
She gave him cake.
A corner booth? That's
Well, because when he said I went to a bar and all ages are there, I was like, I don't think that's how
That's not
bars
possible.
usually
Yeah, dude.
work. It was a fucking Applebee's.
You're telegraphing it.
this is so good.
That's
insane.
He sat down and said, the night's not over yet.
Which is very scary.
Extremely scary. I mean, he's lucky they didn't like call like the staff on him.
Right.
Like they
Yeah.
were being so nice to him.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, because you're just trying to de-escalate a weird situation.
Which I know is like, because
Come
they're
on.
terrified of him. Like,
And clearly, like he
You
he
up
made a whole.
my aunt. I love these girls.
Yeah, that's
I am loving it.
oh, brutal.
That's
You know
awesome.
he saw this too.
And he's like, aunt.
Aunt.
And he's like, she said I was fit, so like clearly she was into me, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you said I was fit?
Yeah. It was clearly she thought I was hot, so it's just like she was probably embarrassed in front of her friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally.
It is crazy though that he saw that he like eagle-eyed the 19 on the
19.
cake and was like, let's go.
Which meant some of them were 18.
Yes.
Sure.
No, and I mean, I feel like my point was proven. That final paragraph, devastating.
Yeah.
She annihilated him.
Oh, 100%.
If he read this, he's dust.
And I love that she said, my journalist TA. Honey, she's in school. Get your ass home.
And she's new to college.
Divorced dick.
Yeah.
Oh, I
brutal.
love it.
Okay, our next story comes from Am I the Asshole and Best of Redditor Updates.
Thank God.
Am I the asshole for my response to my boyfriend's ultimatum over audiobooks?
Ooh, an ultimatum in a relationship. That's healthy and cool.
Yeah, nice boyfriend, idiot.
What's an ultimatum you could have over audiobooks?
It's. Can I throw out a guess?
Well, yeah.
I think it's gonna be like, okay, it's passionate interstellar lovers. Like it's gonna be like a little bit like
she's listening
spicier
to-
books.
I'm gonna guess no headphones. I'm gonna guess he's walking around and it's like, and then he went into the, and she's like, please, I'm trying to do something.
Oh, you think he's listening to audiobooks?
Well, I don't know. Well, either way, I just feel like the person is not wearing headphones.
Okay.
Okay.
My boyfriend and I have been together for around 3 years, and we've had a pretty easygoing relationship. No big fights or anything. Until now, which is why I'm questioning myself so much. So I listen to audiobooks. Not erotic ones, though I do partake in audio-only porn sometimes. Because...
And we're back.
Why even
immediately.
justify it then? Be like, I don't do that. I do almost exactly that, though.
I do that.
Very similar. There's just no narrative.
Okay. So I listen to audiobooks, not erotic ones, though I do partake in audio-only porn sometimes because as becomes important later, I have a thing for nice voices. But somehow, someone just reading smut off a page feels weird for me to listen to. No judgment to anyone else, of course, just not my thing. My boyfriend has recently gotten a bug up his ass about me listening to them, especially when he's home, even though I always use headphones and do my best not to disturb him. Also, before anyone says it, my Audible account comes directly out of my own bank account. He has no reason to think it will affect his finances. Anyway, he only ever gave little snide remarks until the latest time, so I let it go. Most recently, I had been making us dinner and cleaning up behind myself as I did it. And because he was playing video games and I get bored doing those kinds of things without something else to think about, I turned on my favorite audiobook and picked up where I had been listening the week before. I didn't realize he was in the kitchen until he jerked the cord on my headphones and asked if I was doing it again. I asked what he was talking about, and he just sighed and said that he needed to talk to me. We sat down, and I'll admit I was pretty pissed he had jerked on my headphones and not super willing to listen to anything right then, another reason I might be an asshole. He said that it really bothered him when I listened to audiobooks from a man's perspective because he knows about my voice thing and that it makes him uncomfortable. I asked why, and he said that he couldn't get it out of his head that I was thinking sexual things about the characters, and that, along with the romantic elements, made him really upset and felt almost like I wasn't fully committed to him. I asked if he realized I was listening to a book for teens, written by a literal Mormon, and that none of the books I listened to have smut. He said that it didn't matter and started getting angry again, which just made me angrier. And he dropped the ultimatum that he wanted me to stop or else we would need to break up. I was so pissed at this point that I just shrugged and said, gladly, the minute you stop watching porn, I'll never touch any of it again, which had him pissed because he claimed he never said anything about porn, only the romantic and sexual parts of the books I listened to. I said that if he was allowed to make ultimatums of favorite pastimes, why can't I? Then I asked if he would rather give up video games since that's closer to what audiobooks mean to me. He ended up just saying to fucking forget about it and went to bed, but has been pissed at me since. I talked to my friends about the situation and got mixed answers, so I wanted to try with strangers as well. What?
Ooh.
Okay. Wow.
What a hill to die on.
Yeah, truly.
I just think I don't know what you do about that type of insecurity.
Right.
I mean, they're audiobooks. He's like, what?
It's a trust issue either way. Like,
Right, yeah.
It's, you know, there are video games out there that are pornographic. So it's like if he's going to play video games in the other room, like, oh, I can't stop thinking about the potential of you doing that. It's like you have to sort of have that separation with hobbies. And something tells me that, you know, this is the type of person that would have the same kind of insecurity if, like, she had, like, a dodgeball local league that she would go to and be like, are you going there to meet guys? Like, you have to have that level of trust or you're not ready for a relationship.
Right.
Yeah.
And to just try to put that type of control on someone.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you think's gonna happen? What are you doing?
Yeah, what got me was the yank of the headphones. 'Cause
That's
like a just a little look-see, a little peek through to see how maybe violent this person could be.
Yeah.
And that's not a good sign.
No.
You should never yank on someone's thing.
Yeah. I agree. We hear
Unless they
Smosh
want
say-
it.
Unless it's a
We
consensual
got new
thing.
merch. We got new merch.
New merch.
Here we go.
A shirt that says consensual yanking.
Yanking.
The Yankees have new merch ideas.
Whoa. The Yankee and the Yankeed.
Yeah, the headphone pulling is absolutely a red flag. Verdict is not the asshole, which I agree with. Comments, not the asshole, you should reevaluate your relationship with him. He is acting insecure, jealous, and controlling. Don't stop doing what you are doing. Someone else said, he is completely out of line. Being jealous of audiobooks is next level insecurity, not the asshole.
Can I add a little something to that?
Yeah.
When she said, this is a book for teens written by a literal Mormon, I think that might be Twilight.
Probably.
And so
would
she's
be
listening to
crazy.
Twilight, and he's like, you and your vampire wolf boyfriend, and I hate it.
God, we're back in
that's insane.
2007,
I
this
mean,
guy.
Hey,
Someone said, this is a big red flag to me. Is he so insecure that he can't stand the idea of you listening to, gasp, another man? You weren't even listening to anything provocative when he did this, and he had that kind of reaction. Where is all his anger coming from? The fact that he dropped an ultimatum, books for fuck's sake, or breaking up is insane to me. This seems like such an odd thing for him to want to have control over. You are wearing headphones, not listening to it on speakerphone, and you're minding your own business, and he has the audacity to be upset you're doing that. Personally, I would cut ties, but if you feel like he's a good partner to you in other aspects and he isn't controlling about other things you do, what you wear, who you hang out with, then maybe try talking it out when he's calm. I just always have a hard time believing that this isn't reflected in other things.
Same.
Like, this one thing, he's super controlling.
And if it's this extreme, that's what it is. It's like if it's this extreme over that one thing, then it's got to be leaking into other parts of the relationship.
OP said, he did try to explain that he felt as if I was reacting to the romantic parts in ways I don't react to him, which almost made sense, but then all I can think is, yeah, of course I do. This kind of romantic thing doesn't exist in real life, and I don't expect it to, but to hear about it is enough to make me blush or laugh because it's cute. I've never expected him to be an over-the-top romantic. I don't think I would enjoy it in real life. It would more than likely overwhelm me, but I do like to hear about it, I guess. This part does make me feel a little bad, because at the time I was so angry about the headphone pulling. I don't know why it set me off so bad. No one has ever done it to me before, but for some reason it had me pissed. I couldn't even react to it like I should have. I honestly maybe should have asked to wait the more I think about it. Well, you're upset because it's f***ing insane.
Yeah,
right.
You both came into it with like a hot head, but like she was put there by the physical pull. Yeah, so I don't know. When reading stories like this, I'm always sort of trying to pick apart what the author of the post is saying to be like, what could this be sort of misconstrued as? And like throughout the beginning, I was like, oh, what if the boyfriend feels like insecure? Like, I can never make you feel this way. I can't do that. But even if that is the case, like there are so many better ways to communicate that before snide remarks, pulling on a headphone, giving an ultimatum. You know, if you're feeling insecure in a relationship, you have to communicate and be like,
absolutely.
It hurts my feelings because I feel like I can't give you what you want. What do you feel about that? And then she could be like, oh, no, I don't want you to be a crazy vampire guy kidnapping me in your castle. I don't know. But like, whatever. Just point is, talk.
Yeah.
Talk.
I think also this goes into the realm of, I think a lot of people don't really understand fantasy, fantasizing, right? Because the way it works is that your brain, when you're reading a book, you can go to much wilder places because your brain knows you're safe.
Narnia.
Right.
You know, like, your brain knows
clarifying.
I'm sitting here reading a book, so wilder things can be exciting that in real life would never be exciting.
Absolutely.
And this, I think we seem to understand this with other genres, right? Like, I enjoy watching Fast and the Furious. That doesn't mean I want to drive a car at 200 miles per hour. Like, I would hate that in real life.
Then stay off the
Watching
Autobahn.
it and thinking about it is different because it's just thinking about it.
Right.
And I think people get really uncomfortable when it has to do anything with romance or sexuality. But I mean, I see so much of it on book talk discourse of like romantasy, like all these wild things and boyfriends being uncomfortable with it. But it's like, they don't actually want that in real life. This is a fantasy because to be read safely in your home, not lived out.
And there's also a world in which, I know she said it might overwhelm her to do something so extreme, but like you can take fantasy and like take a droplet of it and bring it to reality and explore that. So it's like, you know,
he could be reacting with curiosity.
Yeah.
But he's reacting with
he should
pushing
have,
it away
exactly.
and everything. This
like,
is
how could I do that with you? You know, but
it's an opportunity to learn more about what excites her.
Right.
But he's completely
yanked.
He yanked.
Can't yank.
Someone send that girl some AirPods.
Update.
Oh,
I forgot about that.
This update came 2 months later. Do we have any predictions?
They broke up.
He's an author.
You think they broke up? He's an author. He's insecure because he's like, it's not as good as my book.
The Good Intercourse Dragon by Kyle. Here you go.
Just Kyle.
Yeah.
Just Kyle.
If I saw a book in the bookstore and there was one name,
Kyle, 23M.
Be like, damn, okay.
I'd buy that.
All right. Okay, you think they broke up?
Yep.
You think he's an author?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very reasonable.
All right. Those are good odds.
Yeah.
Here we go. So it's been a while. I didn't think I would update because the original update would have been mostly us talking and working things out, agreeing that whenever he felt insecure, he could tell me and I could focus my attention on him for a while. It worked really great. Well, until I found out he had been f***ing his coworker, that is. Well,
There you go.
You know what's crazy about that is like, it is a pretty big pattern where if someone is being unfaithful, they will often look at you and be
And
like,
accuse you.
I bet you're unfaithful. In fact, you're mean and you're unfaithful and you're
Right,
like,
they're justifying their unfaithfulness.
Yeah, so
every time.
that's what that
every
is.
time.
it's a very common trait. I don't have the details. I don't want the details, but he admitted to it in the end, so he did it. That's enough. He wanted to work it out and apologized, begged for a second chance, but honestly, the idea that he said a word to me about an audiobook about Edward frickin' Cullen while he was getting strange on the side, it killed any opportunity for forgiveness I had inside of me. It was so ridiculous. I laugh thinking about it now, and it's been a month since we broke up. Like, it makes me feel insane. It is so funny. He was yelling at me for listening to a book about Mormon vampires while he was cheating on me. I cannot make this shit up. 100 points to whoever said projection the first time I posted. I can't remember if it was a comment or a message, but you were right. I wish I had a cookie. Well, cookie? Not the cookie!
Update. The guy from the last story has crawled through my TV like Samara.
Thanks for the help anyway. Even if the relationship is a bust now, I really do appreciate you all. Oh, man.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What a awful situation. Silver lining that it's hilarious.
It is funny.
'Cause, like-
unfortunately, it's hilarious.
Because like there's two little things you can have when you're like hurt from someone. You can have angry, which angry makes you not feel as sad, or you can have funny, and then you can look back and go, wow, that was so stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what a goof.
What a goof.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, that guy that cheated on her, real goof move.
Yeah.
For sure.
Absolute goof move.
Yeah.
Wow.
Goofy movie.
That's a good one.
What's the Prince guy's name in that?
Oh.
Powerline?
Oh, Powerline, yeah.
That's his
Damn.
name?
Yeah.
Wow, good brain.
There you go.
Wow.
good.
Had 6 hours of sleep.
The Reddit Stories chapters on this video is going to show like these stories and then like Goofy movie.
Goofy movie.
For 20 minutes.
Someone fast forward.
Synopsis of Goofy movie.
There's just 2 minutes where we're both like, we're all trying to do the like perfect cast. Like, okay, sit back
YouTube
down.
gives like the skip ahead button at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's like, we know they're just talking about Goofy movie.
They're
now.
being millennials right now.
Yep.
Give them a break.
Like, most replayed.
People love this. Okay. I can't be too shocked.
No.
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 Can't be too shocked.
Obviously, that was not a healthy thing.
Something was up either way. Either way, he had work to do.
That level of suspicion coming out of nowhere
It's
is
unfounded.
and it's crazy how common it is that when people are unfaithful that this like suspicion for their partner arises.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, but it's kind of what you said. It's like I'm capable of it, so my partner's capable of it too.
I think it's also like a guilt thing, and it's hard to be on like, I think the receiving end of that because you're like, how do I clock this? Because if someone's acting weird and calling out a thing about me, I do want to at least consider that there might be something wrong about me. And like, hence this, like, am I the asshole? Like, friends told me different things, but then it's, you know, later it's also clear.
And it's tough when, because this is what people do. They keep you on the ropes. So when you're on the ropes, you can't like be suspicious or like clock back or whatever because you're defending
power
yourself
dynamic.
so much. Yeah.
You're constantly trying to make up for something wrong that you don't have the space to go,
She's defending reading Twilight
Right.
over here. I mean, God.
You know,
wow.
And you know,
I've been listening to like video essays from Gabby Bell.
Okay.
Then just had the Twilight one on recently, and I was like, I didn't know Stephanie Meyer was Mormon, and then so here we go.
funny.
That's how you know.
And that's what made the whole video.
I tried to read Twilight back before it like blew up.
You're that cool?
Yeah, I'm a hipster for Twilight. I tried to read it and I just couldn't get into it. But I have no problem with it. But look, I'll read anything. I mean, I've said on Smosh Mouth, I read Morning Glory Milking Farm.
You did read it?
I read it.
Wait, you actually did?
I read it. And it's wild, man.
That's crazy.
And there's a bunch more in the series, and I gotta know what happens.
Yeah.
There's other monsters.
How much more milk is there?
There's other. Well, no, it goes to other monsters. There's
Okay.
a Mothman. There's a mermaid. There's a ghost. I'm like, how does
None
that
of those
work?
are mammals, so there's no milk. That's crazy. Well, is it more moth or is it more man?
Well, if it's a ghost of a mammal, ghost milk, ectoplasm.
I talk about
I don't
eating
think
ghost
milk.
meat
I
all
don't
the
think milk
time.
is involved in some of the other ones. I think they.
Well, then I'm out.
They moved past that.
I'm out. I'm a milk only guy.
I think you can, moths have like those fibers. I think you can like comb Mothman and make a little like sweater.
Well, that's
There you go.
nice.
weaving. I wove the Mothman.
I'll have to check it out.
Are you the author? By Kyle.
By Kyle. 23M, parentheses, horny.
Okay.
I haven't had caffeine in like 2 weeks, and I just chugged a yerba mate before this when I was real sleepy.
That's fucking awesome.
That's great. Our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for calling my sister a jealous hag because she got judgy over my husband making me an Easter basket? I believe as of this airing, Easter is tomorrow.
So he has not risen.
He has not rised yet.
He has not.
My husband and I do Easter baskets for one another, and this year he gave me mine early since I'll be gone. In the basket was the usual, dark chocolate bunny, Starburst jelly beans, and then some Swifty stuff from Etsy, a fidget toy, and really surprisingly, he got me 3 full bottles of perfume that were on my wish list.
Oh my God.
Cutie.
100 Silent Ways, Bianco Latte, and Oriana. I was shocked because that's a big spend. I was over the moon and took a pic and posted it to my Insta story. The next day, my sister came over. I'd left my basket on the table and she poked through it and took some jelly beans and then made a comment asking me if my husband had stepped out on me or something and was trying to make it up to me. I was like, no, of course not. Why would she say that? She asked why he'd go all out like this then, and how it must be nice to have all this extra money to spend when everyone around us is struggling. Oh, it must be nice to have such a picture-perfect marriage. I was really taken aback and asked her what her issue is. She was like, most women I know can't even get their husbands to fill a Christmas stocking for them, and you're out here bragging about yours and shoving it in everyone's faces. I'll be lucky if I get a card on my birthday. I told her to stop blaming me because she chose to marry a thoughtless man.
Oh no, that's an overstep.
That she had the choice to marry someone who did nice things for her, and she chose to marry a man who doesn't help around the house, buy her flowers, etc., and not be a pissy, jealous hag because she chose to settle for less.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
This set her off, and she started arguing with me more, telling me that I'm f***ed up for calling her a jealous hag when there's nothing to be jealous of. More like embarrassed that it's 2024 and I'm acting like life is a rom-com. That the fact that I even listen to Taylor Swift is proof that I need to grow up. I told her to just get out and doubled down on her being a pissy, jealous hag. Now that I'm on the other side of the country for work, I feel like maybe I was over the top in calling her a jealous hag. You're just jealous is the most annoying comeback in the world, and I used it on my own sister. She also typically texts me throughout her day, and she hasn't sent me anything since then, which means she is definitely still pissed. Am I the asshole?
No, she's a jealous hag.
You didn't need hag.
You didn't need hag,
You
but
didn't need
sorry, she
hag.
was being a jealous hag.
She was being jealous. I didn't get hag.
I was getting pissy though.
Hags can be extremely powerful.
Yes. They're curses.
They're curses. They
Yeah.
can be very powerful. They're
100%.
formidable opponents.
Yeah.
It was a compliment.
It was actually, I mentioned it as a compliment.
I was trying to say something nice.
I meant that you're cursed. That's such a wild statement, like to see like a really kind gift and be like, so did he like cheat on you? And
Yeah,
then it's
what?
like,
Right,
damn,
right.
bro.
And also, what if life was a rom-com?
Right. And sorry, was life a rom-com and now it's not because it's 2024? What does that
Yeah.
mean?
I'm not saying she's wrong or not, but if someone said something of that, especially like a brother or sister, if they said all of that shit of that nature, I think my response would be like, is everything okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, did your husband cheat on you? Like,
Yeah.
whoa,
What's
it feels.
going
I'm
on?
feeling some projection here.
Well,
'Cause
she
damn.
can't even get a birthday card, is what she said. So
I
clearly
know.
she's unhappy.
Damn.
She's 100% projecting, and yes, maybe not a hag, but 100% jealous.
I mean, she is being jealous, right?
Right. Or envious. Yes.
Absolutely in this situation, and she's saying really mean things.
100%.
Out of thin air, where it's not necessary at all. I can understand the hag if this is a series of a pattern.
Okay.
If she's probably been dealing with this this is her sister.
Yeah.
They text all day, every day, she's saying.
Yeah.
Right.
This has probably been behavior that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
Then that happens.
Did she say it was older or younger?
I'm assuming older because she's a hag.
Yes.
Oh, I was assuming younger.
Sure.
Because she was acting like a hag.
Acting like a hag. I don't actually know. It doesn't say.
interesting.
But
Just with the power dynamic. I guess it goes either way, too.
I guess my thought always is with like with siblings,
Especially sisters.
sisters, is I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter necessarily to me if you're an asshole or not. It's just like, what do you want to happen? Because by calling your sister a hag, it can't just end there. You got if this is someone if you're planning on cutting her out of your life, you can say whatever you want to her. But if you guys are going to maintain a relationship for the rest of your life, like you're going to have to resolve every argument and everything you say to each other. So like, are you trying to make the situation more intense, or are you trying to like?
Yeah.
That's why I'm not saying she's wrong for calling her a hag, as much as I'm like, eventually, do you want your sister to not be this way to you? So I like call her out on that behavior. Calling her out on her behavior is totally warranted, but also being like, why are you saying these things?
It certainly seems like a quick response, right?
Totally.
She was obviously just reacting out of anger.
course.
Because clearly her sister threw the first punch, so to speak.
Yeah.
She immediately saw this basket. What I'm getting from it is that she was like, oh my gosh, like I wish my husband would do something like this. Like he would never. And is sort of like, well, I need to protect myself and convince myself that this isn't what I want by being like, ew, who would want this?
Yeah.
And bring her sister down, which affected her sister, obviously, and made her be like, why aren't you supporting me, you pissy, jealous hag? And jumped in there and kind of attacked her like that. And clearly, it seems like she's not a bad person. She's like feeling regret for saying that stuff. She's guilty.
Of course.
But she was being jealous, and I think she did deserve to be called out on that front.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely. I do think in these situations, when someone's acting irrationally or saying really jealous things or really like cruel or just like out of pocket stuff, I do think questions disarm the situation so much better.
Yes.
And I think you can still get that satisfaction of kind of like, if you want to dunk on them, you can still get it by just throwing a question back at them. It's just like, sometimes it's as simple as like, why would you say something like that? And it's
That's
just like-
brilliant.
and then it's
Or
just
where
like,
is
well,
this coming
I don't know,
from?
I can't get my husband to do this. It's like, why do you think that is? Like, why? Like, just if you ask these questions, she's going to have to admit. She's already kind of admitting her situation sucks. But the verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole for calling her out on her jealousy, as she was the one who made an issue where one didn't exist, and then attacked you by trying to say that your taste in music made you immature. Different people have different budgets and therefore different lifestyles. That's just the way things are. Where you are kind of the asshole is when you commented on her relationship with her husband. Is the guy truly thoughtless, or did you just irrationally lash out because your sister was being aggressive? If she and her husband can't afford lavish gifts, that doesn't mean that what they do get is any less meaningful. That's also true. She was also like, oh, it's not my fault you married a thoughtless man.
Which was fire.
Like throwing it would look, if I'm watching Bridgerton, I'm like, hell yeah.
You're like, yeah, you ate.
I feel like asking questions, I feel like she was already saying that. Like she's offended by you saying, like confirming what she was already saying. It's like, I can't get my husband to do this. It's like, well, you married a thoughtless guy. It's like, how dare you?
Right, right.
That's what you just said.
Yeah, but that is
literally what you just
that is
said.
a fair argument though, that like that's just assuming like just because he's not giving you gifts doesn't mean that he's a bad husband. Like there's
course.
clearly, hopefully, other qualities that are redeemable in him.
Of course.
And it goes back to love languages too.
Yeah.
OP responded to that saying, hi, I wanted to respond to this because I want to make it clear that I don't say these things because he isn't spending tons of money on lavish gifts for her. I get why there's hesitance over me naming the perfumes, but I thought it would be useful context. I hope my explanation helps. It's not about the money, but about the effort and attention. My sister's husband does not pay attention to what she likes or dislikes in terms of gifts. If he even remembers to get her things, he gives her very generic things that he probably finds on lists of 30 gifts for wives, and it's often stuff she doesn't like. She has complained about it for years, and nothing ever changes because at his core, he doesn't care. She will go out of her way to make stockings for him and the kids, but she doesn't get that effort returned. Aww.
She heard us and said, no, he sucks.
No, I'm sorry. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Someone else asked, Easter baskets for adults? Never heard of it. No shade. OP says, I don't think it's that common, but my mom always did it for my dad, and they have a really good and fun marriage. It's always been just really silly stuff dressed up in the old baskets we have. One year, my mom didn't realize when Easter was and ended up giving my dad stuff from the pantry he forgot about, and he was over the moon because he didn't know we had beef jerky left. LOL.
That's so sweet.
That's very sweet.
Yeah.
But-
Please say update.
No update.
Don't.
I don't think there's much,
There's not much to update.
like,
Well, I want to know if the sister's like, bitch. and coming back, you know?
The sister needs to realize the villain here is her husband.
That's juicy.
That is the case. Like the sister's getting mad at OP, but the real problem is her husband is a piece of shit.
Is he a piece of shit?
That's what the OP was just like. He's not really like thinking about her like at all.
Well, because he's the Easter bunny. He has Easter to think about.
There you go. He's got a bunch of eggs to deliver up in that basket.
Bet you didn't think about that?
That he did day about day.
Our first story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend to suck it up around my clown figurines?
Oh, she's got to love the clown
What can I
figurines, or what are you
say?
even doing?
What can I say?
What are you gonna do?
This is just fun.
This is a 26-year-old man. Me and my girlfriend, who's 24, have been dating for 2 years. Since we started dating, she's known that I love clowns. I have several porcelain clowns displayed around my house on walls, hung from the ceiling on little swings and on shelves. I adore these weird little creatures. Well, last week I bought 2 Venetian masks from the thrift store, and they're in great condition. I got them for a decent price, too. She hates them. She said they're creepy and give her bad vibes, whatever that means. I told her that I would take down the masks when she's staying the night, but I'm not getting rid of them. She told me that was fine. Yesterday, she got up and told me that we needed to talk. She told me that she's sick of seeing my weird decorations and clown toys everywhere, that they're ugly and creep her out. I asked her where this was all coming from because she has never mentioned my clowns before, and she said me bringing those ugly fucking masks into our home was her last straw. And my obsession with clowns was charming before, but now it's just disturbing. I told her that I would take down the masks when she was over, but 1, this isn't our home, it's my apartment, and 2, she's known about the clowns for years. And to try to stop me from decorating my place how I please is controlling. She told me either get rid of some of them or we're done. I told her to just suck it up while she's here, and if she can't, then I'll come to her place every week. She didn't like that answer and called me a child before leaving. I texted her to apologize for telling her to suck it up about the clowns, but she hasn't responded to me. So, am I the asshole for telling her to suck it up about my clown figurines?
No, not really. I mean, he likes clowns. It's his place. He wants to look at masks and little things hanging on a swing. That's his prerogative.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Don't hook up there. I get that. That's really awkward.
But eventually, if she wants a future with this guy, she's gonna have to.
She's gonna have to accept.
She's gonna have.
Or he has a clown room.
Is that worse, though, to know that there is a clown room behind a door in your home and it whispers to you as you walk by?
To me, no.
Okay.
Because I get to go, and there it is, and I never have to step in there.
Yeah.
But if we're sharing a home, if it's everywhere, I mean, this could be this sounds like a deal breaker for her.
But, like, she has known about it. Like, honestly, I feel
but
like
he
if
added masks.
So is it the mask? She did say get rid of some of the clowns. What is the cap? What is the clown cap?
I know. Either get rid of some of them or we're done. Like, depends on the clowns.
I think it's the masks.
The masks seem to really take it to the next level.
Because those are a little creepy.
It depends. I mean, look, I've talked about clowns and stuff like that
enjoy.
recently. I look at auctions all the time. I have 2 Venetian masks that I'm watching right now just because.
Watching them? Like...
Watching, and they watch me, and then whoever blinks first gets trapped in the mask, and then their spirit comes out.
Stop, Damien.
That's how it works.
That's the shit that I think about, though. I'm like, that mask is going to take me to another fucking upside-down place.
No, you're more
and I'm gonna be
powerful. That's why
stuck
you're
there.
here. If they would have, they could have.
See?
Sorry. But we've had this conversation about like, oh, I've got bugs on my wall and my boyfriend doesn't like it. Like we've had this in multiple forms already. I know a lot of people don't like clowns, but like that's what you're dealing with. It's his place.
That's his interest.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of one of those things that's a tough deal breaker where it's like you can't tell someone to change their whole interest or vibe, you know? Like that's who they are and that's what they like. It's gonna be hard to like bring that together if you really can't stand it, if it terrifies you. And I relate to it terrifying you. I don't like things with faces, with human faces.
Yeah.
I don't love decorations of any sort that have like a human face to them. No, it just makes me uncomfortable.
Right.
Especially like if it's dark, I'm just like, I look over and I see a little face there, just like,
No, that's
like, I don't like
scary.
it.
That's like understandably scary, and actually that's well known. I was streaming the other day, and there was like a little doll in the quest, and like the whole thing was like freeing its spirit, and the game glitched, and its head looked up like in a very creepy way, and multiple people in the chat were like, "Oh, Shane would have hated that," and I was like, "Yeah, I hated it. I hated that too." But yes, like And so that's why I bring down my dolls whenever you come over.
It's really
You
sweet.
just lay them all out.
To me, I'm like, it's upsetting to make someone like hide away their stuff because it makes you uncomfortable.
Yep.
Like, clearly clowns is a part of his whole
That's his vibe, man.
vibe. And like, you have to, I hate, suck it up is just the wrong, it's the wrong phrasing.
Yeah.
Suck it up, I don't enjoy that.
No.
That's the only asshole part of this is to say suck it up. Like, it sucks because he like got a 99 on the test. Like,
Yeah, he did well.
He did well.
He should have
was
wore
like-
the mask and said, accept me.
Yeah.
Accept me, baby.
He's like, witness me. Yeah, actually get into it. No, it's just, yeah, suck it up is rude, but obviously his feelings were hurt and you sometimes don't know what else to say. Like, I've had conversations where I've with someone just been like, I don't really know what else to tell you.
So apparently there were a lot of no one's the asshole verdicts in the comments. The verdict was not the asshole. But a lot of people were saying, hey, I don't think anyone's the asshole here.
fair.
And I agree, the suck it up comment might be, depending on how
much.
how exactly that was worded. I mean, if he just said suck it up, yeah, that's rude. But I think they're just truly at an impasse.
Yeah.
Like this is a tough thing where you guys gotta decide if you can handle this. Because making someone either adhere to something that makes them uncomfortable or giving up something that means something to them, that's tough, you know? That's really hard. There might be a compromise in there, like the clown room, a clown car.
Well, here's the thing, they're not together. They're not living together.
true.
But I will say, if
But
he's
that
like,
will be an
whatever,
issue.
we'll just go over to your place. But again, yes, that will be. So it's like, you know, my sister's, she was dating this guy and he had this rocking chair that she hated. It was like, but it meant so much to him.
Why did she hate the rocking chair?
I don't know. She thought it was really fucking creepy.
It was not the rocking chair, it was just the old man that appeared only at midnight.
That she saw.
That she could see through.
So she made him put it like, when they were living together, like deep in the basement. So you just open the
That's
basement.
how you make some. If you think something's haunted, you don't put it deep in the basement. That's how it gets. It's gonna get more haunted.
Just a rocking chair. So then I had to experience the haunting. So there are other people affected in this situation, is what I'm trying to say.
But to our knowledge, she has neither a clown phobia nor is there a ghost.
That we know.
Yeah, like has a clown. Here's the other thing. I think it would be a different story if like a clown has affected her in a bad way.
Yeah.
Sure.
Her dad was a clown.
I watched it when I was like
No, I
5 or
was thinking
6. I
about-
still like clowns.
I got a fender bender with a clown car, and all of them got out.
I haven't
was
seen a
about to
clown
say-
car in a while.
Thank God you haven't just like mowed over them. You're like, I killed 30 clowns. I accidentally fender bent them on the freeway, but it was a lot.
She's like, I have a hard time with clowns because I killed one. Because I killed them. And so I feel really guilty whenever I see clowns.
Jesus.
Whenever I close my eyes, I see them like, ah, and that's just, the last thing. I guess they were facing me. I ran them over.
I tried to stop the bleeding, but all the candy kept falling out. Goodbye. Okay. Comments. Not the asshole. As someone who isn't into clowns but loves Venetian masks, I can understand being creeped out by some of them. However, her turning this on your entire interest for clowns that you've had your whole relationships makes her the asshole. Also, if she's giving you ultimatums over how you decorate your own space based on your own interests, she's not the one. There will be someone who will appreciate your collection, if not add to it themselves. OP responded saying, that's the crazy thing. She has bought me little clowns before. She has found a print of 2 clowns kissing at an art fest she went to, and she picked it up for me. Oh, okay.
I think it's the masks. I think
sounds
that
like it's
threw
the
her
masks.
over the edge.
Yeah.
Does she hate Venice? It is sinking. That is sad.
It's very sad.
Someone said, good thing you found this out about her now. It isn't going to last. You're not the asshole right now because it is your place. But if the relationship progresses, you're likely to have a place together and then she won't allow it. And you'll be right back at this point, but with more feelings. Better to cut bait now and both get on with your lives. Find someone tolerant who doesn't care what your hobby is. And you can put up with her creepy 18th century Gothic porcelain doll collection too. Lastly, someone said, well, not the asshole, but no assholes here. She has the right to have an opinion and voice it out. You have the right to keep your stuff. If both can't fit together, you part ways. I think what you explained is reasonable, and she is entitled to her preferences. Yeah, I mean, I disagree with small things of how they both went about things, but overall, the end dilemma is the same, and they're not assholes for how they feel about it.
Right.
One thing I wish I had learned when I was like much earlier in life was not to like change too much about yourself for someone. Like people put up with so much at the beginning and it's like, do you like clowns? And someone might just be like, yeah, totally. Or like, do you like classic French cinema? Yeah, totally. Let's go watch some. And then 2 years later, you end up in a spot like this. Like it's always better to be honest right off the bat and like just, if the person's not right for you, you should say it. Like,
Yeah, it's hard.
I don't think she just started not liking clowns, you know?
Yeah. I think maybe it's as things are getting more serious that she's starting to be like, oh,
I think he's adding more to the collection, and she's like, uh-oh. I thought we were kind of chilling for a little bit. I thought that was enough.
Yeah.
It's the masks.
It is the masks. They can be weird.
Update.
I knew it.
I wanted to clear up some things I saw in the comments. I had a small collection started by my grandparents when I was a baby. That's where I got my first swing jester. The collection has grown in the last 2 years to expand to common decor and not just dolls. For the update, she saw the post, she read the comments, and called me today. She wasn't too happy about being called the asshole, but she apologized for being controlling. Turns out she wanted to see if I'd get rid of my collection if it meant keeping her, like it was some relationship test. Note, she did really hate the Venetian masks and didn't like that they are hanging above my bed. I told her that if it came down between her needing me to get rid of them / sell them for expenses, then I would of course do that. But I'm not just going to get rid of my collection because someone says so. She asked if we could move on from this, and I told her no. I don't like that she tried to test my love by asking me to get rid of my collection. She left. We're officially broken up now. On the bright side, I can fill my house with more clown dolls. I even found a music box one online that I might get. Thank you everyone for helping me figure out that I wasn't in the wrong. And to those saying I'm a serial killer for owning clowns, I've read quite a few comments from people collecting dead things, so I think I'm in the clear on that. Yeah,
okay.
There's some wild collections. That
He kind of went the opposite direction.
Were you hoping that they
update.
didn't break up?
Well, here's the deal. He never mentioned that the masks were over the bed.
That's a big one.
That.
That's a weird one.
I'm telling you, it was all the masks. If he just moved them away from the bed, that's not too crazy to ask.
I would agree with that. No clowns in the bedroom, no masks in the bedroom.
He's like, see, I did it. And now I'm going to be single forever and fill up my house with clown shit.
What if it was like, well, sometimes they're over my bed, and then sometimes I find them in other parts of my house?
Yeah.
This is what I don't like. This is the shit that I don't like. If you said that to me, I'd be like, we're moving the fucking mask.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of respect that they did break up because for me, this was like, oh, it's probably about the principle of the thing. Like, if I had any, like, I don't collect anything in particular, really, but it's like, if I had something and someone was like, I'm testing you with it, it'd be like,
yeah, that sucks.
are we is it really just this, or is this gonna be a precedent we set? And I don't like that precedent.
No, a test is a whole new thing.
Yeah, you're right.
I guess we're all the asshole when you really think about it.
It's so true.
Honestly, yeah.
But masks, no thank you.
I guess we all kind of wear our own masks sometimes, if you really think about it. What the hell?
Am I the asshole for not wanting to play a game my girlfriend created?
Oh no.
Dude, already. That's a heater.
This is awesome.
Oh, Kim coming out hot.
So we have a 27-year-old guy here. He says, my girlfriend, who's 24, has been working on a visual novel game as a side project for almost 2 years and recently finished it. She wanted me to play it, but I initially declined since I'm not into visual novels or reading long stories. But after she begged, I gave it a try and played for a good 15 minutes. Now I can tell she put in a lot of effort in the writing and the art, and it was a good start, but I just got tired of reading and stopped. She asked what I thought and wanted me to eventually finish it and tell her what I thought about the choices and the endings, but I told her I had no plans to. She looked shocked and asked if it was boring. I told her no, it's just that I'm just not into this type of genre, and she knows I'm not into reading, but asked me to make an exception this time since she made it. I got upset because I think she is being childish and wants to blackmail me into doing something I don't want. After I made it clear I wasn't continuing, she hasn't talked to me since. I already know that she is talented and smart, so just because I don't want to play it doesn't mean I don't support her. Some of my friends agree she's being immature, but others think I should be more supportive. So am I the asshole?
This is literally how it feels when you guys aren't into a game that I put on Smosh games.
This board game sucks, dude.
Whenever Angela and Amanda talk during Resident Evil, I pause the game. I'm like, so you guys, I created this.
You guys aren't into this?
Oh man, what a loose use of the word blackmail.
No, I was gonna say black.
what's
when
the
he threw blackmail, I was
here?
like, what is that? Like, where?
You mean
with
asking?
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the f?
What was the line he said? He's like, I'm not gonna put any more time into this. Or
Yeah, he put 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
So at least she's been working on it for 2 years.
I don't like to read.
It's like,
You babe, you know I don't like reading.
reading and artwork. It's a whole lot, babe.
Babe, you don't know. You know I don't love engaging with the things you've created.
Right. Yeah, I think he's like missing. He's clearly missing the entire point of like, oh, this isn't my genre. It's like that's cool, man.
Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. You know, she's been working on this for 2 years.
If like at least commit. If he had said an hour, maybe I might have felt like a little like sliver of like, oh, you gave it the old college try.
15 minutes is
15 minutes is crazy.
A bowl of cereal is 15 minutes.
She's not even like asking him like to read it and enjoy it. Like she's like, I want your help. Like here's something I'm passionate about. Here's something I'm working on. Can I get your opinion on this? And that could be anything, you know. Like
What does he care about?
I don't fucking know what this guy actually likes.
Yeah.
That guy likes Gatorade and bicep day.
He's like,
I don't read.
Sorry, babe. I'm done reading. I got to go back to watching porn.
I just, if anything, if the fact that he doesn't like it means that he would probably have valuable insight to improve it and make it more broadly applicable if he actually cared about
could have like a
giving some feedback.
Yeah, like a just a different perspective on it. And he's even admitting like she's put in a lot of effort and it's a good start. I just got tired of reading and stopped. It's like, okay, so you even acknowledge that it's not like bad.
I got tired of reading.
Yeah.
Is such like a, what does that mean? You went like, my eyes hurt.
Like revisit it. Like come back to it. But he's like, I'm not gonna revisit it.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
That's friggin' wild, man. I also think it's such a show of like care, especially like this is his girlfriend, right? You know, like this is his partner. Like showing interest in someone's interest is almost more important than anything, right? And so he's just
It's like
completely.
if you ever like watched a movie like if it's like, oh, if your partner's like, oh, like I want you to see this movie with me. It's like one of my favorite movies. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
And there's 2 hours.
Yeah, right.
I'm such a believer in that because I'm not really a believer of like, that's not my genre, so I don't partake in it, right? I'm like, anything can be
What a closed-minded way to approach everything.
Anything can be fun, but I'm like, oh, if something matters to someone, like I'll check it out to understand why you like it or to learn more about you in the process. He's kind of removed, like, he's not thinking about the relationship element of this. He's just thinking about this thing in itself, as if he found it at a store and he's like, oh, well, I'm not into this. Like, that's cool.
That's fine. You don't owe, like, anything to a thing you randomly found. But, like, you should give your partner attention and try to share their interests in a way that is productive. And I don't know, the whole element of I'm not going to revisit it is so crazy to me. Just do it tomorrow if you're not feeling it today.
Yeah.
I think I'm never going to read that again. I don't know.
You gotta power through those first 15 minutes. The game really opens up after the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, seriously.
The only reason I was even like a little apprehensive about like maybe this guy's got nothing is like maybe she laid their relationship bare in this novel. And
where it's like, hey, this is like, it's like about our relationship. It's like, well, I don't know. That's a whole other
that'd be him being uncomfortable with it.
Uncomfortable with it. But
this is him being like, no.
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, like this is brutal. Like if I knew someone, she's like, yeah, I've been working on this visual novel for 2 years, and I asked my boyfriend if he could read it, and he spent 15 minutes on it and then said, no, I'm good. I'd be like, damn.
I know you can do it.
Like, damn, okay, so the bar's there. All right. The verdict is asshole. Comments. You're the asshole. Your girlfriend worked for years on this project and you can't be bothered to spend an hour or two supporting her by playing it. You're the immature one here. Partners do things for each other. Get off the internet and apologize to her. It's 25,000 upvotes.
He probably spent like 15 minutes on this post.
Yeah.
He wrote this whole post?
Yeah.
He spent more time on this.
Easily
for
more
sure.
than 15.
Someone said, you're the asshole. Relationships require effort. If you aren't willing to put in the effort to support her work and do something for her, I hope she can find someone who does. Lastly, someone said, you're the asshole. Why did you ask here? You realize you have to read the answers, right? Tell your girlfriend you prefer to read bullshit from strangers before her game and then come here and tell us how it goes. We would like reading that.
It sounds like she needs like a sensitive gamer boyfriend.
Yeah.
Girls just don't even see us gamers as guys.
Oh, dude. She wants me to read. Like, I don't know. I'm like scared of reading. I don't know. Have you guys ever read a visual or played a visual novel? I don't think I have.
I feel like that's like a choice-based visual medium, right? That you kind of like are guided through the story.
It's a choose your own adventure in a video game.
Yeah, with
form.
pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds cool.
That does sound cool.
I've read Goosebumps Choose Your Own Adventure, so I guess I have.
It's a story. I mean, it's like, hey, bro, do you enjoy storytelling?
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, bro, fancy a story?
Fancy a story?
Yeah.
Fancy a tale?
The closest that I've had that I definitely hit this kind of thing where I'm like, I'm just not in the zone for this, was this game called Disco Elysium. It's one of the best games ever made, but it's like truly it's like, every time your character talks to someone, it's like you're gonna be reading for like 10 minutes.
Courtney Miller's Disco Elysium. You're like,
but it's like intense stuff, and I was just
I don't
like,
have 5 minutes for this.
I was like,
but no, I think that is
it.
closest. Or I mean, what was the game you and Damien played forever ago? Like
Doki Doki Literature Club.
Doki Literature Club
That's
is like
a visual novel,
close, yeah.
And then also there's Dream Daddy.
Yeah, exactly.
I've not heard of a single one of these so far.
These are like dating sims, so it's like
Okay.
Dream Daddy's the one where like you're a new dad in this neighborhood where there's tons of hot dads, and you're talking to you're a hot dad talking to other hot dads.
Okay, cool.
It's really cool.
I think dating sims and visual novels are like often conflated with because I think there's a lot of elements that they share.
There's a walking simulator that is kind of a visual novel that I love called Firewatch.
Oh, I love Firewatch.
Yeah, that feels like
Our
maybe a
sound guy
visual
Scott
novel.
loves Firewatch too. I saw his hands pumping in the air.
Firewatch.
Firewatch is incredible.
Mwah.
I respect it. But I have not participated too
But
much.
I wouldn't play more than 15 minutes.
I'd probably play a little.
Otherwise, that's blackmail.
Yeah. Otherwise, essentially,
That becomes
anytime, if your partner makes you do something, I'm like, I'm being blackmailed.
You're committing fraud right now.
Legally, I shouldn't be talking to you.
Am I the asshole for snitching on a coworker for spitting on a customer's food?
Okay. That is fucking gross.
That's awful.
That is, who actually does that? That is nasty.
That scares me.
Yeah.
But I feel like most people are not that indecent.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I feel like happens in movies that it's like, hopefully that doesn't happen in real life.
And it's also like, if I saw someone spit in a customer's food, I'd be like, you need to take that in the back and you need to get them a new plate right now. That is absolutely crazy town.
Yeah.
That is crazy. And like if chef saw you do that, or if like the people who just cooked that meal, they're like,
So you just wasted my time?
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe they deserved it. I don't believe it. I just wanted to.
Unless they were like, spit in my food. They're like, can you like?
How much is an add-on of spit?
Yeah.
There's the Family Guy joke where they bring it to the newscaster and he spits in his drink and he's just like, what's in this? He's like, oh, I spit in it. And he's like, bring me the one with urine like I asked.
That's awesome.
Thanks. All right, let's get into this story.
Okay.
I work as a server at a popular chain restaurant. Last Saturday, it was a very stressful day as we were extremely busy. One of my coworkers, let's call her Tanya, was in an especially bad mood due to the amount of customers assigned to her section.
Okay.
The issue started when one of the customers ordered chicken strips with buffalo sauce on the side. As Tanya was walking with her tray of food, the sauce dish tipped over and spilled some buffalo sauce over the customer's fries and baked potato. I'm guessing she didn't think it was a big deal to have some hot sauce on your potatoes, so she brought it to the customer anyway. Well, the customer eventually called her back and asked for new fries and a new potato because they didn't want buffalo sauce all over their food.
Sure.
Yeah. Tanya came back to the kitchen unreasonably upset. She was complaining about spoiled people, wasting food, extra work, and things like that. The cook made a new plate of food, and as Tanya was walking out of the kitchen, she stuck out her tongue and spit little flecks of spit all over the customer's food.
That's disgusting.
That's awful.
I was shocked because I'd never actually seen someone do that in real life.
Right.
I thought that kind of thing only happened in movies and TV shows.
Literally.
Like I just said. I was even more surprised that she did it during a pandemic. Yeah, this came out, this is 2021.
No.
For some context. So, probably the worst time in history.
Right.
Maybe
I mean, never
the
do
Black
it, but
Plague.
like Spanish influenza. You know, every 100 years is the worst possible time to do this. At the end of my shift, I told my boss what I saw, and he had a talk with Tanya afterwards. Now, everyone I work with knows that I did this since my boss told Tanya that I saw her spit on the food. They're all calling me a snitch. Tanya herself calls me the snitch if she ever has a chance to refer to me.
She still works there?
She no longer speaks to me at all. I believe even my boss isn't happy that I snitched, though he hasn't said anything directly. I just feel a whole different vibe from him now. It's gotten to the point where I basically lost all of my work friends due to snitching. I'm not sure they will ever get over this because of how legitimately upset everyone is. I'm considering finding a new job because it has gotten so bad. Am I the asshole for snitching? Should I have just talked to Tanya privately and not told her boss? Okay, so we have some context. OP did not tell the manager until later, so the food got to the table.
That is so messed up.
I will say, I was a little shocked because I'm scrolling down and I see that the verdict is everyone sucks here. And I was a little confused because I'm like, no, like you need to call that out. They spit in food.
Right.
But they didn't. They let the food get to the people.
Yeah.
And they
didn't do it in time.
They did. They needed. You need to.
You need to
You stopped
stop
that
that immediately.
You saw her spit in it. Whoa!
Because I was gonna make a joke.
Sorry.
I was gonna make a joke before we started this of like, oh, someone's poisoned their food, whatever. Technically, in 2021,
that could be the
this is
case.
effectively a bioweapon,
Yeah.
right now.
Yes.
This could severely harm anyone at any time and at any
you don't
point.
know what you got
But
in there.
this is particularly,
Yes.
it's even multiplied more.
The fact that she still works there, the fact that everyone else at that job is like, oh, you snitch. I'm like, maybe get a different job. These people sound like they don't have.
Yeah, Nightmare Town. I want to know what this place is. I don't want to
Right,
go.
exactly.
I don't want to go there.
This scares the hell out of me.
It's a chain restaurant.
It's a popular chain restaurant. I hope it's not Chili's.
Chili's, that's what I
know.
thought.
The buffalo sauce has me thinking it's Chili's.
It sounds like
I'm
some Applebee's shit.
You think this is Applebee's?
Oh, you know? Yeah.
I understand it's gotta. I mean, I've never been in these types of situations. I've never worked these types of jobs with these kinds of stakes. Literally. We'll be right back. But like, I know that I am someone who would feel a lot of anxiety having to snitch on someone. I fear that I would chicken out in a lot of situations. This is one where I would hope that I would call it out very quickly because that's so gross.
Right.
It's so awful. I don't even know that legally what level that is.
Exactly.
But because like there's places where spitting on someone is assault. So it's like, what is what could this be? I can't believe she still has her job. Because everyone up and down is horrible here. So there's some comments.
Okay.
Everyone sucks here. You for letting her serve food with spit in it to a customer and waiting to report it to your manager. Her, obviously, for spitting in a customer's food over a very reasonable request. Your manager for not keeping your report confidential and not firing Tanya's ass for this. All of your coworkers for thinking snitching is a bigger deal than being unsanitary, disgusting, and vengeful towards customers. That is 15,000 upvotes.
And the stupid patron for not wanting a little hot sauce on your fries and potato.
I liked it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I sometimes dip my fries in hot sauce, but I am someone that I don't like to have like the sauce on the fries. You know? Like, I like to have it the side like for
Would you send the plate back?
No.
No, I wouldn't either.
I would just eat it.
I gotta be honest, and this is on me. I'm not saying this is right. I have too much anxiety.
Yeah.
It would have to be so bad.
Exactly.
Shane, I'm the same way.
It would have to be so bad for me. I don't think I've ever sent food back in my life.
If it's clearly the wrong dish, I'll be like, oh, I think this is the wrong one.
Right.
I shit you not. And this is as someone who has no food allergies, no like food intolerances. When I get served the completely wrong plate of food, in my head I just go, well, maybe I'll like this one more.
Wow.
No, little baby.
And sometimes I discover it's really good. I'm also not a picky eater at all. Like I also have everything going for me where I'm like, I don't mind that much.
Yeah.
But if I did care, it would take a lot.
And watch this, as the server, I'm not, once it hits the table, I'm not taking that shit anywhere else.
Right, it's yours.
If it's on the table,
That's
I'm leaving
the
it.
rule.
But a lot of servers will fucking take that shit. And I'm like, no.
Once it's at the table, you're supposed to leave it there.
You gotta leave it there.
And so you would just also bring.
You also bring, but you don't take shit off someone. If it goes on another customer's table, you leave
It's a
that
germ
shit.
thing. Now it's theirs.
And like, just give it to them. Like,
right, or you'd be going and throwing it away.
Or you'd be going and throwing it away.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Let them take it home for the dog.
Yeah.
The dog.
For the dog. Someone replied to that comment saying, I can kind of forgive OP for not jumping in right away. I have social anxiety, and for me to draw attention to myself in the moment for something like that would be terrifying. Yeah, I mean, I'm not viewing OP as an asshole of the caliber of everyone else.
No.
They're all horrible. For me, it's not even like an asshole thing as much as just like, here's what you should have done.
Right.
But I understand because I'm putting myself in there and I'm like, I know the anxiety I would feel too. Because this is the result they got that they were probably scared of. And it's unfortunate that people like this also make people scared to stand up to people.
I wouldn't have gotten out of the kitchen. If she did it in the kitchen.
She did it as she was walking out of the kitchen, but you would have stopped her and been like, you can't serve that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking in my head if I would like, what would be my lie? Because I don't know if I would be like, your server spat on your food. I'd be like, a cup of bleach fell into the oil. You cannot eat that chicken or you'll die. I don't know, they wouldn't do that. But I'm like, I don't know what lie I would cook up, but I would definitely try and get that dish back. Would definitely try and get it back.
I don't know how I would do it.
I'd put on like a disguise. Like
Yeah, Raven, that's a Raven situation.
Yeah, like a guy who would like tie a damsel in distress to a railroad track. I'd come on, go, and like take it.
I would have done like the Disney Channel thing where like as soon as it gets to there, I'd have run over and been like, oh my God, a cockroach! And I like hit the table, hit the plate off the table, and I go, oh,
it splatters all over them.
Sorry, I guess I was wrong.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I made it even worse.
Yeah.
Other comment. Someone said, everyone sucks here. I am a server and have been for years. I have never seen anyone do this, and I work in a high volume setting with tough customers challenging us on the regular. Nobody has ever even joked about spitting on food. Your boss is an asshole for not firing her and for telling her who he saw. He should have just said he saw it on the cameras or that someone saw.
Yeah.
It could have been a cook. She wouldn't know. Either way, she should not still have a job, and everyone who is siding with her is garbage.
Yeah.
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 100%.
Yeah. Wow.
Yay.
Unless it was that guy from earlier who ordered 3 drinks in a row.
Then spit in his food.
Then it's all right. And then you give him the 3 drinks and you go, I spit in one of these.
And I poisoned the other one.
Poisoned the other 2.
And your baby is coming.
You
with
better
me.
hope you get my spit, baby. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I was just like, you get food and they're just like, I spit in your food, and then you're like, and they're like, oh no!
Thank you.
Am I the asshole for finding out I've been unknowingly paying rent to my husband and his mom for 2 years?
What?
All right.
Why is the mom in there?
I, a 31-year-old woman, have been married to Brian, 33-year-old man, for 2 years. Right after the wedding, we moved into an apartment he said was a great deal from a family friend. We agreed to split rent and utilities 50-50 to keep things equal since we were starting fresh and wanted to avoid money fights. So I've been sending him $700 a month just for the rent this whole time. 3 days ago at a barbecue, I overheard his mom talking about how it's nice getting rent from Brian's place and how smart they were to keep it in the family. Turns out his mom owns the apartment and Brian's on the deed too. I had no idea. He never told me. Just let me keep paying rent for 2 years like a clueless roommate. When I confronted him, he said I never asked and that I'm overreacting because we weren't overpaying. But I feel completely blindsided. It's not just the money, it's the secrecy.
Yes.
I told him I won't keep paying until we talk about a fair setup. Now he's acting like I'm the problem.
What the hell?
The mom and Brian own the apartment.
Yeah, but she's paying the monthly.
But she's paying them rent. Or she's paying them, the mortgage.
She's paying the mortgage.
But is she or is she paying the mortgage, or is it just like the place is already paid off and
we don't even know.
Right.
They could have it paid off, and she's just giving them money.
they're just making money off of the place
This is
as he's
also-
living in it.
This is her husband. Like, no, this.
Oh, this is a massive red flag.
No, incredibly messy.
Holy
like,
crap.
sorry, wait, that's your money combined
Yeah.
that you're taking. What?
And they never told her she's overheard it?
He's basically stealing from his wife.
Literally.
Is what he's doing.
And the fact that he's turning around being like, you're overreacting that I didn't tell you
didn't
where your
ask.
money is going.
You didn't ask.
Oh, I'm so sorry that I didn't say.
Place,
Wait, are you on the deed? That was a question that you were just supposed to come up with?
if your husband or wife buys property and doesn't tell you, like, what kind of marriage is that?
That's terrible.
And then you are financially involved, but you don't know?
You are liable for that property.
And you don't know?
For 2 years.
Yeah, no, this is where I talk about where I'm like, this is cheating to me. Like, this is in the
100%.
same realm of cheating, where it's like such disrespect of not telling your partner something and making huge decisions, having huge things going on, not involving them.
Which is just like, why are you married then? Like, why would you marry somebody who you want to exploit like that?
That kind of response too, the response is almost always worse than the action itself.
true.
When people get called out for the thing and being like, well, you didn't ask. It's like,
Right.
dude, you.
It's like,
you know
you're
what the-
cheating on me. Well, you didn't ask if I was
didn't-
seeing somebody else.
You piece of shit. I don't think you want a wife. I think you want a subletter.
Verdict was not the asshole. Comments, it's not even that you didn't ask. He said it was a family friend. It wasn't. It was him.
Yeah.
Someone said, and I bet she's the only one paying rent. OP replied, yeah, he's never shown me his half of the rent going anywhere. Starting to think I was the only one paying anything.
That's like so, what an awful feeling to feel like you're the only one paying.
Someone said, not the asshole, but girl, I'd be drafting divorce papers in a Lisa Frank notebook because this is giving financial betrayal and mama's boy energy. Like,
Yes.
imagine being married, paying rent, and finding out you're the tenant in your own damn marriage. This man let you roommate his investment property without telling you. That's not just shady, that's premeditated.
Yes.
You didn't marry a husband, you married a landlord with benefits.
Ooh.
Lastly,
We
someone
should get
said,
her on the show, that comment.
like that. That
Bring
was good.
her on.
Damn. Someone said, as far as I can tell, she can claim she's been paying for maintenance on the home this whole time, so that entitles her to equity in the home. They're married, and since she's been paying this money, she can demonstrate that it's a shared marital asset. She should get a lawyer and get her half of the house.
100%. If
Yeah.
she is paying this mortgage, she is involved in this house and it's not just the mother anymore.
That's crazy. And it is total boy mom energy to just like be making this kind of partnership and deal with your mom when you are married.
The hell,
and like
bro?
not letting your partner in on it. It's just like it just confuses me.
She found out via the mom saying stuff too.
At a barbecue?
Yeah.
Like, what were they serving?
No,
What were they serving?
That's a
I
very
need to know.
It's a very deliberate plan. This was evil.
Yeah.
That's bad.
I hate that.
I hate him.
I feel so
I
bad.
hate him. I hate him.
Hate him.
Brian.
There's no update on that. It was very recent. So, sorry.
It's because they're in a courtroom.
Hopefully.
I hope so.
They're too busy to update.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to remove my sister from the wedding party over a broken nose? That's awesome. All right. I, a 44-year-old man, am getting married to Amber, 35-year-old woman, fake name, next weekend. On Friday, I got a call from my youngest sister, Luna, 34-year-old woman, fake name, asking if I could pick her up from the hospital as her husband was away with work. Her job can be really physical and she's extremely outdoorsy and active, so her calling to be picked up from the hospital isn't unusual. When I arrived to pick up Luna, she was a bit of a mess covered in blood, and when she smiled, she was missing a tooth at the front. Turns out she'd come off her bike and smashed her face on the pavement. She's knocked out a tooth, got a fracture to her wrist, grazes and cuts all over, including her face, and had broken her nose with some awful-looking bruising around her eyes, which has now come up. Luna's fine, just annoyed she can't ride her bike and needs to rest. She did ask me not to tell Amber, which I thought was weird. When I told Amber that Luna was hurt, she asked if any of Luna's injuries would affect the wedding. I said Luna had a fracture to her wrist, so might have to carry her flowers differently, and might find having makeup applied uncomfortable as she had broken her nose. Amber told me that I needed to tell Luna she couldn't be a bridesmaid anymore. I disagreed, as I don't want Luna to be the only sibling excluded, especially over a broken nose. Amber said that she didn't want wedding pictures like Luna's. She wanted pictures she could be proud of. In Luna's wedding pictures, she's got a busted lip because she got punched at work a couple days before her wedding, and her husband had a cut on his forehead from headbutting a table during his bachelor party the weekend before the wedding.
What are these people doing?
What's going on?
I was like, she got a busted lip from work. She's a superhero. In those pictures, you don't see the injuries straight away, you see how happy they are. Amber then told me that she'd told Luna that if she had any injuries to her face in the run-up to the wedding, then Amber was going to make Luna just a guest. I told her that I wasn't going to tell Luna that she couldn't be in the wedding party over a broken nose. Amber's gone to stay at her sister's as she's mad at me choosing Luna over her and our wedding. Her sister has messaged me saying that Amber's considering canceling the wedding because I'm not on board with her vision for our wedding, and said that I'm being an asshole for not prioritizing Amber and her feelings. She also said that Luna knew what the consequences of getting hurt so close to the wedding would be. Am I the asshole for not wanting to remove my sister from the wedding party over a broken nose? Edit for clarity, this has gotten so many more responses than I ever thought it would. I've been reading the comments and it's been mentioned a few times about Luna's injuries and been speculated about how she gets them. My brother-in-law is not hurting her, nor is she doing it for attention. She works in private security. She got punched before her wedding day, breaking up a fight. I was there when my brother-in-law cut his forehead. I saw him headbutt the table and went with him to the hospital. When she had her cycling accident, she was wearing her gear, had her helmet on, but she hit a steep curb after swerving because someone opened their car door into the road without looking. Before this, her last hospital trip and accident was just before Christmas when she broke her foot after dropping a kettlebell on it. Last year, that accident should have made me realize about Amber as she was upset that all the pictures that had Luna in them from our family Christmas, Luna had a boot on her foot. According to Amber, it was distracting in her pictures, and there were a few comments on it on Amber's Instagram when she posted the pictures. Okay.
Come on.
Can I say though, Luna's hilarious.
She definitely has that thing in her brain where she doesn't feel pain because otherwise, what?
Zero fear.
Hey everyone, this is my
None.
sister, Wile E. Coyote. She gets a little messed up sometimes.
It's Tom and Jerry. The
It's
couple
Tom
is
and Jerry.
Dude.
Dude.
Squish.
It's unfortunately pretty funny. It's an accident. It wasn't like what's she supposed to do? Her job is private security. Like she's gonna get messed up. And it wasn't even from that. It was a freak accident.
Yeah, someone opening their door. I think my jaw was open and like dropped the entire time you were reading. I have a lot of thoughts because I'm like, one, Amber, Bridezilla, like Bridezilla. If she's gonna call off the wedding because you don't want to exclude your sister, let her. Let her, not your person. Like, should be more of a conversation there, and her like going off and kind of stonewalling OP. It's like, this is my sister.
Yeah.
Makeup these days can work wonders. And how often are you gonna look back at the pictures of the full wedding party? It's not really gonna be about that. But like, oh God, like I'm just like, I'm a little torn.
I think it's a little frustrating that this bride is like, you don't respect my vision. It's like your vision is treating these people like objects that are props in this scene that is your wedding. And like, it's about being happy, and like, I'm so sorry that a boot killed the vibe in a Christmas
At
picture.
Christmas.
I'm so sorry your family relative was injured and hurt and still wanted to be there because they care about you and their family. Like, they all want to be there because they're family and they love each other regardless of what's happening. Sometimes you can't prevent an injury. As careful as you can be. This person goes full send into life, clearly, in the best way, the person who has the injury. And I love that. I love that for them. Even if they were the most careful, something can happen. And because of that, they can't experience a very special day, you know?
It's interesting because it's the opposite of so many wedding stories we read about where they're upset about someone upstaging them. In like, oh, you showed up in a white dress, or you showed up like, we had a story where it was like, hey, this person's too good looking. They can't come to the wedding. Or else they'll look too good. This is the opposite where it's like, hey, you look too messed up. So you're gonna distract because you've got no teeth and your lip is messed up.
You
Like,
guys,
such an interesting logic.
Big old,
That's my biggest fear is walking up steps, tripping, and cracking my teeth on a step. I think about it every time I walk up the stairs.
The way you look so different with half a tooth.
Did you lose a tooth?
My sister did, and we look very alike, so I saw it, and I was like,
You saw a
me.
glimpse.
I saw a glimpse. It changes you. If you ever break a tooth, you take a selfie of that so you remember it for the rest of your life. 'Cause you look
It's an interesting thing of us working on a comedy YouTube channel is that if I break a tooth,
You'll use it.
I know that I'm like, hey,
You're gonna keep it for a
this is
long
gonna
time.
help me.
I'm gonna be like,
Like, this is gonna amplify what I do. You know, like like if we film something here and someone has a chipped tooth, I'm like, hey man, you're gonna get all the attention because you look funnier than us. Like, maybe you should step out.
You immediately
You're gonna
step
make
out.
us. You're gonna make us look
Also-
bad. I need to break my teeth. too.
Oh my God. No.
I think there's some red flags here. The Amber, the wife, or the Amber, the fiance, is talking a lot about how this wedding is like hers. She doesn't really seem to be thinking about how the wedding is like a joining of two people and viewing her husband as a team member. Also, if you're literally like leaving your partner's place and like staying somewhere else in the days leading up to a wedding, it's like maybe you should
Not a
delay
good
this.
sign.
This is
Yeah.
not the grounds for a solid wedding.
No. It seems like she cares more about the optics, more
Yeah.
about the wedding versus the marriage. Like she
Yeah.
just wants to get married to have the wedding.
Right.
And this beautiful vision. And it's like, that's not what it's really about.
Right.
It's such a privilege to be able to have people you love stand there next to you and support you. And like the fact that his family's all on good terms, like this is the ideal day. And you're gonna kick her out because she's maybe a little rough around the edges right now.
People are not your aesthetic to like.
That drives me nuts. I literally just had a story where someone asked her bridesmaids only because she thought they were all ugly. None of her best friends were included.
See, and this bride's doing the
What?
opposite. Like, the bride wants everyone to look like supermodels, apparently.
Insane. Insane. People need to stop losing their minds over weddings.
Right.
As someone that's
I
planning a
agree.
wedding, it's not that serious.
And we really objectify the idea of like everyone's position sometimes, like that, where it's like
Yeah.
I'm gonna select people that are not as pretty as me intentionally, regardless of how much I care about them. Like, whoa,
I'm just
yeah, no, it's baffling.
it's also shocking just with the wedding of how much people are thinking about other people. I'm like, what are you, like, you're not focused
Yeah.
on the person you're marrying? I also think there's the added layer. This would be just as bad if it was Amber's sister. But it's Amber's sister-in-law, and she's making
Yeah.
this decision for her husband of your sister's not invited now. And it's like, did you consider how important that is to him to have his sister there?
Yeah.
But she's like, no, you don't need to make that decision. She's gonna not stay with him because she's mad at him.
There's like a compromise here if you did want to compromise with someone like this. But I'd be like, okay, cool. She's not gonna be your bridesmaid. She'll be on my side.
yeah.
She'll be on my side. Like
Yeah.
that's how you could work around that. But I think the
would-
flags
she'd
are
be
there. The sirens are glaring. You might have to lose some deposits and run from this one.
All right, some comments here.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
So this was posted literally yesterday as of reading this.
Look at you.
So there's no verdict yet, but most were leaning towards not the asshole, but some saying everybody sucks here.
Interesting.
Which is interesting.
I
I'm
wanna
curious.
yeah.
I'm curious the take. Comments. Notice she asked if her injuries would affect the wedding before asking about her future sister-in-law's well-being. Red flag.
Oh, yeah, yes. Concerned about the optic.
3.4 thousand upvotes. Someone said this. She needs to realize that her wedding day is just the very, very beginning of a relationship, not just with you, but with your family. Treating your family ill from the start is not wise on her part. She needs to show more compassion and humility. Someone said a decent photographer could turn Luna into a giraffe. Bruises are nothing. Amber is way too image obsessed, and if this isn't unusual behavior for her, I'd certainly be rethinking if OP wants to be in their life from now on. Maybe telling Amber not to come back or to the venue until she corrects her attitude might be the wake-up call she needs. Someone said, not the asshole. Excluding someone over a broken nose is beyond ridiculous. I get it, she wants it to be a perfect image, but newsflash, life isn't always perfect. Weddings aren't meant for the aesthetic. They're supposed to be showcasing your love for your partner with your family and friends. Okay, so lastly, someone said everyone sucks here. Your sister is prone to have little accidents. She's carefree. And while she doesn't care how she looked at her wedding, your fiance obviously cares. Your fiance even called it and informed your sister about the consequences if she's going to be injured. Your sister didn't care, wasn't careful enough, and knew the consequences. She's the asshole for this. Your fiance is the asshole for the way she phrased it, as if the pictures are more important than a good time. She's also an asshole for demanding that you tell your sister. Your fiance should inform her she's fired as a bridesmaid, not you. I know it's a hard situation for you, but you should inform your sister that she was warned and now the consequences are not being a bridesmaid. This situation is not, I had an accident and I'm so sorry. It's, well, you told me I shouldn't do it, but I still wanted to and now I'm injured, but I don't care. You should just accept it. I don't know how I feel about that
I
because
don't love it.
Because for one, this accident wasn't her fault. It's not like she's going out jumping into pavement face first.
She's in private security. She's like helping people.
But someone just opened their car door. Like, how do
Yeah.
you plan for someone opening their car door as you're peacefully riding your bike? She had the helmet. She had the gear.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, okay, so any scenario where she was injured would have been bad. So if someone at her job assaulted her, would that count in the same category? It sounds like it. It sounds like she's just saying, you're not allowed to be injured for this. I don't understand.
Accidents happen.
Yeah.
And Photoshop also happens.
And Photoshop also
Photoshop. That is
exists.
such a great point. Like, get over yourself.
I guess I understand. The comment isn't necessarily. The comment still seems to say that the fiance is the bigger asshole here, but I don't know. I just don't think that logic works for me.
No, because like it's as if she was trying to set a boundary like that. People need to walk on eggshells and be careful not to get injured for my, like, how do you, I don't think there is a right way around this person. Like, this person expects everyone to kind of cater to how they want their life to be, regardless of how realistic it is. Like, hey, don't get injured. It's like, okay, I'll try. Like, why are you gonna hurt me? Like, how can one prevent life?
Not everyone can be Adam Sandler in a bubble. Like, that just doesn't, it's not reasonable. And like, we talk about like boundaries and like, you can only create a boundary involving yourself.
Right.
You can't dictate what other people are doing. So it's like, it's kind of an unfair ask. And I think that comment you read, Shane, where they were like, they didn't even ask if she was okay, just if she looked messed up, like that speaks volumes too.
Was that a Bubble Boy reference?
Yeah. Might have been.
I regret to inform you that was Jake Gyllenhaal.
But
what the heck?
That's okay. Jake
got
Gyllenhaal
it.
is so cute, and I got the
so
reference.
cute.
I was like, honestly,
It's a good reference though.
I was like, I bet there's some movie where Adam Sandler's in a bubble, you know?
Probably.
Adam, I'm putting you in a bubble. Next one. Grown Ups 4. Where are we at?
Yeah.
Where are we at with that?
Am I the asshole for sending pink envelopes?
Pink?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's got pink on the cover. No.
Well, she's
the color pink, I think.
Pink is not gay, but she is.
Pink is not gay.
I sell Pokemon cards on eBay as a side job.
Oh.
I have been doing it way before the rush on Pokemon cards was a big thing. When I mail out my cards, I like to send them in different colored envelopes to stand out. The colors are red, blue, pink, green, and yellow. They are randomly picked, and using different colors helps me remember who has what order. I have never gotten a complaint before and thought it was a great idea. So when your letter arrives, it's a fun experience instead of just getting a plain white envelope. I had an order for a card that was randomly put in a pink envelope and mailed off to the buyer. About a week or so later, I got a message on eBay from the buyer asking me not to send him pink envelopes because pink is for girls, and he doesn't want his neighbors to see him carrying a pink letter.
Yeah!
Yeah, you tell him. About a week goes by and I add more items to my eBay, and this person bought more things from me. About 10 different cards. I don't remember him from all the other orders, so one of his packages gets sent in a pink envelope. I had a lot of orders that week, and a lot of people got pink envelopes along with different colors. I'm also sure another one of his orders was sent in a blue one. He messages me again, furious that I have sent him another pink envelope. He informed me that he would not buy from me again if the next envelope was pink. His message also included, I don't want another pink letter. Only send me colors associated with the American flag. So only reds and blues.
What?
If it's on the gay flag, I don't want it. Weird because the pride flag is a rainbow, but I digress. So about 2 weeks later, he ordered about 20 cards, which is over the weight limit for eBay standard card shipping. So I broke his order down into separate orders. Cards were bought in different orders of 5, so it was easy to do. I had a buy 3, get 2 free deal. I decided I didn't want this person to go without his pink envelopes any longer, so I sent him 5 separate pink letters for his card.
That's awesome.
Now, where I think I might be the a-hole was when talking to my girlfriend, she defended him, saying he could have been in the closet and you exposed him to his family. I tried to show her the messages where I don't think that is the case.
Wait, say that again?
She said, his girlfriend said, he could have been in the closet and you exposed him to his family.
Because you know,
having a pink
when you get a pink envelope, they go, oh!
Well, it's like at Hogwarts, you know, you get the pink envelope, it's like,
You're a
gay.
wizard. You're gay, Harry.
And the owl shows up and goes, you. Not a who.
The sorting hat is like, Got me.
Got me. I guess so.
And I've been sorted.
Girl, we're getting you sorted.
I tried to show her the messages where I don't think that is the case. So then she said, maybe he doesn't want to be made fun of by his neighbors and now he will. But now I feel bad that he did ask to not get them sent anymore, but I decided to be petty. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
It's Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Period.
did we forget that it's Pokemon cards?
Period.
Yeah.
He's worried about his fragile American masculinity, and he's like, I order Pokemon cards by the single.
And it's like butterfly or whatever, butterfly or whatever.
Butterfree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the colors can all be linked to different types of Pokemon.
I was like, is he ordering fairy type Pokemon
Exactly.
cards? Yeah.
I don't think he's ordering fairy type Pokemon.
He's like, those don't exist in my eyes.
He has a dartboard with Sylveon on it.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
That's wild.
This is ridiculous.
Only send me reds and blues. None of that. None of the ones on the gay flag. It's like reds and blues are on
the
there,
gay flag.
too.
Yeah.
I think every color is on there.
It is. That's what a rainbow is. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I just can't even fathom it. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. How antiquated is the idea that pink is a girl color? But also, it's an envelope. What does it have to do? And you're throwing it away. You're opening it, and it's 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You're not even keeping the envelope. It's going straight into the trash or recycling. He probably doesn't recycle, honestly.
No, probably not. Yeah, it's not his choice what the letters he gets in the mail are. I mean, this is how fragile like masculinity is to some people. So
bonkers.
yeah,
I have such trouble understanding that. I don't know why. I can't understand it.
the amount of like confinements guys put on themselves of like, well, that's gay and I can't do that, and it just keeps building every year, and they can't do anything at this stage. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, straight men can't do anything.
They can't do anything. No, I remember.
Damn.
I remember a few years ago, I think I've told this story before, but a few years ago I was on a set, and there was it was a set where a lot of the crew were like older guys. And it was me and a couple actors. We're all like the same age, but one of the actors had just moved into a new apartment. And he was talking about, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it like totally clean. Like, he's like, that's my goal, is to keep my place super clean. And this like old sound guy is like, well, you don't wanna keep it too clean, because then people will think you're gay. And we were just like, what? And then he luckily, my friend responded, he's like, well, I'm gonna keep it gay clean all the time.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But like, truly, like, a lot of guys think that way. Like, keeping yourself put together is like seen as gay.
Very
like being
90s.
well dressed, like all these things, like good hygiene. They label everything, and so some of them do it on purpose. Like, they have their life a mess out of fear of being seen as something
But
else.
I see it as like an enhancement. It's like, yes, now I'm gay clean. That's like bonus points.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I have gay hygiene. Well, that's like a good thing for a straight guy. It is attractive.
yeah.
Like, it's hot.
Women-
It's like,
women
whoa,
love their-
women-
you're straight and you take care of yourself? I'm in.
Whoa, yeah.
It's so funny, like all the advice like straight men give to each other, all the women that I know are like, why are you doing that?
Yes, exactly.
It's so funny. Verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. This is hilarious. Your girlfriend is wrong. Even if he is closeted, nobody in their right mind is going to assume that because somebody mailed him a pink envelope that he's secretly gay. You have not outed him by sending him pink envelopes. Someone said, not the asshole. The guy sounds like a mess of a bigoted, fragile masculinity if the color pink or anything from the gay flag offends him. Even if, big if, he's in the closet. How is a pink envelope to a stranger you outing him? And why would his neighbors be paying attention to his mail like that? Your girlfriend's scenario seems pretty far-fetched. Let's not forget, he could have stopped ordering and he didn't. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole. Masculinity is so fragile that he cannot carry a pink envelope from his mailbox to his door. Yeah, you were a little petty, but it's such a nothing burger that it's difficult to care about something like that. Red and blue are on the pride flag. Pink is not. So you were literally doing what he asked. Your girlfriend is also being silly. When I was in the closet, I could carry a pink envelope.
Yeah.
Update.
Oh, he's gay. Sorry, he's blind.
There it is.
I'm actually really wondering where this is going to go. Sorry this update took this long, but what better time than Pride Month? To clarify some things, the cards are safe in the mail. They are in a card saver penny sleeve and taped to cardboard so they do not move. The shipping is way cheaper that way by like a $3 difference. If the total card value is under $20, they can be shipped that way. This took its weirdest turn. I honestly did not see it coming. So he finally got all his pink envelopes in the mail and decided to complain to eBay about how I was being aggressive and forcing pink envelopes on him. The eBay team contacted me and wanted to either give him a refund or just return the item. I told them if he wants to return the latest items, I would be happy to take them back. So they informed this person that I was willing to accept the return. This man never returned the cards but claimed he did and wanted a refund. Because there was no shipping information, nor did I ever receive a package, I did not have to return the money. He then messages me about how I am not only ripping him off, but also shoving the, and I quote, gay agenda down his throat. On eBay, when you send a message to a seller, you can also attach pictures if needed for the return process or whatever it may be. He sent pictures of him burning the pink envelopes in his fire pit while sitting in a lawn chair with an American flag in his hand. Now I read every single reply to my last post, and while I agree I was being petty, I cannot let this go without being petty right back. So I found every order he placed and tallied it up to the exact amount. I would say approximately $30. Look online for the LGBTQ plus charities and nonprofits near me or online to donate to. I donated his entire amount to one of them under his first name and sent him a picture of the donation. I hid it within the message letting him know I never received his return of these items. I have not heard from him since, and I have blocked him from purchasing from me again. A lot of you have asked about my girlfriend and why she took his side, and a lot of you said that was not very healthy. We had a big argument about how she is taking not only a stranger's side, but a homophobic one at that. Come to find out, she did not care about this person, but just wanted a justified reason to leave me for her coworker.
Oh my God. No. And now part two. And a bus hits me.
So that was a twist I was not prepared for.
What?
I will not get too much into that, but she was looking for any reason she could beyond this to justify her actions.
Whoa,
Jesus.
What? You're gonna leave us with that?
When the B plot is way crazier.
Yeah. What the hell?
Holy crap. All right. Man, sending a photo of you burning the letters, like the
It's
amount of
so
work,
much energy.
The amount of work people put into stuff. I'm like, dude.
I'm like, go take a shower.
This man owns American flags that he just holds in photos.
Of course.
Like, dude.
When you lean into negative, hateful energy, you get a little burst of like, yeah, but then you taint your brain with it. And then you're stuck. Taint. And then you're stuck with it. And then if you keep doing it, you get worse. It's like, you need to take a step away from hate. Like, people who get so angry, it's like, take a breath, take a step away, feel that lightness, and then lean into that. It just blows my fucking mind. Also, we can cross that off the gay agenda.
Yeah.
Cross what?
We got him.
What?
With the pink envelopes.
Oh, we got him.
We did it. We got him.
I just love that in the process of this guy trying to prove to this guy that he's not gay, he staged an entire photo shoot.
That's pretty gay.
I was like, you did all of this. You got a flag, you're lighting a fire, and you sit there and you take the photo. And then what do you do after you take the photo?
Like, hell
You're just like,
edit it.
he's like,
he takes it to Lightroom.
He's like putting filters on it.
Yeah. He's like face tuning.
So,
he's like, shit, I'm fat.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Oh, man. All right.
I want to know what cards he bought.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's his taste in Pokemon like? You know?
That's
What's the Machamp?
Machamp.
Machamp? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Buff guy Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a Speedo. The keys.
Klefki.
Klefki is actually pretty goated.
Yeah.
Pretty good
Pretty
Pokemon.
good.
It's a key?
It's a key.
He's a ring that holds keys.
But it's kind of a bullshit Pokemon because it's fairy type and steel. So its resistances are pretty nuts.
Oh.
I love that you know
Can
that.
he like hit you?
It can hit you, but like you have a lot of
magic
Pokemon
stuff then.
Oh.
Yeah, but if
Physical attack.
you have dragons, you can't do shit against it.
Yeah.
It sucks.
And you'd think as dragons you'd be able to do something.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Yeah.
our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for throwing a cup of cold water on my naked husband?
Ooh.
Spicy.
Let's see where it goes.
My husband has been tested for ADHD, but he doesn't have it. Was that the opener you guys thought this was gonna have?
No.
All right. My husband has been tested for ADHD, but he doesn't have it. He has the kinds of problems that are associated with ADHD, however. He says writing lists, making a schedule, setting alarms, etc. is physically painful for him, and he'd rather just deal with occasional emergencies rather than be proactive. The specific problem...
He just like me for real.
The specific problem, he often forgets to push the shower diverter valve down. You know, the little rod on the tub faucet that you push down to make water fill the tub and pull up to make the water come out of the shower? For nearly 20 fucking years, I have been asking him to push that down. Since I was literally a teenager, I have been asking him to push that fucking thing down. At least twice a month, I have a very unpleasant wake-up/cold shower because I turn the water on and I get a cold spray from the shower, and every time he's apologetic, and then a week or two later, it happens again. He will do better for a while, and then it slips in again. He is always telling me that he's working on it, and hasn't he been better about it lately? But somehow he's always working on it, always improving, but it never stops. Today, I had just had it. I stepped into the shower, turned it on, and had a very cold and rude awakening. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a cup by the sink and filled it about 3 inches with cold water and walked out to where he was standing naked. He had just taken off his pajamas and was going to take his shower after mine. Without warning, while he was looking down, I held that plastic cup firmly in my hand and grasping it tightly, I jerked that motherfucker in a 45-degree angle to get the cold water all over his torso and face. I told him that his apologies were worth the paper they were written on, and I was tired of listening to him congratulate himself for getting better when I had been asking for 20 years to stop doing this shit. I told him I don't accept his apologies, and the fact that it's an accident does not excuse it. I told him that from now on, every time I'm taking a cold shower, so will he. That I refuse to be a second-class citizen in my own home any longer, and if he refuses to make any changes to treat me better, I will instead make changes to treat him worse, because I will not tolerate this any longer. I'm going to continue to surprise throw a cold cup of water on him every time I get a surprise cold shower. I'm tired of asking, begging for basic respect and not getting it, with the implication that I have to put up with this forever. So Reddit, I know I'm probably an asshole, but am I a justified asshole?
I've never heard you swear so much, Shane.
I don't think I've sweared so much.
Okay.
I hope Jesus isn't watching.
He is. He is.
Dude, in front of her child?
Yeah,
Really?
he is. Jesus is watching. So I have a question. When you go into the shower,
Yeah.
you can push up the thing or push the thing down, right?
But I guess she's expecting there to be an understanding that, like, one would expect it not to come out the shower head.
Or
first.
you adapt and go, he's probably going to forget this. I'm going to click it.
But why should a woman have to bend to the
let's not
to
make this about
to the
that.
shortcomings of men, Amanda?
Let's just adapt and support our partner.
This story confuses me because I turn on the shower from the side
Same.
before I get
Sure,
into the tub.
yeah,
Of course.
Because I'm scared of this.
But I think what it is,
This scares me.
what I imagine, because it's happened to me before where, like, I didn't get into the shower, but, like, I poked in to turn it on, and, like, the hot water nozzle's on the other side, so you lean over to turn that on first. So your head is where the shower would maybe be spraying, because this happened to me before.
I'm also confused. I think almost every shower I've ever come across automatically does that.
Yeah.
I've never heard of one where after the shower you have to manually do that.
Well, you can either leave it up or down. And some automatically.
Mine almost every single one I've ever had automatically does that. But for 20 years, that means the multiple showers they've probably had.
Mine is manual.
Yeah.
Okay, so
there's,
manual.
there are a lot that are manual.
I'm just saying,
like that,
I've never come across that.
Yeah.
I never
Just
have.
a little like, okay. Are you gonna divorce him? Where are we at?
I think there's something more that's going on in this relationship.
She jerks the water so intensely.
Look, she's got a lot of anger.
Yes.
She is pissed.
20 fucking
I would
years.
say though,
It's not
I'm like,
about- it's
she's
not
like,
about the
she's like,
shower.
he's been doing this since we were teenagers. I'm like, and you married him, like you can't expect people to change. I don't know, like that's always been my view of like, hey, he's a forgetful guy. You knew that.
I'm kind of like
you want him to you want to marry him and then be like, and now you need to start remembering things. It's like
adapt.
Buddies, you married him for who he was. Like,
adapt.
if that's a deal breaker for you, then you should have addressed that.
Maybe
way
she turns
long
it on
ago.
and waits for for the cold to hit so she can be like, mother.
And that's the thing. Like, I think there's more going on here. This isn't about the shower. Like, they've been married 20 years. This isn't about some little forgetful shower thing.
I think it is.
We get zero. She's not giving us any other context, though.
I think it actually
she made this
is about
the shower. This is the thing, though. For some people, it's why, like, my view has always been like it's the little things that matter so much in like any kind of relationship, friendships, romantic relationships.
Yeah.
Because this is a small thing on a day-to-day basis. It's like, oh, that's nothing. But over 20
It's
years,
not nothing.
It's a big deal for her. But I'm also like, I guess I'm not a believer in like people are going to change, like that you can ask for people to change.
Right.
Like they need to change themselves, and if there's some things they're maybe just not going to do that on, and you have to accept that.
You
person.
have to adapt, but it's like there are small things in relationship things that I couldn't live with. You know, when you hang out with another couple. And maybe there's another couple who like run late all the time.
Sure.
I'm like, I couldn't be with that person.
No.
That's a small thing in their life. That is a very big thing in my life.
Totally.
And so like, I know that. But it's kind of like if you're with someone for 20 years and it's the shower thing, I don't know. You kind of either have to leave or
I think
stick it out. I don't know.
It's tough because I am a forgetful person too, but like, and I would feel bad if someone was asking me to keep doing something and I've kept forgetting. But I do that with myself. I will forget things and I will get mad at myself and be like, I need to remember to do this. I want to start remembering to do this. And I keep forgetting and it's really hard. My solution in this situation, if I'm him and I care at all, I would be like, I'm replacing this thing with one that automatically does it. Like, because I'd be like, I would have to accept also, if after years go by and I'm told like, hey, for years you haven't done this, I'd be like, clearly my brain is not able to do this, so I need to find some other solution for it.
That's a good solution. But
her level of anger here.
But I think you might also be right, Ian, a little bit of like the feeling of not feeling like you're being heard or listened to or supported.
It's the feeling behind the action.
Yeah, exactly. And I can understand her anger in that sense. Do I think you retaliate with a cold? No. Also, so he took off his PJs, so he's gonna just hang out
He's
naked.
just standing there naked, just waiting.
Tell me when you're done, babe.
Massive inconvenience now for both of them. She just splashed water all over the bathroom or living room, wherever.
No, I think it was in the bedroom.
Yeah, it's like, all right, like, she wants us to be on her side when she's saying, like, if you can't make my life better, I'm gonna make your life worse. I'm like, that's not, I don't think if you went to a couples therapist, they'd be like, yeah, that's the right mindset.
Right.
You guys are gonna do all right now.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm gonna make things worse. Like, then things are gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely like if she was able to speak to her feelings around that issue of like, hey, I don't feel thought about or cared for, because when you do this thing, I feel like you don't care about me and you're not thinking about me. And I think it's better to try to put those things into feelings and communicate that rather than saying, well, I got assaulted with water, so now I'm going to assault you with water.
She's also saying like, you have ADHD and here are the problems of ADHD. Like, it's a little like she's diagnosing him. And
well,
then
she's saying at the top, she's saying he doesn't. He's been tested and he doesn't.
Oh, okay.
But he has the kinds of problems that are associated with it, however.
That's just like
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
He has the problems associated with it.
He says writing lists, making a schedule, setting alarms is physically painful for him. And he'd rather just deal with the occasional emergencies rather than being proactive.
So then adapt. That's who your partner is. That's literally, he literally told you who he is. I don't understand why people are like, yeah, but I'm going to change him. It's like, you actually, you can work on things together and eventually maybe you will change each other in a way that works. But like, he's communicating who he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get a new shower head thing.
I like that. I like that solution. Just get a new shower and then I don't know. Work on your actual problems.
I don't think this would be done. I think she's clearly saying this is a broad scope of things. Verdict was you're the asshole, which we rarely see. And not only that, I think the first time on the show, poo mode activated.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
So, okay, explain.
I think it's just like an extreme, like she was voted you're the asshole into oblivion.
Who activates the poo?
Just the Reddit community.
Okay, because I think we've heard stories that are way more asshole than this.
Well, she's not ending up on you're the devil, right?
Oh, okay,
and she's not a demon, right? She's just like, I'm like, this is extreme asshole behavior.
This is just
like,
poo
hey,
mode.
you're being an absolute
This is
asshole.
poo mode, yeah.
And she's gonna have to wash off in the shower after
She's not
all
a
that.
criminal. She's not a nightmare human being. It's just like, hey, you're being a horrible asshole. You grabbed cold water and splashed it on your husband.
I need to know what his reaction was.
I get the vibe. My interpretation, he's the guy who's like, oh yeah, sorry, I couldn't figure it out.
He's really big.
That's what I'm thinking. If we met these people face to face, we might have completely different opinions. But based on how she wrote this, she also suffers from the thing that some OPs suffer from, where the way she wrote this paints her horribly.
She was in a rageful place.
You did not write this for us to be on your side.
She wrote it naked right after the water thing.
She might have written this in the shower.
Oh, she definitely did.
Comments, you're the asshole. For nearly 20 years, you could have learned to take 2 seconds to look at it yourself. This is a you problem, not him. Someone said, I'm honestly scratching my head at getting into the shower before the water goes on. Like, even if it's coming out of the tub faucet hot, the initial shower water will be cold. Plus, who wants to stand there naked and cold waiting for the water to heat? Someone said, maybe my shower is just shit, but do you really not let it run for a second to warm the water up and stick a toe in to see if it's the right temperature? Sorry, but this seems like it could be a non-issue with a modicum of effort on your part. You're the asshole. Someone said, can we consider the possibility that when someone has reached the level of throwing a cup of cold water in their spouse's face, that it's not about the one minor annoyance? Like, the post is pretty clear here. This is not, my husband is a caring and supportive member of the household 99% of the time, but has this one blind spot. This is, I have spent 20 years turning myself inside out to get this person to make baby steps in pulling his weight, and nothing ever gets better. She feels trapped and powerless, so she's behaving like a petty asshole. She should have left long before she got to this point. OP responded, yeah, I think it's time for me to get out. He says all the right things, but he either can't or won't change. I don't like the person I am when I'm around him anymore.
Whoa.
Someone responded to that saying, leaving honestly sounds like a good idea, but don't pull the I don't like the person I am around him card without being willing to take a serious look at your behaviors, your habits, and the attitudes that you have developed. Seriously, write out the statement, my husband annoyed me so I physically attacked him, and stare at it for a while. Yes, it was in a way that had no chance whatsoever to hurt him, but the fact that you reached that point over an annoyance and no warning bells went off in your brain to remind you that this isn't how adults handle conflict resolution is a problem, and it's entirely an internal one. Whether you want a new partner or single life, you need to confront that behavior head on, or it will keep causing issues further down the line.
There's that therapist. How much are they getting paid hourly?
They show up.
Like, truly, they're working
show up.
constantly.
Yeah, there's a ton beyond this. This is a whole
OP
plumbing
respond?
system. There's
The
nothing
therapy
else.
thing?
No.
She was like, I've been looking at the scrap of paper that you told her.
She's like, thank you for that novel you sent. I mean, I can't disagree with it. But look, if she's like, I need to get out, then clearly there was
right.
a lot going on.
There's something going on.
I think I mean, I read a great book. I'd recommend all couples read this book.
What is it?
Nonviolent Communication.
Oh.
Great book.
Okay. I like to do that already, so that sounds good.
Nonviolent communication?
Non-violently communicating. You know, I like to communicate non-violently.
Are you kidding? You berate me. I just scream at you.
The camera's cut, and I'm like, how dare you talk that way in this video?
Yeehaw.
But yeah, great book. Great book.
Okay.
Great recommend.
Yeah.
Great
All
rec.
right. Wow. That's probably some of the most vitriol we've ever read in a Reddit story.
I literally
She was on fire.
I've never seen you swear that much.
Over a 3-inch cup of water.
I know.
3-inch cup of water.
I do like to imagine that she like whenever she saw that the nozzle was to the shower, and she got all the way in the shower, and then stood right in the direction of the shower and went, ah!
Yeah.
You fucker!
here.
Exactly. And he's
sorry,
probably
baby.
like, yeah, my baby's gonna remember that.
I'm so sorry, baby.
He's like,
Scott, you just did that right in the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Scott's dying.
Scott is dead.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
that was
That was a ride.
a ride I didn't want to be on.
Am I the asshole for snapping at a coworker for being an obnoxious busybody when I dropped my coffee? Okay. Last week when I, 35-year-old man, was walking back into work from my break, the lid popped off my large iced coffee and the entire drink spilled in the front doorway of my lab building. I looked down, sighed, me because I really needed the caffeine and started walking to the bathroom to grab some paper towels. A friend, 24-year-old woman from my lab, was walking in at the same time and she also darted off to grab some paper towels. But the second that I dropped it, another older woman, 55-year-old woman from a different lab who was on her way out for the night, started loudly yelling, "OP, you need to clean that up," in a condescending tone down a hallway of private offices. I kind of raised my eyebrow and kept walking to the men's room to grab the paper towels, but a couple seconds later when she got to the doorway, she yelled, OP, come back and clean this up right now." And I turned around and yelled, "With f***ing what, Kim? Did you want me to plop down and sit on it? I'm getting paper towels."
With what, Kim? That's awesome.
I don't know why that reminds me of the H-Bomber guy. "Sell him to who, Ben? F***ing Aquaman." It's a thing. She started yelling back, "Oh yeah, well you better be," but I cut her off and loudly said, "Bye," with a hand wave and all of the energy of "F*** right off to hell," and she went on her way. This was when my friend popped back out with some paper towels and asked, "What the f*** is her problem?" She laughed when I told her about the exchange and said it was wild behavior on her part. But I still felt pretty embarrassed that I snapped at an older lady and childishly yelled "bye" in a sing-song tone and waved her off. Am I the asshole?
No.
No, dude.
With f***ing what, Kim, is the funniest
With
thing.
f***ing Kim.
What?
You want me to sit on it?
You want me to sit on it? God damn it.
Okay.
We're building an alien in here, in this lab.
Building an alien.
We're building one. We found parts of an alien. and I have
Sorry, Kim. We have to hold curing cancer for another 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, I clean up my coffee with my ass.
Okay, I will say this. I have a personal relationship to this story, not to these people.
Because you work in a lab.
Yes, because I own a lab coat in my sketch bag. Okay, no, I spill a lot, and it does suck that when you make a mess in front of a bunch of people, you have to leave.
You have to leave.
Yeah.
And then you hear like, oh yeah, Angela did that. She's not here. But I'm getting shit. Like I get it. I really get this story. Like you're like, I'm coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
It's tough because, yeah, you do have to bounce to get things.
And I have before spilled so much, and it's happened to me, I think twice, where I just kind of take my sweater and I'm like, sorry. And I use my sleeve because I'm just like, I just want to fix it now.
Totally.
I feel so bad when you spill something and then someone else starts cleaning it up and they're like, no, don't worry about it, I got it. And then I'm just standing there and I'm like,
You're
I
just
feel like
you
a
have to-
piece of shit right now.
You just
Okay,
gotta
but
have
then
to
don't you feel like a
watch.
piece of shit if you just stand there, you don't even help?
Yeah, well, no, but it happened recently. I like spilled my water bottle, but I was at like an event, like I was in a basketball tournament, and like production people came over,
Yeah.
and we're like cleaning it up. And I also had spilled it like all over myself, so I was kind of cleaning myself up too. But they're like, no, we got it. And there were like 3 people doing it, and I was just like, I don't know what to do, but I
Yeah.
feel really awkward, and I appreciate you.
It is a very awkward moment where you're just standing there. But usually when I feel like when you spill something, there's like a lot of people around. It just always
Yeah.
feels like that's the case. And so I guess you can loudly announce like, oh my God, I'm gonna go get paper towels.
Yeah.
I'm going to get paper towels. I'm not walking away from
I'm
the
fixing
spill.
this. I'm not here, but I'm fixing this.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
fix this, but in order to fix it, I have to leave really quick.
I love to like imagine the hallway super long. Like the bathroom's way down there,
Yeah.
and he's just all the way down the hallway with what, Kim? Just
Yeah, it's annoying. What's annoying about the lady is that she just immediately assumes the worst.
Yeah.
As opposed to going like, oh, like shit, like, oh, you're probably going to the bathroom to like.
Yeah, which
clean
is
it.
kind of bizarre on her part to be like, would any adult make a spill and just leave? I guess some people
Some
would.
people would, but it sounds like they know each other.
Not people in a lab.
They know each other. They know
Yeah.
each other's names.
Yeah.
Like it's not some stranger.
And she's like, this again.
Yeah. No, she just sounds based on the one sentence we have of her. She sounds like the worst person ever. No, I'm just kidding. The verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. Your coworker was acting like you were a child at the daycare she works at. She deserved to get told off. OP responded, that was exactly how she said it. My friend heard the first part and said it was crazy for her to talk like that to a grown adult. Someone responded to that saying, look, honestly, it just sounds like she was at the end of a long shift and assumed you were walking away from your coffee spill forever, leaving it for someone else to clean up. But frankly, even if it was an honest mistake, she assumed and made an ass out of, well, just herself, really. $10 says she either has a really useless husband or spends a lot of time on Am I the Asshole and constantly thinks the worst of everyone. God.
Which is what's happening to you.
That's what happens to me. Yeah, the useless husband.
Oh, no, I meant the second because you read a lot of Reddit.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a husband.
I understand now. Please, Trevor, speak, just so we can move on.
Okay.
Trevor, say something.
Do something!
Dude, yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
I'm gonna think about that one for a while.
Yeah, that one's gonna stick with me.
Someone said, I mean, what did she expect you to clean it up with? Your suit jacket? How obnoxious. Not the asshole, and I'm sorry for the loss of your iced coffee. I'd have probably said worse than that if my caffeine had been snatched that rudely from my lips. Someone said, not the asshole, who does that to another adult? Someone said, sometimes you just need to stand up for yourself to these people once for them to back down forever. I worked with a similar busybody once, and she was responsible for reviewing our admin reports. She had a bristly personality, and a lot of people made complaints about her rude behavior to management. I was walking in one winter morning, and she spotted me heading down the corridor toward my desk. She ran over and walked behind me, telling me about what errors I had made in my paperwork. This was a normal occurrence, and I guess I just hit my limit that day. I stopped and looked at her and said, Jesus Christ, can I take off my jacket first before we start this shit? She looked like I'd slapped her in the face. She was the sweetest person ever to me afterwards and would regularly stop by my desk just to chat. That one interaction changed our whole dynamic.
It seems like a crazy outcome to that interaction.
Yeah, that's a crazy switch up.
Yeah.
I think some people just like, that almost is, that comment makes it feel like maybe that person wasn't trying to be, like that's just how they operate, that's the way they work. So like, kind of being like, oh, I needed someone to tell me that this was coming off bad, to like adjust my behavior.
Because I'm also thinking like, if you spill, I can't believe I'm still talking about this. If you spill, and then someone's like, I'll get you paper towels, and then you kind of just stand over your mess for a bit, and you're like, don't worry, someone's bringing paper towels.
There's not like a great way to handle it. Yeah. Like it's always awkward. A spill is always awkward.
You're acting like the mess cone.
Yeah, where you're like,
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
floor
the worst.
is wet.
That's the worst, yeah, when you spill something and you're like, if anyone comes by, I like you're just shouting like, hey, watch out for this
Yeah,
if you come
yeah.
over here.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a spill over here.
Yeah, a spill sucks. Anyways, next story. Am I the asshole for wanting to take my daughter fishing?
No!
James says yes. James Beacher's like, yeah. For over a decade, myself and my 4 best friends have had an annual fishing trip. There has always been a no wives, no girlfriends rule since the beginning, and no one has ever violated it. 2 years ago, my friend Tim told the group he wanted to bring his 5-year-old son to sort of pass the tradition on to the next generation. At that point, only Tim and I had kids, but my daughter was 3 and too young for fishing. We all supported Tim's idea and made a big deal over the little guy. He had a great time and came last year as well. My other friend Randy has a 4-month-old son now. When the baby was born, Tim gave Randy a children's fishing pole to give to his son on his 5th birthday. So it seemed clear to me that the tradition had evolved to us plus our kids, which I'm cool with. I mentioned to my friends the other day that my daughter was excited for this year's fishing trip, and they looked at me like I was crazy. Tim said I shouldn't bring her, and I was baffled. I was super supportive of him bringing his son. This is no different. My daughter is now the age Tim's son was when he first came on the trip. Another friend brought up the no wives, no girlfriends rule, which pissed me off.
Keep going.
My 5-year-old daughter isn't anyone's wife or girlfriend. I said if they don't want my daughter there, then I don't want Tim's son there. Tim was offended and stormed out. Randy said what I said was uncalled for. I said I'm bringing my daughter, and that's that. I just want to make sure I'm not being an entitled prick. Am I the asshole?
What in the heck is that? Ew!
Yeah, that's making me mad again.
Icky. Boring. Play some
Yeah.
music, you're so boring.
Yeah, and Randy? Just kidding, I'm not gonna attack him on his name. But I'm mad.
That sucks.
That
It's so sad. Like, open up the tradition. It's family.
I know.
Someone's excited.
I just imagine OP2 being like, oh, like my daughter's 3, like soon enough, and he just like
So
kept
sad.
that excitement in there.
I'm like, these are 5-year-old kids. Like, come
They're
on.
not a wife.
You're about to make this guy have to tell his daughter, because of the gender you were assigned at birth, you cannot come and have fun with your family. It begins. And now this child is learning all the shitty things about gender in society because of you. You did that.
Like genuinely, how
Sorry,
would
it's
that
really
affect
dark.
the trip?
I know. Yeah.
Not at all. It's purely a weird principle thing for
Right.
them.
Like maybe with, I understand this idea of like maybe no partners, right? Like you kind of just want to keep it within the friend group. But then it just becomes an extension of like, what do you think this other person is going to change about the trip if we're allowing this relationship of father-son?
It's a very weird, weird thing that they're saying.
Yeah.
And it's just like, hey man, it's our kids. It also changes the whole premise of this type of trip anyways, when you start bringing kids. Because I feel like the whole idea behind like, okay, we're not bringing our wives, we're not bringing our kids, because it's like, oh, we're gonna go and be like back when we were young.
Bros.
We're gonna go back to like just us as friends. Like that's an important thing to nurture and keep. But it's like, okay, now we're bringing our kids. So this is turning into a different kind of trip.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we are parents on this trip
Right.
now. And so it is a different thing. And so it's like, for me, I'm like, yeah, everyone could bring their kids. So it's like, okay, just because he had a daughter and you guys had sons, that's so weird.
Well, especially at that age too, because, I suppose there's some merit in just kind of being like, like boys trip, I guess, but they're kids. So I don't see how it's going to have any sort of difference.
Are you going to have locker room talk around your little children?
Yeah, like they're 5-year-olds. Like,
They're kids.
Like you're not going to be drinking. Like if your traditional fishing trip was to drink a few beers and go fishing, you shouldn't be doing that now when you have 5-year-olds with you.
Right.
Whether it's a son or a daughter.
Yeah.
Like y'all got to wear life jackets. Like you got to watch those little ones.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a hard one. I mean, it's not a hard one, but it's like, I can't relate to this story kind of at all because I've also never really experienced like having like, oh, boys' night, whatever, because living out here, they're just, growing up, my best friends have always been like women, or I've just, my friend groups have always been a combination.
Yeah.
So there's never been like boys' night, girls' night. Like I've told you many times, I'm like, that idea is ridiculous. I'm like, so many of my friends are women, so I can't do that.
Right.
Like, I've never had interest in that. And then, my brothers and I go on trips all the time where it's like, oh, it's just us as brothers. But if we did this, like, they also all of them have daughters, so it's like, it's not something I can relate to.
Yeah, but also your brothers are all open-minded, and I've heard them talk about opening it up to just anybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I think it's, you guys got to draw a line of what this trip is. I think you bring up like the best point, which is this was for you guys to go and be brothers and be young and have time to just be that, but now the trip is changing. You guys are parents on a fishing trip, teaching your children to fish and stuff. Like, it's just different.
Yeah.
Totally different.
If the objective at first was like, let's not have any, responsibilities or have to cater to anybody, i.e. maybe wives and girlfriends, then kids shouldn't be allowed, period.
Yeah, you definitely have to cater to a kid.
You have to. You have to be responsible.
I think you have to like feed them. I don't know.
Right. But the same amount of responsibility towards your son is going to be the same amount towards your daughter. And assuming that a daughter is going to change the trip is where the problem is.
I think it's, these friends are being really weird, and all he needs to do is go, why? Because they're weird by going, no friends, no wives, no girlfriends. Like, yeah,
ew.
man, I'm following that rule. Like, explain further why you think it's weird.
Yeah.
It's just, it's weird. It's a weird thing. Traditions are cool, but traditions can change.
Question traditions.
Question traditions.
Evolve them.
Yeah, especially family traditions, because the whole point is to like carry things on. I mean, this is what a beautiful thing they have possibly happening, where it's like, oh, all of our kids are going to get into fishing.
Right.
Like,
it's a blessing.
That's a cool
your
thing, and we
kid
get
is
to bring all
excited
our
about
families
something.
on. Like, you're cutting off one person from this, and you'll probably just lose him entirely by doing this, instead of just easily going, oh yeah, absolutely, so cool.
For the sake of ritual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The verdict is not the asshole. Comments. OP, please hold your ground on this with your friends. I was your daughter in this situation when I was young. I wasn't allowed to go on the annual hunting trip because all of my dad's friends had sons and I was the only girl. He never fought for me to go on the trip, no matter how much I begged to go. Keep fighting for her because she will remember. Someone said, not the asshole. If I were you, I'd ditch their trip and take your daughter on a fishing trip one-on-one. Clearly, when they said no wives, no girlfriends, they meant no females. Really lame that they, as fathers themselves, aren't more understanding and supportive of your wanting to bring your daughter. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole. All kids are shit at fishing, so it won't make a difference if you bring your daughter. It's either just the dads or dads plus kids. This is the thing that changes the dynamic most. I can't see how the gender of the children makes a difference, but if they subscribe to the idea that women are something to be escaped from, they sound like horrible people.
Wow,
That is nailing it.
Well said, yeah, because this daughter, her gender means nothing to her. She's just excited to go freaking fishing. She's like, I can't wait to be with my boys. She's just like, I can't wait for fish.
But they're assuming like, oh wait, once you get a girl involved in the mix, that's gonna add all these different things.
She's gonna scare the fish away with her little high voice.
Okay, Randy.
Update. I sent this post to my friends and we talked some more. They ended up apologizing.
Let's go.
Daughter is definitely coming on the trip.
Yeah.
I know many people assumed that my friends are sexist and horrible, but they're really not. They were just worried that with my daughter, we would have to stay at a hotel instead of the usual cabin and not be able to do as many activities. But I assured them my daughter can sleep without air conditioning as easily as Tim's son, and they are going to be the ones having trouble keeping up with her 5-year-old energy. Everyone apologized for bringing up the no wives, no girlfriends rule and agreed that was a shitty thing to say. It's all good now. Thank you for your support.
Okay, girl. So funny. I think they were backpedaling a little bit with the whole, but we just thought it was because the AC, like whatever.
Yeah, not the AC.
Whatever.
For
but
sure.
I'm so glad they changed their perspective.
Truthfully, I feel like I am so forgiving to when people are just able to accept feedback in that way and just be like, oh, shoot, you're right. Like, great, I'm not mad anymore.
Yeah.
It's also like if we're open-minded, like so many traditions, so many things, like so much logic that we have on a daily basis, we go, yeah, this thing, and they go, oh, well, that's kind of sexist. It's like, you know what it is.
Yeah.
And I didn't consider that.
And it just takes
like,
one
you just
person.
change that. Like, just to go, oh, why was I thinking that?
Oh, totally.
because society told me that my whole life.
Right.
And I just assumed all these things.
Yeah. There's this like misplaced meaning on time, right?
Yeah.
Like just because it's been around, like historically we've always done this, so we have to keep it going just like this.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, everything else is evolving, so we should also develop.
The trees evolve, animals evolve, nature evolves, clothing evolves, Columbia.
Randy's still here.
I also just, any form, something that blows my mind is any form of gatekeeping, where it's like, oh, this person or that child or anyone is interested in the thing that we love? No. I'm like, man, don't you should want people to be into what you're into.
Yeah.
Because it's the best.
This isn't the same thing, but it's kind of also like when someone's like talking about something, like, have you ever heard of this thing? And you're like, no, I haven't. And they're like, what? You haven't heard of that? Instead of just being like, I am so excited to be the person to tell you about this. They're instead just like, are you serious?
Wow, you're stupid. Oh my God, I didn't know you were stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my girlfriend over 4-leaf clovers?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Me, a leprechaun.
My girlfriend, a rainbow.
A rainbow. Throw away because my now ex knows of my main account. Some background. I, a woman, 21, and my now ex-girlfriend, a woman, 22, had been together for 2 years. And last spring, we decided to go on a 4-leaf clover hunting date. She didn't find any, but I found 3 of them. Ever since I was young, I've had special luck with finding them. I have a collection of them, actually. I find them without even looking. M, my ex, has also been searching for 4-leaf clovers since she was young. She's never found one, ever. So naturally, and frankly, she sucks.
I hope the next part of it is like, she obviously isn't lucky, so I had to break up with her.
She's not lucky, so. So naturally, I brag about it. It's always been like a fun little playful thing between us. I'm just luckier than her, I guess. Anyway, to yesterday, the problem. We went on our 4-leaf clover date again. Within the first 10 minutes, she finds her first ever 4-leaf clover. We cheered and I took her picture with it. I'm happy for her, but I'm also upset because I wanted to have been the one who found the first one. It's my thing. We keep looking for another 10 minutes and I find one, so I hate life a little less. I found another. She cheers for me and we move on, looking at different clover patches. This is where everything goes to actual hell for me.
Dude, I was picking through the grass and everything went to hell.
Everything went to f***ing hell. I hear her yell excitedly and I think she's just found another one. I tell her cool and move on. She runs up to me and shows me a f***ing 6-leaf clover. Whoa! Holy shit, bro! I just stare at her. I grab it out of her hand. What the fuck? How does someone who has never found a 4-leaf clover find a 6-leaf clover? Those odds are literally insane. I look at it closely to make sure she's not either lying just to get back at me or that she's not stupid and it's actually just 2 clovers stuck together or something. But no, it's actually a 6-leaf clover. I'm actually so pissed. Why did she get to find the 6-leaf clover? Hello? Who finds a 6-leaf clover? So anyway, I tell her that's insane and I'm taking it. She gets sad and says, nuh-uh, she found it, it's hers. We start arguing about who deserves a clover. I tell her I do because I'm a veteran clover hunter and deserve this to be in my collection.
I gotta go, man. I gotta go.
Who is this? What is this?
She goes on about it being sentimental or something. She does that stupid manipulation tactic where she starts crying to make me feel bad. She starts crying, I'm not gonna fall for this.
Dude, I bullied my girlfriend relentlessly over a 4-leaf clover and now she's crying and manipulating me.
It's bullshit, honestly. I tell her to suck it up. I'm keeping the clover. She huffs and wanders off to the car in tears. Whatever, she was being ridiculous. I take my time and look around some more and find 2 more clovers. I got bored and decided to leave and to see if she's done pouting. She sat in the back seats with her arm crossed. I tell her to stop being dramatic and get into the front seat. She snaps. She starts screaming, calling me all sorts of nasty names. She said I'm manipulative, controlling, and all kinds of other bullshit. I have never in my entire life been called any of these words, so I'm not sure where she got it from. I just looked at her while she screamed and hit the back of my seat. She finished screaming like an idiot, and I let a few minutes of silence go by. She asked me if I was going to say anything. I shrugged at her, because what does she want from me? She told me to go myself and take her home. I shrugged again and pulled out with her in the back seat. She lives a decent drive from the park where we went clover picking, so the car ride was tense and awkward. She would just randomly sniffle and it started to get on my nerves, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to hear her bitch anymore. Whoa! About 15 minutes into our ride, I decided I couldn't have this anymore. This isn't the first time this has happened. She is so selfish and never lets me have anything to myself and never listens to my side of things. She always does that type of crying shit and then says she just wants me to be nice to her, which I am. I don't know. So anyway, we're 15 minutes into the ride and I speak up and tell her I think we need to break up. She lets out a noise like scoffing at me and I didn't like that, so I just decided to give it to her. I told her how I think she should have given me the clover because it was the right thing to do, and she is incredibly selfish for not wanting to give it up and seeing me happy. She stayed silent until we got to her house. As she was getting out of the car, she told me that I'm the biggest asshole that she has ever encountered and she can't believe she let herself love me, blah, blah, blah. I'm not an asshole. I don't think I am. I told my friend about this and she thinks we're both assholes, so I don't know. I need more opinions. Link to a picture of the 6-leaf clover so you know I'm not bullshitting. All right, hold on. Let me see this 6-leaf clover. 1 second. Oh, God.
These are
real people that walk
adult
around.
human beings.
I know, adult?
All right.
Adult human beings.
it's got a lot of drawing on it, but 6-leaf clover. She drew all over it, so it's hard to see how it's real, but those are the clovers. Okay, so it's real. I was kind of doubting if this was real, but I'm like, all right, I guess it is.
This person wrote this whole thing out and didn't get that they're an asshole.
It's stories like this where I'm like, this has got to be fake, right? But there are real people like this.
There are real people like
There are
this.
absolutely real
I believe this
people
one.
like this.
If this is fake and like somebody just wrote this, hats off.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's kind of my take sometimes where I'm like, look, someone could have manufactured this to just piss people off, but really well done. Like, and very original, very original take on a story.
It's sad though that we're like also like, yeah, this is a real person though. Like this could easily be a real person.
Some people really get in their heads with like an identity of like, this is my thing.
That's my thing.
I am owed this. It's like, no, you're not. at all.
And it's specifically, this is about luck, which isn't an identifier thing. You just luck is luck. You
Luck is
either
luck. It
sometimes you're
fluctuates too.
Right.
Now, to be fair, she didn't get the 6-leaf clover and they ended up breaking up, so that's pretty unlucky.
Yeah,
that's true. Maybe if she got the 6-leaf
Maybe if she got the 6-leaf clover, they'd still be together.
I love even before the 6-leaf clover, the way that she's like, yeah, she found her first ever one, but I was kind of upset because I always get the first one. Like, or I want to get the first one.
It's like, you suck, dude.
It's like, bro, come on.
It's like, what don't you have in your life that this is the only thing that makes you?
This story is proof that luck may or may not exist, but consequences to actions trump luck.
Sure do.
Like, that comes first.
Sure do.
No matter how much luck you have, if you're an asshole,
Yeah.
bad things are coming.
I also love that she was like, no one's ever told me that I'm a fuck-ass bastard before. And it's like, yeah, well.
She made up new words that hurt. Verdict, asshole.
Right.
Comments, you need to do some personal work, like maybe with a therapist, to figure out why your identity is so tied up with this clover thing. The bottom line is you're the asshole. You took her clover. She deserved the clover. She found it. It's hers. Give it back to her. I can't comment on how she behaved because I don't trust your interpretation or your description. You describe her with a fair bit of contempt. Not cool. Someone said, you're the asshole. You did her a favor breaking up with her. Lastly, someone said, yes, you're the asshole, and everything you accused her of being, it's what you are, LMFAO. No way you let a fucking clover destroy your relationship. You couldn't even be happy for her that she found a 4-leaf clover before you do, even though you found plenty before. It's good for her that you broke up with her because you're a raging borderline narcissist asshole. Whew.
Hasn't heard those words either.
Yeah, brand new words.
Yeah.
It's like, is there like some superiority complex here of like, oh, she never finds 4-leaf clovers and I do, so like I'm better, and now that she has, it's like,
I'm not better anymore.
it's like if you're playing Mario Kart with someone and you're really good at Mario Kart and you always beat them and then they finally beat you and it's like, no, that's not supposed to happen. I'm the Mario Kart person. Like, it's so insane.
Well, it just comes back to I'm the blank person. It's
Yeah.
like you're a person. You're not the clover person.
It's also the thing of like, if she was upset in the moment briefly of like, oh, you found it before me. Oh, like, that sucks. Like, I'm usually that person. But it's like, you're holding on to it. Like, you have that moment and you go, this is silly to feel this way.
Yeah.
Like, you have that moment of realization of like, okay, that's stupid.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you. You found it. That's so cool. But she's holding on to this.
holding on to it.
And she's justifying it. Also, can I say, I've never gone clover hunting before. It sounds like 4-leaf clovers are very common.
Yeah.
They found like 5 in this one story.
Common? I'm like, damn. I thought they were
Actually
supposed
doesn't sound too lucky.
They're supposed to be, yeah, I'm like, all right.
They're so common, they started making new ones. They started making
they're
6 leaves.
These clover patches, like, shit, we got to come up with a new one. I'm also the type that when I find special things like that, I'm like, I'm not going to pick it. Like, leave it.
No, it's a beautiful little nature thing.
Technically, it belongs to nature. It's not yours.
Wow.
True.
How about that?
I think when you pick the clover, it's no longer lucky.
Ooh,
That's very
good
fun.
take.
It's like, bam.
Good hot take. Love that take.
Yeah. Sometimes if I see a penny and it's like heads up because it's like lucky, I go,
Someone else can take
someone else can have that luck. I don't need it.
Yeah.
I'm so
already
lucky
Yeah.
that I don't need that. Exactly. Yeah. How about that? I walk into the street, get hit by a car. I should have grabbed that penny. All right. Update.
Oh. That's crazy. I would not have thought there'd be an update on this one.
I gave the 6-leaf clover back. It's been a few days and a lot has happened. A lot of bad luck has happened.
Oh, God.
I've read all the comments and appreciate the genuine feedback I've gotten, and I realize I am, in fact, the asshole. I think a few of you went way too far. I had a few people actually DM me with how hateful and harsh you were in your efforts to make me see that I'm the asshole. But those of you who called out my problematic behavior and recommend I look into therapy are appreciated. I personally have a very complicated relationship with therapy and mental health, so I think I won't be getting therapy. I'll just try to be more aware of my actions going forward. I did tell my ex that she should maybe look into therapy. You, dude.
Dude.
Bro.
You. Don't do that. God dang. She didn't take it too well, but I hope she changes her mind.
Right.
She's the type to believe in that stuff, and maybe it'll help her more than it would me. Anyway, yeah, I gave the clover back. It was hard, not gonna lie. Part of me wanted to keep it and never look back, but someone said I'd always look at my collection and know the 6-leaf one wasn't mine, and they were right. I want my own 6-leaf clover, not one an ex found. Also, and for the people who said they hope I'd never find another 4-leaf clover, f*** you. I found another yesterday.
Dude. It's not lucky then.
Oh my God.
It's not lucky then.
God.
This person sucks so much.
This is so funny.
This person sucks in a very comedic way.
100%.
Oh, this is someone who I think is very funny that I hope I never meet.
For real.
Oh,
I want them
like
to
they're very
keep-
funny from afar.
Yeah. I hope they keep doing things and living life and keep writing Reddit stories.
I really hope so
And
too.
Keep writing them down.
I want to read the antics and adventures of this person.
Yes. And I hope the ex-girlfriend gets to go to therapy because this other freak is probably her up a little bit.
I love, like, I have a complicated history with mental health, so
I'm not gonna
gonna go to therapy.
Yeah.
But I did recommend it to my ex. Like, dude, this person and all of these stories are people where their lives are so messed up, or they have no friends. They constantly have things not going right, and they go, yeah, life's just unfair.
Right.
It's like, no, man, this is consequences for your actions.
Yes.
No amount of clovers that you collect can counterbalance that.
Yes.
I love also how the update ended of like, yeah, you know what? I did the right thing. I gave back the clover because it wouldn't really fit in my collection. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to go find my own.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what the update was about. Like, you think you're like a good person for giving up this clover.
You did not do a kind thing.
Yeah.
Clover.
It was not a kind action because it didn't come from a place of kindness. It
No.
came from going, oh, I realized this is actually worthless to me.
Yeah.
So then I gave it back.
Like my ex.
I became better. Thank you for your feedback. I'm a better person now, and I told her to get therapy. You're welcome.
Oh,
God.
And I think it seems pretty clear that this OP was probably being verbally abusive towards their ex.
100%.
I think it seems pretty clear.
Oh, and it's good
so
that
I'm very glad that they're broken up with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, truly feel sorry for the ex that had to put up with that. Like, that's awful.
So this is OP responding to someone telling her to go to therapy.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm not developmentally delayed, nor am I a narcissist. I just don't want therapy. I know I'm the asshole. That has been made abundantly clear. I take accountability for that and have apologized and given the clover back. What would therapy do for me?
Bro.
Literally.
You know what, fair?
No,
what
honestly,
would it do?
what would it do
What
at
would
this
it
point?
do?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man. I think therapy would bounce right off of them. So
The therapist would probably be like, yeah, we're not going to be doing this.
yeah, no, I don't think so. Oh
Jesus.
my gosh.
Wow.
First one comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for calling out my cousin when she tried to blame her body odor on me? I, 18-year-old female, am from Ontario, Canada, and my cousin, 19-year-old female, is from Florida. I'm currently staying with her family in Florida. We were out at midday at an outdoor restaurant, and my cousin's boyfriend, 20-year-old guy, was meeting us. My cousin had a sweaty body odor because she had an active day. The boyfriend kissed my cousin, and she introduced us. At the table, he made a face. When I was looking away, my cousin tried to whisper to her boyfriend, but I heard her. The smell is from OP. Please don't say anything. I said the smell is not from me. The boyfriend got his nose close to my cousin's upper body and smelled her. He kissed her on top of her head and told her it's humanizing when such a beautiful woman gets smelly. She laughed awkwardly. On the ride back home, she told me that I unnecessarily embarrassed her. She said I broke girl code. Am I the asshole?
You know girl code?
Smell is Shane, it's not me.
It's not. It could never be you.
No, it's me.
Girl code. You must be stinky for me.
You have to be stinky for me.
Wow.
I didn't know that was part of the girl code.
I will say it's not part of the girl code, but I do love my girlfriend so much. I would do it for them.
That is
I'd be
so
like, yeah,
real.
I'm so sorry. It was me. I was just running all day. I run so much all day. I hate cardio. But I would take that for like a guy they like. I would, but you don't need to, and you don't need to be expected to, you know?
Right, that's like real friend behavior. I love that. Bestie behavior even. I think, but I feel like you couldn't hold that up for very long, you know?
Yeah, they're gonna find out if someone gets close. I also feel like wingman etiquette, if we're going into that, is like you can't expect your wingman to take the fall for you.
Right.
They have to do it for you
Yes.
and be like, okay, sick, you're doing that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Exactly that. They should take the lead in that.
Right.
Mhm. Almost like improv.
Yes.
You just
Yes.
threw them
Yes,
into the
and.
improv and they didn't know.
Yes,
They didn't know.
right.
Right.
Do you guys get bothered by the smell of BO? Does that smell bother you guys?
Can I say something crazy?
Let's do it.
there is such a thing as like good BO.
I agree.
Right?
So
I don't know if it's a pheromone or what, but there's like good BO, and then there's, okay, maybe like crazy convention BO.
Yes, or it's like, yes. No, yeah, it's like wine. You know, like, oh, wow, this one's interesting.
The aromatic, sometimes like, legit, like, this person smells like a good person. Like, their stink is good.
Finally, I'm not alone in this room.
Maybe it's a girl thing. Do you feel this way?
I've said this in multiple rooms, and people have been like, you're weird.
I've been saying it.
I don't have a great sense of smell. So I'm never bothered by anyone's smell. I'm never really noticing how anyone smells. And then occasionally, I am hit by a wall. And it's shocking when it happens. I'll be at the gym, and I'll be walking by, and like I said, unfazed, and I'll be walking, and some dude will walk past me, and I'll be like, oh my God. I'm like, you are working out hard, dude.
Okay, but that doesn't count. You're like muted most of the time.
Yeah.
Guys, let us know in the comments, do you think there's such a thing as good BO? I also feel like, you know, whenever like I kind of like a guy, I feel like their stink smells good to me.
And that's natural. Isn't that like a science thing?
I swear.
I feel like that's gotta be. I feel like Q Hank Green being like, yes, so there's a thing. It's.
Please.
I understand on a first date, you're really nervous because you're like, oh, I don't want them to think I smell all the time. But then once you get to know them, it's like, hey, you get the gist that I'm not stinky most of the time.
You know what? Now that I think about it more, I feel like that's a better time for girl code. Like it's a guy she just met, she really likes, that she wants to impress. I'd be like, oh my God, yeah, it's me. But if this actually happened to me, I'd be like, girl, why are you throwing me under the bus unnecessarily?
Right. Exactly.
He knows you. Like, have you not stunk ever before?
Yeah, truly. I have pushed the limit on stink once. I pulled up to the gym and I realized like I just had my sports bra and I didn't have a shirt and I was like, I don't want to do this today. So I grabbed a shirt and at the time I had a dog and this shirt was the shirt they laid on a lot. And so I start working up a sweat and then the dog smell mixed with the sweat and I've never made myself like gag before. I was really bad. That LA Fitness will never see me again.
You were the wall at the gym that I talk about.
The word I thought of when you started telling the story, I was like, concoction. That odor was a concoction of things.
Yeah.
Hair
of the dog.
Ew. Mixed in with
odor of the body.
A sprinkle of 3 sets of squats of something.
Yeah, literally.
Twins of Billie Eilish's perfume.
Yep, I try.
The verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. She broke the girl code by bringing it up when no one else did. And she made it even worse by pinning it on you. She embarrassed herself. Someone said, how rude of you to climb out from under the bus she threw you under. Angry face. Sarcastic.
I kind of like that.
Someone said, not the asshole. Your cousin is so unserious for bringing it up and blaming you when her boyfriend probably knew it was her in the first place, but didn't say anything because he has manners. He also tried to deflect and make it less awkward.
Yeah.
His response was very sweet.
Green flag.
Cute. I really like that.
This is the first time the OP is meeting her cousin's boyfriend.
Okay, now
Yes.
my brain is going somewhere crazy where I'm like, did she intentionally stink to intentionally tell him that it was her?
I'm like,
do you know what I'm saying?
Like this whole thing was a simulation.
Yeah, it was
she's
a
worried.
setup.
She's worried her cousin. She's like, oh no, he's gonna like my cousin.
I don't know.
Oh, that's my cousin stinks.
So, like first time meeting and you want to make your cousin seem stinky is so odd.
Diabolical. Am I the asshole? Told my coworker that she's falling for a romance scam and now she's upset. My friend, let's call her N. N and I have worked together for 3 to 4 years at a hair salon. N is early 30s, kind of an airhead, gullible, but really kind and nice person. She's currently in a relationship with this guy for the last 6 months. He lives in New York. We're in the Midwest. They talk on the phone all the time. He's been out here a couple of times to visit. We've never met, but I have heard a lot about their relationship. This morning, she texted me at 6 a.m. asking to borrow $10,000 because her boyfriend's mom has a family emergency and needs the money soon. She said he's working on an offshore oil rig in Dubai for 2 months and can't transfer the money until he's back to the States. She doesn't have the money, so she asked if I can ask my relatives for the $10K for her. I told her that this sounds like a romance scam and that if he's asking her for such a big amount of money like that early in their relationship, it's a red flag and that she should reconsider. I told her that since I don't know her boyfriend that well, and if he ghosts her, either me or her will be on the hook for the $10,000. Now she won't answer my text or call. She also took a personal day from work today. Am I the asshole? Should I have kept my mouth shut and minded my own business? Edit. Yes, she is very naive and gullible. She believes she can talk to ghosts and spirits.
Cool.
That's another can of worms that I won't get into. She didn't bring her boyfriend around when he was in town a couple of times, just a bunch of excuses. I told her sister about it and got an earful about how I shouldn't judge a person in need like that. I gave up. I sent her a few articles about sweetheart and pig butchering scams. Still no reply. I know she read it. She's not the type that's loaded. She lives with her parents in their basement and lives paycheck to paycheck. I hope she will realize this is a scam before she's in debt. This will be an expensive lesson. Thank you for letting me vent. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great because as we all know, oil is not in Dubai, it's in Abu Dhabi, guys.
Right.
Dubai is purely tourism.
And I wish she'd have told her that. You know?
Yeah.
Dubai's where they have all that chocolate.
Exactly. They got the chocolate. It's the chocolate and the big building.
It's the first thing you learn in elementary school.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's too bad.
Okay, this sucks.
This sucks. She's getting scammed.
She's definitely getting
for
scammed.
Sure.
Yeah. I kind of have had this like barometer for my entire life, or at least my adulthood, of like relationships like the first 6 months. Like, don't do anything extreme in that first 6 months. Like, this is me. People don't have to listen to this.
Right.
But it's just like, whenever I hear about people being like, we're getting engaged, and I'm like, have you been together for 6 months? Like, that's always where I'm like, that to me always feels like a little fast.
Right.
And I think giving the person you're dating a large sum of money in the first 6 months fits into that. Unless it's like you are hanging out with their family. You are there, you've got all the evidence in front of you, but you're talking mostly on the phone with this guy, and he's like, by the way, I need $10,000. It's like, I'm gonna need to see some more.
I'm like, how often does this work? Should I be asking for $10,000? Should I just
we are
cold
missing
ask
out.
for 10? Yeah. Should
Yeah.
I just be like throwing it out there?
Shoot your shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, I need the new PS5.
It's $10,000.
It's $10,000. There's then the leap that she's asking a coworker for $10,000, asking for if they have relatives. It's becoming a whole MLM.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Because I'm sure she told him like she doesn't have any money, and he's like, no worries. Ask your family, ask your friends.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I actually don't think asking your coworkers for $10,000 is crazy, right, James? James, do you have? I asked you if you had. Do you have?
James is looking over at Eric.
I think. $10,000.
What is a pig butchering scam? Ian, do you know?
I mean, I watched the John Oliver episode on pig butchering, but it's basically like, you know, you fatten up your target. You know, you get them all buttered up, and then you go in for the kill, and you get all that money from them. So, you know, it's a lot of the romance scams, or like the Tinder swindler, all this, like the Brad Pitt in the hospital woman.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt in the hospital woman.
So there's a woman that gave like, I don't know what it was, like $50,000 because she thought she was dating Brad Pitt.
Oh.
And he sent her photos of him in a hospital. And they were like really terribly photoshopped images of Brad
crashed
Pitt.
in the F1 movie, and now I need
help.
And yeah, she sent who she thought was Brad Pitt.
She thought Brad Pitt needed $50,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
would you agree to be in that F1 movie if you had money? Actually, I don't know if it was a bad movie.
I think it was apparently an amazing movie.
People really like it.
Was it? Okay.
I haven't seen it, but
No, it's
people
apparently
like it.
really good.
Oh, okay.
Every dad is happy with it.
Yeah, yeah. It always makes me really sad.
Yes, it's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. It unfortunately, good scam. Like, people are lonely. That's a way to get them.
Oh,
And it really works. I mean, she's so convinced. She's so, like, wanting to do this for this guy that when her friend calls it out, she just stops talking to her.
Yeah.
As we know, there's going to be updates, so...
I'm still going to react like I didn't know there was one.
Yeah. Yeah, so he did visit her. That doesn't mean he can't still scam her, right? Like, you know,
Right.
like he visited her a couple times in person.
But I think a lot of these, I'm surprised that they actually saw each other, because like a lot of these are like, oh, like it's like, you know, a young woman in like quote unquote Venezuela, like reaching out to like some 55-year-old man in Ohio, being like,
I can't FaceTime.
Yeah, and then being like, oh, I'm in this bad accident or something, like sending us money. So I'm surprised he showed up, which is like, yeah.
I think this stuff is happening all the time. And there is we have an article title here, Scammer Pretending to be Keanu Reeves, bilks Bay Area woman out of $160,000.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Boomers got that money.
And they believe anything they see online.
Jeez.
We have learned this.
We've learned that.
Yeah, I'm wondering with AI how much boomers are getting scammed
so effed. Just don't trust anybody, guys.
Yeah, don't trust anyone.
Lesson, don't trust anybody at all. Yeah, live miserably, live miserably, be upset.
Yeah.
Don't trust anyone online. But give me $10,000.
But give Ian $10,000.
I need it because my foot hurts.
Oh.
Yeah. So James,
my foot hurt.
Some comments here. Not the asshole, that's a classic scam scenario, and in any case, she shouldn't be trying to borrow such a large sum of money from you and your relatives, even for herself, much less for a total stranger who sounds nice online. It's a good thing that you warned her. I suppose you might have added links to some reliable sources on scams too, if you had had the chance. Now you can only hope that she comes to a sensible conclusion while isolating herself from you and taking time off work. I hope to think and do research. Someone said, not the asshole, and how do people have the audacity to just ask for $10,000 to their friends/coworkers? Someone said, not the asshole. I worked with a lady that fell for one of these. I even contacted the med school she said he went to and confirmed he was not an alumni, and she still wouldn't let it go. Eventually, she realized, and she later admitted that the Valentine's Day flowers she received at work were actually sent to herself.
Oh, God.
Someone said, not the asshole. You can take a thirsty horse to the lake, but you can't force the horse to drink the water it needs. You already did your part. It's up to her to do hers. Update.
What?
A few days later.
Oh.
Okay.
Those little tiny mice at the bottom of the screen.
She's like,
Wait,
what's that in
Babe.
reference? Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, someone will get it. All right. She just texted and asked for the money under the guise of her sister needing it. It was a flat no. I feel bad for her. I told other coworkers and my boss about it so they can say no to her and maybe she'll understand from a group perspective that we're trying to protect her. Way to go. Update number 2.
What?
2.5 weeks after the original post. What me and many Redditors suspected was true. She was in a romance scam. She has never met her boyfriend in person. They only talk online. Oh, so she was lying about seeing him in person.
Damn.
She said she was lonely and was afraid of being alone. She said her boyfriend stopped contacting her after she couldn't get the money and started asking simple questions like no internet on the rig, satellite phone, etc. After she realized that he was scamming her, she started telling me about how she had been sending him small amounts of money, like $50 to $500, in the past 6 months to help him out with some small emergencies. When he ghosted her after she couldn't help him with the $10,000, that's when she realized that she had been romance scammed. I'm glad that she saw it for what it was.
Well, at least she didn't do the $10,000 part.
That's
I mean,
true.
You dodged the giant bullet bill, not the little ones, but the big one you got to squat in that little pit for.
Yeah.
I want another update that was like, Brad Pitt told me I did a great job handling that, and we're gonna go to Italy tomorrow, but he said that his card's getting declined. So, yeah.
Yeah, my friend almost got, $10,000 taken away, but Brad Pitt and I are going to France today. Damn. It all still sucks.
It sucks.
It's good that she, was able to figure it out.
Right. I really feel bad for her.
A lot of lonely folks out there.
It's really sad. I mean, I understand when people are so lonely why they want to believe so bad. Like,
absolutely.
We've all found ourselves in places where it's like, and whether it's like believing like, oh, like I have a crush on this person, maybe they like me back, and it's like, oh, and then you look back and you're like, no, they never did. Why was I convincing myself of that? Like, we all find ourselves in places where we want to believe in something, but you have to always have a healthy amount of doubt.
Yeah.
Go, wait, why am I sending $500 to this person?
Yes.
You lie to yourself the best.
Yeah.
I've suspended my disbelief for far too long, plenty of times before.
Our next story. Am I the asshole? Boyfriend peed the bed and is mad at me for my response.
Depends on the response.
Yeah, what's happening
as
here?
As a bedwetter, we got to hear the rest of the story.
As someone who pees into my bed.
Yeah. Intentionally.
As someone who pees onto my bed.
Was something wrong with his form or?
As someone who straps myself to my ceiling fan and pees onto
Dude?
I'm just having
That's the natural progression.
Where'd you just go right now? Where'd you go?
I had the visual and
Where'd you go?
I had the visual.
God, you both started talking about pissing on things and I lost the room.
My boyfriend, who's 27, and I, a woman, 23, just moved into a new house and bought a new mattress. Last night, I woke up to a wet feeling under my arm and hand. My boyfriend was already up and in the bathroom. When he came back, I asked him if he spilled something in the bed or knew why it was wet. He told me that he thinks he peed the bed. I asked him again and said, "Wait, are you serious?" And he said, "I think I peed in my dream and peed in real life." We are both half awake at this point, and I'm just surprised that he actually did wet the bed. I asked him to go grab stuff to clean it up, and he told me that it was fine. I asked him what he meant by that, and he grabbed a towel, laid it on the wet spot, and got back into bed to go to sleep. I pulled the covers off of him and told him that he needs to go grab stuff to clean it up because I don't want it to get stained. It's a new mattress, and we don't have a mattress cover for it yet. He told me that it was fine, and I'm overreacting. That statement naturally pissed me off, and I told him I'm not going to sleep in his piss, and that's not fair to me. He told me he'd clean it in the morning and that it's not a big deal and doesn't warrant the reaction I have. That was not the solution I wanted, so I took all the sheets off the bed and threw them at him and told him to sleep on the couch. It was very irritating hearing him tell me that I'm overreacting because I asked him to clean up his pee in the bed we both slept in. He then knocked on the door 10 minutes later asking for a new blanket because the one I gave him smelled like pee.
That's actually like truly like a perfect sketch.
Yeah, unfortunately that's really funny.
This was so like this.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, you said it was fine, man. So am I the asshole for overreacting to my boyfriend not cleaning up the pee in the bed right away? Okay, so the issue was not that he peed the bed. The problem was how he reacted to peeing the bed, which was, it's fine. It's chill, dude.
Dude,
Don't
what
even worry
kind
about
of
it.
grown person could pee the bed and be like, yeah, I'll just sleep in it?
It raises so many more questions because, like, if I peed the bed, like, and I think any adult pees the bed, they'd wake up being like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that happened."
Yeah.
Like, that's not normal.
Like, that's gotta get you out of
I'd be like, "Damn, like, oh no, should I go talk to a doctor or something?" You know. But I would certainly be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're sleeping in this. Let's clean this up." Like,
Yeah. The first thing I'm doing is ripping the sheets off and getting as much pee soaked up as possible. They're just gonna keep soaking in the mattress.
I can't sleep. Like I think I've like the only time I've like I'm trying to relate to this in a way that's like once I had like a cup of tea or something on my bedside. I don't remember what it was, and like I somehow I had like fallen over in the middle of the night, and I was so tired, and I saw it on the ground, and I was like, I'm doing this in the morning, and I kept sleeping. Like, and I wonder if you're so deep in REM that you're like, I just can't imagine pissing on yourself and it not jolting you awake.
Well, he did wake up because she woke up and he was already in the bathroom.
I know, but for him to just be like, let's just put a towel on.
Just to be like, yeah, it's all good.
No, I spilled a glass of water one time. I like knocked it off my nightstand and it like went onto like my side of the bed near my pillow and stuff, fully wet. And I was so tired and I was like, it's not on Raven's side of the bed. Like, I'm just gonna sleep through, but it's water.
That's water.
Yeah.
Like this is a whole other level of respect that is pretty, I mean,
weird.
To like not clean yourself or clean the area around your partner is pretty disrespectful.
That's the problem. The verdict is advice needed, but leaning towards not the asshole. Comments, I've actually peed in my dream and peed in real life too. I woke up from it and I immediately cleaned it. So no, you didn't overreact. Someone said, not the asshole, it's a new mattress too. Girl, no, he should have immediately wanted to clean it up. What? Yeah, it's brand new mattress. Brand new.
No.
Someone said, it's the fact that he also didn't even wake you and just let you roll into the pee. Not the asshole in any way. Oh my God, that's also true.
She rolled into it organically?
Cause he was already up and in the bathroom.
I hadn't thought of that. No,
Oh, that's like very violating.
Well, he peed onto the bed and then just like didn't
I know,
wake
but
her
you
up.
can't do that.
Yeah. Someone responded to that saying, exactly, I've never had the misfortune of sleeping next to a bedwetter, but if they didn't wake me immediately so I could avoid laying in their piss, they would be pissing in someone else's bed from there on out. The disrespect is mind-boggling. Oh. Update.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
1 day later. Oh boy. What do we think happened?
Based off of that, I don't know, more piss?
I don't know, I didn't read.
He peed the couch.
I thought when he knocked on the door, he was gonna be like, I pissed on the couch. Sorry.
I need a new couch. This
I need
is
a new
wet.
couch. I pissed on it. It's all good. Actually, it's all good. Sorry. Thank you guys for the quick replies. This was my first post on Reddit, and I don't use it very much, but after he left for work today, I really couldn't get the situation off my mind. I thought I'd see what y'all had to say. I'll address a few comments from the first post. First off, I wish it was fake, but I really did wake up yesterday to piss in the bed and ended it arguing with my boyfriend. My boyfriend and I have only lived together in small stints here and there before, but this is the first time we have our own house. Just us. No, he doesn't have a drug or alcohol problem, diabetes, take meds, and wasn't drinking that night. He just worked an overnight shift the previous night, and he was pretty tired. He's never done this before since we've been together, so that's why I didn't believe him at first. And we don't have a lot of money right now, so we got a mattress from Walmart for $300. For those of you bashing that detail, LOL. We both ended up cleaning the pee after I threw the sheets and blankets at him. I took the bed because our couch isn't big, and I really couldn't be bothered to move to the couch when I felt like I did nothing wrong. I was tired and wasn't thinking that part through entirely. Also, he is not a horrible, abusive boyfriend, has a fetish, etc., like some of the comments have said. And I didn't throw him out of the house. He was truly half awake and was just not responsive the way he needed to be after peeing in our bed.
Okay.
Anyways, he got back from work today with flowers and my favorite ice cream. He told me he was thinking about what happened last night all day and that he was sorry. He apologized for dismissing me and that he was disrespectful. I told him that the only issue I had with the situation was him telling me I was overreacting for me wanting him to clean up the pee at that time, that it wasn't fair to me to expect me to be okay sleeping in his pee. Let me be clear, I understand accidents happen, but to sit there and tell me my response to needing it clean ASAP is unwarranted is insane. I appreciated the gesture, and I did read what you guys said. He doesn't have any underlying trauma or alcoholic issues. He just peed the bed by accident. I wasn't shaming him for peeing the bed. I was mad at his response. I'm trying to be understanding in that he was tired and wanting to go back to bed, but at the same time, this affects both of us. I just needed him to be responsible and acknowledge that what I said was valid and he needs to grow up. He did order a mattress cover that will be here tomorrow. So until that's on the mattress, I don't want him in the bed with me. I think making him sleep with those sheets and blankets did jolt him awake to realizing the gravity of the situation. I'm still a bit hurt from how he handled the situation selfishly and was inconsiderate, but he seems pretty remorseful, so we'll see how we both feel later. That's it for now. Thank you guys for your advice. All right. It's probably about as good as could have gone.
Yeah.
He did, he apologized. Acknowledged it. Yeah. Acknowledged what was wrong.
I like that he thought about it all day and messed up. Like, yeah.
Him pulling an all-nighter and then going to bed, that now makes sense.
Yep.
Like extreme sleep deprivation could cause this.
And like that's why I was trying to go back to like the time I like made a mess or just like spilled the tea. Is like I remember being so deeply in REM going, I cannot stop sleeping.
Yeah.
Like so maybe, but when this is somebody else's body too that you're taking, that you're sleeping, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It does remind me. I remember. I can't remember. I was a kid, obviously.
Obviously,
I was a kid.
I was a kid.
Obviously,
But
I would never.
I distinctly remember a time when I was a kid where I had a dream where I was just truly in front of the toilet, and I was just peeing, and then I woke up in bed.
You woke up and you're in the ceiling fan.
I was like, whoa! Do you have some like old dreams that are so vivid in your head, but like most dreams I don't remember?
Yeah.
Because I remember, this is such a weird thing, that I distinctly remember going to the bathroom in my dream and opening up the toilet and peeing, and then suddenly it turns to Toad from Mario. and then just water everywhere, and there was just toad there. And I woke up in my bed, and I'd peed the bed. I was just like, what the hell was that?
You guys played too many video games.
I was playing a lot of Mario.
That's so funny.
But that happened to me. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my mom wear white to my wedding, even though she claims it's her last chance to feel beautiful?
Please.
I felt like I just got punched 50 times.
Somehow all of us just got a swing.
Because I'm like, no, of course you shouldn't. Oh no, that's so sad.
I've never heard a reason where I was like, oh, maybe you need to.
Yeah, that is the only reason you can do it.
You have to let her.
Oh, maybe you let her.
If you're like at a wedding, you see like a mom wearing white, and you go up and you're like, ma'am, you need to leave. She's like, this was my last chance to feel beautiful.
And you're like, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry,
My
and you
bad.
are beautiful.
You just turned to dust and like.
Well, it's time to find out if she's a beautiful woman. Let's do it.
I just turned 23 and I'm getting married in October. My mom and I have always had what I would refer to as a rocky relationship, especially since I got engaged. She's been oddly competitive, commenting on my body, comparing our rings like we are in a competition, saying things like, this day is as much about me as it is about you. I honestly thought she was joking until she showed me the dress she bought, a white, floor-length gown that looks exactly like a bridal dress. And I told her flat out she cannot wear that because, in my opinion, it doesn't match the occasion. She got quiet, then burst into tears, saying it's her. And this was an opportunity to feel beautiful before getting old, and that I'm selfish for not letting her have this one thing. I felt really bad about this, so I also offered to go shopping with her to find something elegant and more appropriate. And all of a sudden, her countenance changed, and then she told me I was controlling and ungrateful. What gave me peace was that my fiance backed me up, as did my maid of honor. Now my mom is threatening not to come to the wedding, and my aunt says I should just let her have this to avoid drama. I don't think I'm wrong for drawing a line here, but now part of me wonders if I'm the asshole.
All right, well, it's not as pathetic as we thought initially. It turns out the mom's just being
a pick-me.
The mom is awful.
A huge pick-me. What do you mean this day is just about as just about me as it is you? What?
Before I get old, you can be pretty beautiful and old.
Yeah.
What are you
Come
talking
on.
about?
Yeah.
Dude, Helen Mirren.
Helen Mirren.
Come on, man.
Dude, you love Helen Mirren.
Okay, Helen Mirren is objectively ridiculously hot.
Dude, we're talking about
man.
moms right now.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I think she is one.
Shit.
And she is
I
one.
made it worse.
Exactly.
Yeah, the mom needs to not be wearing the dress. I've never been wed, nor have I planned a wedding, so but I'm aware that it's very stressful. I don't know what I would do in this situation where it's like, oh, then she won't come if she's gonna wear, like I'll have my mom not come to my wedding if she.
Right.
But then it's also like, don't wear white to my wedding. And she doesn't want to change the dress. She offered to go shopping. So it's like, what do you do?
Right. No, that's actually just such an impossible situation. I think, from us not knowing these people, it's so easy to be like, oh my God, this mom. But if we were the bride, and that is your mom expressing those very deep and sad, painful things to you, it's going to be so hard.
It's going to be tough.
No.
I can respect OP for being like in a conflicted place.
Yeah.
But I also think these are those situations where the mom's like, well, I'm not going to go to the wedding if it can't be about me. Then it's like, well, then you're not coming to the wedding because it's not about you, factually. This is like, I think this is a clear indication that her mom is not even thinking about her. Her mom is like stealing from her, like reaching the life from her. That is situations where I'm like, oh, if you wanted to cut your mom out of your life, I get it. Because she is being a parasite to you. She's not being there for you. She's, in fact, the opposite.
I mean, I think if there's hope for a more permanent change for the mom, it's definitely not going to be through escaping through this wedding,
It's not going to be by giving her.
No.
The answer is not in giving her everything she wants.
No, because then it's maybe like, oh, I'm having a baby, and now the mom is like, it's mine.
Right.
There's also been stories, I don't know here, but perhaps, where like a mom will not approve of like a gay wedding or something like that, which is a little bit way different than this. And so the kids and their partner go like, well, then you're not, then, if you don't approve, great, we're gonna have the wedding anyway.
Yeah.
And then they go and when it gets close to the wedding, the parents go, man, shit, I wanna be there and and they change. So maybe what needs to happen is it's like, great, you don't want to change your outfit. You're not coming to the wedding. And then as it approaches, the mom's like, but then I won't be there at all. And then I can't make the day about me if I'm not there.
Yeah.
Then I will change my dress and I'll make a deal out of it and I will show up.
She might have a realization. Yeah. I think what concerns me too is the aunt, you said, right?
The aunt was on the mom's side.
Yes. I mean, that's what worries me, that it is just something like that this woman is just going through, and her sister is just trying to make her feel better.
But
yeah,
she
let her
says
have it.
But she
that's
says
terrible advice.
OP says that her and her mom have always had a rocky relationship. Oh, since she got engaged, she's been oddly competitive. But still, it's like the aunt is indicating that the mom has kind of always been a little bit this way, where it's like, well, just let her do her thing.
Yeah, she just deals with her sister by being like, that's her.
And I'm like, when you do that, it just never changes.
Right.
It's guaranteed to never change if you do that.
You just do that, yeah.
So you have to put a hard stop to it and hope it changes, but it may not. But then it's in the mom's court.
But it indicates that her behavior is acceptable, which it's absolutely not.
No.
The verdict was not the asshole. Comments. Now my mom is threatening not to come to the wedding. Your mother is extremely manipulative. Take her up on that offer, not the asshole. Someone said that 100% this, OP, not the asshole. She'll only find another way to make the day about her. She should be making the day about you. If she can't let you shine, you don't need her drama. Someone said, not the asshole. This is not her last chance to be beautiful. This is your wedding, not her funeral. She can't be that old if her daughter is getting married at 23. And she should want to look beautiful, not like she's pretending to be the bride. People will think and say unflattering things about her. They'll joke at her expense that she's desperate for attention or hoping to steal the groom, that she's turned into Miss Havisham. This is a character from Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. She is a wealthy spinster who lives in a decrepit mansion and wears her wedding dress every day because she was jilted at the altar.
Well, that's a fun way to manipulate the manipulators. Be like, oh, well, people are going to make fun of you if you're dressed in white like me.
Yeah.
Don't you want to be beautiful and the star of the show? Maybe you dress like a normal lady and be normal at the wedding.
Wear green.
They continue on. She can buy a beautiful formal dress and wow the guests looking like she's ready to pick up her Oscar in any color but white. OP said, I don't understand why a mother would want to steal her daughter's day.
It doesn't seem to me like it's about beauty and vanity as much as it feels like it's specifically about being a bride again.
Yeah.
Comparing the rings, needing to wear a white dress as opposed to, the alternate of just wearing another beautiful dress that isn't white.
She wants to be married.
She wants to be married. She wants to be a bride in some way. Like, it seems like, again, psychologically, that's what it feels like. It sticks out to me that is what she's harping on.
Yeah.
Not necessarily feeling beautiful. Maybe she's just like filling in other words for it and it's getting misplaced. So not to, say that is what she's going through, but my point is, I think that she just needs to deal with that separately.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
With therapy.
Absolutely.
What? A parent going to therapy?
I know.
Unbelievable.
Moving on to our next story. Angela, you might think this one's cool.
I won't.
It sounded threatening.
Am I the asshole for telling my roommate that she can't clean her piercing with pasta water?
I knew it was going to be something with garlic.
I think that's the only time where I go you're gonna like this
love
one.
this.
It has to do with pasta, garlic,
It's just Italian shit.
or wine.
Yeah, you're gonna love
That's
this.
just how Italians do it.
Yeah.
This is actually a cultural tradition.
Yeah.
Hold on, her ear?
No, that's actually horrific.
All we heard was piercing.
We don't know where.
That's it's such a bad idea because obviously pasta water is you've introduced all these starches and things and impurities into it, so you're specifically going out of your way to use impure water to clean an open wound effectively.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a gnarly,
Why not just
potentially
water?
delicious infection.
Yeah.
I don't know.
God.
Okay. Trust me, I'm confused as heck to what went on, but me, 22-year-old woman, and my roommate Becca, 23-year-old woman, had a major argument. Becca got a piercing that got infected/irritated, and after going to the doctor, was told to clean it with a saline solution. All well and good, right? Saline is just salt and boiled water. Cool. But Becca wanted to save money after the doctors and not make up the saline and wastewater, so she's been using her leftover pasta water to clean her piercing because that's basically salt and water. As soon as I found this out, I told her that that's disgusting and probably why her piercing is still infected.
Oh!
But instead, she called me out for judging her for being thrifty and that not everyone's made of money. She's refusing to speak to me until I apologize for implying she's poor, but I'm fed up hearing about her sore nipple if she's just going to slather
I knew it was her nipples.
Slather it with pasta water.
I knew it was like this.
I just want to know if I'm the asshole and overreacting for refusing to apologize. I'm not a piercer, so maybe this is actually common practice and I'm dumb. Quick edit for info, the piercing was not done by a professional. Her friend did it for her a few weeks ago. I've given her a pasta recipe in a comment below, and from the reactions, I think I'm morally obligated to tell you guys, please just don't do this. It goes pasta, salt, and then water. And about the money for the doctor's visit, she asked her grandma to cover it. I don't know much else about her financials apart from her paying her rent and half the bills. Also, please don't give me awards for asking about my roommate's nipple. Please save your cash for something else, like saline. Okay.
All right.
So much
All right.
Everyone settle down.
No, we knew it was not going to be an ear piercing. We knew that from the start.
No, in my head, I was just like, nipple piercing. But I was like, Angela, don't think about that.
You're right.
So many things to unpack. The friend, that off the get-go, terrible idea. Like, not just a little like, oh, we're teenagers, we'll like do but like, that's like probably one of the riskier piercings that you can have done. And just having your buddy, your pal, come on over and do it.
I'll do it, whatever.
Yeah, I can do it for $2.99. $2.99? Do a discount.
Oh my God. Honestly, average roommate behavior.
Yeah.
Well, let's think about like, okay, so it's more expensive. So she's already making pasta for dinner, right? So it's more expensive to get more salt and water for a second batch.
I'll be completely honest. Like, I understand people being thrifty and saving money. Salt water's probably got to be one of the easiest things to just make.
I feel like that's like an excuse, like she's kind of grasping at straws to find some reason why the other roommate is being unreasonable. So it's like, oh, you're making fun of me for being poor, or whatever, implying that I'm poor. Like, I don't know.
The roommate sounds like someone, and this is such a roommate thing. The roommate got called out for being wrong, and they're like, no, I will destroy my health to prove that I'm okay and right. Yeah. It's like, hey man, just stop using the pasta water. It's like, no, it's fine.
I wish anything was a little bit, in this story, was a little bit more expensive, but the pasta, salt, and the water,
I wonder if she got like caught doing it and then rushed to come up with some kind of justification.
That's what I think this is pure ego.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I think like
a money thing.
The rationalization like was an afterthought of like, well, no, actually, I'm doing this to save money and not because I was just kind of rushing and not thinking.
Look, man, it sucks to do something stupid and have someone call you out for it. It sucks, but your own body's getting hurt in this process.
You can
All
die.
you have to do is go, you know what? That was stupid.
Yeah.
I thought it would be smart. I thought it would work, and it didn't. So
you know what
you're
I
right,
do?
fair.
In my family, we put a little bit of chicken bouillon in the pasta water.
I do that
That's
too.
crazy.
It tastes
I do
so
a cube.
good.
I do at least 3 cubes.
Yes.
You started with one cube, and then you
I know,
added,
and then I went, I'm gonna be honest,
more.
I put a fuck ton of cubes. My mom's like, not that many cubes. Because like the little bouillon cubes.
It
Yeah,
makes the
they have a
pasta
lot of
taste
flavor.
so good.
Oh God, I love that
And you
shit.
can handle 3 of those?
I'm making like a family size.
No, I'm with you.
Oh,
I'm with you on this. I'm with you.
That's
on this.
like any recipe I see where the amount of garlic they have, it's like, 2 cloves of garlic. I'm like,
Triple
6
that.
cloves of garlic?
Yeah.
We had the exact same equation.
Triple that.
Yeah.
Triple that, man.
Triple that.
Well, the verdict is not the asshole. They're not the asshole. They're pointing out something obvious.
Yeah,
You're not the asshole. We're pointing out a fact.
Yeah.
Comments. Not the asshole. She's clearly projecting her insecurities about money onto you. This is legitimately disgusting, and she's going to hurt herself by doing this. Don't make substitutions for doctor's treatments without checking with your doctor first. Someone said, not the asshole. Ha 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 ha. Pasta water. Honestly, okay, well, if you want to be thrifty because you aren't made of money, why not take a bit of the salty boiled water before you put
the
pasta
pasta
in
in.
it to clean it?
Yeah.
Then use your nasty, crusty nipple water to make pasta. Problem solved.
Yeah, 1 pot for nipple water, 1 pot for pasta.
Yeah, man.
1 ravioli.
still thrifty.
1 nipple, yeah.
Someone said, OP commented saying, Becca's pasta cooking process is to add the pasta into the pot, then the salt, and then the tap water. So then boils the mixture to create her pasta. So she's also making pasta horribly.
Objectively wrong.
I was gonna say, yeah.
How do you do that?
Wrong way to make pasta, I think.
Yeah, so just like hard
You're supposed to bring it to a boil and then add the
That's
pasta.
like putting in milk before cereal. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
technically you can get to the same point,
but even
it's like,
that I
No,
get behind.
but it'll,
No, that
it'll
I
mess up the
get behind.
cooking process.
Yeah, but this is like, I remember in college, like I was like, I'm never gonna wait for it to boil. I'm sticking it in there. And I was like, oh my God, I'm insane.
Yeah.
Then it would make it all like suck together. But I remember being like, tastes the same.
This is still like, I can't even argue laziness because making pasta, it's not like if you make pasta the correct way, it's more work.
No.
Like you still have to add it's just a process thing. It's just an order of operations that she refuses to do. This just feels like a pure, like her ego decided on a thing and refuses to change.
Yeah.
And it's amazing, like we all have those moments where our ego like sets in stone something that we know is wrong, but we're just like, I can't change
God,
now.
I feel that.
I have to
can't
say though, she
change
sounds like a hoot. I mean, like honestly, like
Honestly,
I
we
feel
wish
like
her the best.
It feels like that's the type of person that's like in a jacuzzi and gets a cup and just like, and it's like, water's water. Like,
this will be great for my nipple, honestly.
The doctor's like, you're filled with chlorine. Okay. Update.
Oh, here we go.
3.5. Get this. 3.5 years later.
She's actually dead.
What?
She's actually dead.
What happened to her nips 3.5 years
What's
later?
the nip looking like at this point?
I just love when it's a mundane, stupid story, and then it's like 25 years later.
Pasta water is no longer what we thought it was.
Post-credit scene.
Imagine this is like the prologue to some like HBO TV show where it's just like, yeah, I'm not going to use pasta for that. Yeah, whatever. And then all of a sudden it's like 10 years later. And you're like, what? What did this lead to?
Yeah, it's like a different country, then goes to a different thing. You're like, how are we going to get back to that? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Update from September of last year, which is 3.5 years after the original post. Am I the asshole for refusing to move out even though my roommate is 7 months pregnant? Oh my God. So she's still living with her. And Becca's up to new. She's cooking up something new.
Up to no good. Up to no good. Wait. The update's a new Am I the Asshole?
It's a brand new one, but it's an update technically.
Oh my God. What? Is it the same? Okay, so nipple water?
It's still roommate Becca.
I knew we were just scratching the surface. I knew.
Now it's time for the real story.
And she's pregnant and the roommate just wants to move?
No. Am I the asshole for refusing to move out even though my roommate Becca is 7 months pregnant?
I think y'all gotta go separate ways.
Somebody's gotta move.
I think the pasta water was when you should have moved.
Somebody's gotta go.
All right, here we go. Hi guys, last week my roommate Becca found out she is not only pregnant, but 7 months along.
Oh!
She texted me that we had to talk today and I had assumed she would be moving out soon for more space when the baby comes. Instead, she told me I have to move out to make space for the nursery and her baby daddy to move in.
Oh, God.
I'm on a terrible salary and cannot afford anywhere else to live.
Shoot.
Plus, she wants me to move out right now so she can prepare for the baby. Even if I wanted to move out now, the apartment rentals in my area are either too expensive or well below living standards, so I don't want to move. She went absolutely crazy the moment I told her I wouldn't move out because I'm ruining her motherhood experience by not letting her family live together. I pay rent here and my name's on the lease until at least the end of the year. I'm not going to pull out of the lease, and I told her that if she wants her little family together, that she should move, and I'll find someone to half the cheap rent with.
She should move just like
Yeah.
she should get a separate pot of water.
That made her start crying and saying how I just want to ruin her life to the point her baby daddy had to console her and tell me to get out of their way already. I've not heard her stop crying since, but I think I'm totally valid that I don't want to leave. Am I the asshole for not wanting to move out?
Obviously not.
Oh my God.
Obviously not.
Yeah, no, but
This feels like the OP's roommate doesn't like to do stuff. Does that make sense?
I am
doesn't like
shocked she's still living with her.
No,
3.5
I'm like,
years
you
with that
guys
is
did not have your
crazy.
breaking point before this?
Well, it sounds like financially, like they're just stuck.
That's what's
like,
tough. Like,
It's always hard when it gets down to that, where it's like, if OP can't move, but OP's name is on the lease.
Yeah.
So then it should be.
But is the roommate's name on the lease as well?
No, that's. I don't think it just said OP. My name's on the. Oh, actually, I don't know.
I think I pay rent here and my name's on the lease. I think they might both be on the lease.
Okay.
Yeah, not an exclusive.
We don't know, but that's tough. Wow, finding out you're 7 months pregnant is.
That's the other thing too, is to be that far along. I mean, I know it happens.
It does
different
happen.
people present differently, but that's like 7 months. That's crazy rare. I feel
Oh my
like.
God, to be like, you're about to have a kid in 2 months.
Did you guys ever watch Didn't Know I Was Pregnant?
I've
Growing
seen
up?
clips.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That show went hard.
The lady was like, I sat on the toilet to take a dump, and then
Yeah,
I
literally.
heard crying.
We don't
I'm like,
literally.
It's a toilet baby.
it's a real
It's a
clip
real
that's
thing. No,
ingrained
it's true.
in my head.
And we
I'm
don't
like,
make television like that anymore.
we don't have TV like that
Like,
anymore.
and I miss every day of it. We used to watch real storytelling. Now we watch bullshit.
Used to be art. Used to have standards.
Now we got Severance.
Yeah.
We used to have that.
Now I watch real estate agents like
3
yelling
years
at each
per
other.
season.
Literally.
Oh God. Oh my God. This sucks. This just sucks. This is one of those where I'm like, that sucks. Like,
yeah, rip.
Yeah, truly. Like when I hear about horrible roommate stories, and I'm just like, yeah, it sucks that everything's way too expensive. Like I wish the world wasn't this way.
Wish the best.
Wish them the
God,
best.
it's funky.
The verdict is not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. I get why your roommate would want you to move out and all, but that was a big ask and she didn't even ask. Why can't she move in with her baby daddy? Why can't they find a place together?
Why can't she have a separate pot of water for her nipples?
Yeah, this seems like they haven't figured out anything out and they're bringing a child into a chaotic mess. Someone else said, OMG, Pasta Water Becca is pregnant. It is confusing because it sounds like they're two people who live in an apartment.
Yeah.
So the rent would be the same for, I don't know, maybe they have a really good deal on their apartment. But yeah, the baby daddy is like the part of the equation where it's like, well, what's going on there? Like, I don't know.
Is he just allowed
where
to
does
come
he live?
on in? Yeah.
No.
Is he like is he just like on a tent in the backyard? Like is he waiting to just move in? Like what's
don't
going on
know.
with that?
And what do mothers do when they have a nipple piercing, when they want to nurse?
I think a lot of times they take it out because it can
I would
sometimes cause
assume.
damage.
Oh my God, Pasta Water Becca. Well,
We're thinking of you. We wish you the best.
we wish them the best. Regardless of even what's right or wrong, it's the timeline and how Becca was treating it, which was so disrespectful. Just like, oh yeah, you need to get out right now, obviously.
Like, it would already be kind of crappy if she was like, yeah, once your lease is up, you got to get out. Like, even that would be bad.
Even
But
that
to
would
be
be
like,
shitty.
no, you can't even, like, live out the rest of your lease. Like, you've got to go pack it up.
And here I am.
Get the knapsack.
Yes.
Like, get out
I'm
of
gonna
here.
go back to the pasta water with this.
Okay, let's go.
It's just giving like somebody who just doesn't have any patience. Where it's like, just do it now. The water's here. I'm putting my nipple. You know,
and just also not willing to hear anyone else's side of
Sure.
anything, and probably not considering anyone else's side of anything. Because it's also one of those that I hear where I'm like, this probably could have gone better for you had you just shown some respect. Like, it sounds like it would be impossible for OP to move out, but had Becca come to her and been like, look, like, this wild thing happened to me.
Yeah.
I am 7 months pregnant. I was not expecting this. Like, I feel like the easiest situation for me is if my partner can move in with me and we can raise this child here because the situation's right. Is there any way we can work a situation where that could work for you? And then OP would probably be like, damn, like, now I want to make that happen.
Sure.
But the way this is presented, OP is like, well, no.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, damn, like,
It's also kind
all
of
right.
an impossible request.
It
Like,
is,
Like,
it's-
what, you want me to literally leave tomorrow? Like,
Yeah.
pack all my stuff, find a new place to
Yeah,
live?
and it's not even a request, it's a demand.
Yeah.
Coming from Becca. Here was Becca being super frugal and talking about saving money, but then just like, well, yeah, just move out. Find a new spot right now.
Figure it out now.
That should be fine, right?
Yeah.
The economy's good.
Yeah. Moving's
Never been
cheaper than
better.
salt and water.
Yeah, I've heard moving is actually, like careers, you should move apartments to get better points. You get better rent if you keep moving
Just like go
apartments.
around.
That's how they say it works.
That's what they say.
All right. Our next story comes from Am I the Asshole and Am I the Devil?
Oh,
This was posted in
God.
2023. We have a video game devil.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no. Don't read ahead. That's not fair.
I hate when you do that.
Am I the asshole for demanding my girlfriend divorces her husband on Stardew Valley?
I thought it was gonna be a literal like, am I an asshole for demanding that my girlfriend divorce her husband?
I know.
It has nothing to do with video games. It just ends. He's like, all right, I'm gonna play some Fortnite now. So I, a 26-year-old man, have been with my girlfriend who's 19.
Wait.
Wait,
what was the age gap? Say it again.
The age gap's not even the problem. So I, a 26-year-old man, have been with my girlfriend who's 19 for a bit over 2 years now.
So some quick maths here.
So a little bit of math here.
24.
19 minus 2.
17. I think that's a little problematic.
Bro wrote that out.
He put it on the internet.
He put it on the internet.
Oh my God.
I was actually planning on proposing soon, but this issue has me rethinking our entire relationship. She has been playing Stardew Valley for about 6 months now and actually only showed me recently. When I saw what she was doing on the game, I was taken aback to say the least. I thought that the game was a farming RPG or something, but little did I know she had been fostering an inappropriate relationship in the game. When I asked her why there was another player in her house, she explained that she had a roommate in the game. Now this is the part where I might be the asshole. I'm not a gamer myself, but I knew something was wrong with this. I waited until she fell asleep and logged into her game. I talked to the man in her house, and to my horror, they were married. I waited until the morning to confront her about this, and when she told me it's just a game and that she has to go to work, I lost it and asked her how she thinks that this is appropriate and how she could even imagine a life with another man that isn't me. She told me that I'm being ridiculous and that I'm crazy, but my friends are on my side. So am I the asshole?
Oh my
Oh God. Well, I think really before we decide, we have to know who she married.
All right.
Yeah, truly.
He feels threatened, which means it's probably either it can't be Shane.
No, it must be. You know, it
It's
could
either
be
Elliot or
Harvey.
Alex.
Harvey is very passionate.
Ooh, Harvey. She married a doctor.
A passionate lover.
Provis is the roommate.
Passionate lover.
Harvey is devoted.
Yeah.
Elliot's sweet and caring, but Harvey's dialogue. I don't know if you guys have seen those.
This is the funniest thing ever, man. In Stardew Valley,
I know,
of
the
all
least-
games, an 8-bit game.
I know, where like nothing even
God,
happens.
it's not even
really.
like she's playing Baldur's Gate and like making sweet, sweet love to a sexy man.
Yeah, like-
it's like
I'd be like,
come
dude, you
on.
marry the character that gives you the best gifts when you talk to them.
Ew, it's really a lookbook, and like, how dare you imagine life with any man outside of me? And like, oh, you barely let this person exist as an adult woman. Like, hello? And you're trying to lock that shit down? You're clearly not secure enough in yourself to do that, buddy.
I wish his friends were like, no, you're not the asshole for this. You are the asshole because you're a pedophile. Unfortunately.
My friend's okay with the pedophilia, not okay with the Stardew Valley marriage.
Yeah, you were dating a minor, so.
Yeah.
All right. Verdict, asshole.
Yeah.
Comments, you're the asshole. I am so tired. Someone said fostering inappropriate relationships, but you started dating her when she was 17. OP is getting ready to fight Clint or some crap. Oh my God.
Dude.
This is ridiculous. I feel like we need Damien here to be like, yeah, so this story's not real.
Yeah.
Like, this is hopefully rage bait.
Yeah.
But I also know, as always, these people do exist. So.
If you marry, some of the people you marry in that game give you stuff or take care of your livestock for you.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, you can't run a farm on your own.
No.
Yeah, no, the only judgment that would ever come from me is, based on who you marry. Then it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, come on.
Well, who
like,
is it?
Yeah, who is it?
Penny gives me scrambled eggs. I love Penny. And there's a steamy bath scene.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay, now slow down.
Hold on. Yeah, did I marry Lydia in Skyrim because she's the first companion you get? And the carry weight is awesome? Yeah.
The carry weight is awesome.
Hold my 5 steel plate bodies, please.
Am I extremely desperate in every video game I play?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. All right. Do I have 3 girlfriends in Stardew Valley? Yes. But I carry a rabbit's foot on me, so it's fine. No, I only have 1 girlfriend in the game. And it's Leah.
Who?
Leah. And she makes beautiful carvings. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable right now. Our next story is an Am I the Asshole from November 26, 2024. So we've got a Thanksgiving one.
From next year. Oh,
last year. From next year.
Stop
2026.
It's Christmas.
It's Thanksgiving. Am I the asshole for sitting on my husband's lap during Thanksgiving dinner because all chairs at the table were taken? What a power play.
That is so funny.
Well, there are no more chairs.
Where am I supposed to, where's a girl supposed to sit?
I guess I'll just.
I, a 28-year-old woman, have been with my husband, Sean, who's 33, for 2 years, married for 5 months. Most of his family are decent people, but his mom can be a little bit of a passive-aggressive and tends to criticize me a lot. I feel like some edits were made in that writing. I feel like she wrote something down. She's like, just be a little passive-aggressive.
Be chill.
Delete that.
Sean sees it as her still not getting used to me being around, but I don't know because she treats his ex, Jalissa, well. Mother-in-law says that Jalissa has been around the family for ages and her past with Sean never affected her relationship with her. Fine. I never minded her attending every holiday and being around until yesterday. We had Thanksgiving dinner at my mother-in-law's house. Sean went there before me, and when I arrived, it was already dinner time. Everyone was seated, and I saw that all the chairs were taken. I asked mother-in-law why she didn't save me a seat, and she said sorry, and that one of her granddaughters decided to show up at the last minute and the chair was taken. I looked at her, then at Jalissa, who was sitting next to Sean, and tried to point out how I was more deserving of her chair since I'm the daughter-in-law. I know I shouldn't have said it. I know. Mother-in-law flat out said that Jalissa is as much family as me, and that it was rude to imply otherwise. Jalissa was nodding confidently while glancing at me. I was so upset I wanted to leave, but decided to just sit on my husband's lap and act as casual as possible. I sat on his lap asking if he was okay with it. Don't worry, I'm petite, he's strong-built, and started eating so casually while smiling and complimenting the food and mentioning to Sean how warm and comfortable his lap was.
Yes!
The table went awkwardly silent. Brother-in-law would try to break the silence and change the subject, but it somehow goes back to being awkward. Mother-in-law and Jalissa were barely eating and were staring at each other, then at me, eyes wide open. Minutes later, Jalissa excused herself to the bathroom and so did mother-in-law. It was still awkward, but I did my best to focus on dinner. Sean was eating as well. Later, there was just so much tension and mother-in-law was barely able to speak after Jalissa left. She left early, like right after dinner. Sean and I went home and mother-in-law tried calling, but then called Sean and texted me saying that what I did was inappropriate and that I ruined Thanksgiving dinner and made it awkward. She said it wasn't her fault chairs were taken and I could have dragged a chair from the kitchen, but acted childishly and made Jalissa and family uncomfortable with how inappropriate I was. Edit, I need to mention that even if I took a chair from the kitchen, there was not enough space at the dinner table to fit the chair. Everyone was sitting next to each other. Wow.
God, I'd kill to be there.
I would kill to be there.
Just sitting on there being like, your lap is so warm. Sorry, I feel like I'm seated so high because your bulge is so huge.
Well, look at that, a natural booster.
Whoa! Also,
That's disgusting.
the husband is not. Okay, all right. Okay.
Settle down now, settle down.
Kids.
Slow down, I'm not forklift certified.
Now,
I don't have the DMV license classification for this. Well, I guess there's a chair.
Class D license.
stick shift.
Well, I guess if there's no chair for me, I'll sit on my boyfriend's bulge.
My son's new girlfriend, Betty Boop, is here.
Okay, so let's talk about Sean for a minute.
Okay.
So Jalissa's Sean's ex.
Yeah, who like, he's like, the family's allowing his ex to come to Thanksgiving dinner. He's tolerating that. Like,
that's number one for
it's
me.
like, dude, who's allowing this?
Right.
Why is this happening?
Like, she's a part of the family. Okay.
Yeah.
Does she have another family that no? Okay, well, it feels inappropriate.
It's like,
but she's my ex. Like, she's not, I guess you brought her into the family. But then it's also not sticking up for the wife in a way. It's like, where's my wife's seat? She needs a seat.
Yeah.
Where's,
I know,
it's his mother. It's his mother's house.
Yeah,
so
they're married. Like,
they're married.
They're married. So it's like, hey, you're the ex, and you are the ex.
Now, what I will
like,
say
they're
is,
married.
He's like, okay, maybe he knows there's no fighting with her. I like that he's like, yeah, sit in my lap, babe. And then I like that they're both eating and there's no conflict with why
that.
it feels like they're on a team.
Can I, the thing that's coming to mind.
Yes.
And I needed to do a visual. Could you sit on my lap?
Yeah.
I don't know how, and this is great, right? How is he eating?
Yeah.
Right? So you eat?
So she did say.
So is it like a?
I imagine you're seated across. I think it's a little bit more of she's kind of seated on one leg. And like.
And her other leg's on his bulge.
Well.
Like that?
She's saying I'm seeing it.
How do you?
This is so dramatic to be like.
It is dramatic, but she's saying it's the only option. She's also saying she's petite and he's like a strong built, like bigger guy. So maybe like she really just comfortably sits on one of his legs and like.
What is she?
I don't know. It is awkward. It is awkward.
You're sure you're petite, but like what the?
Yeah.
Are you a Polly Pocket?
I'm petite. I'm 2 feet tall.
She's just like, ding, ding.
Hey, look, another opportunity. I make a borrower joke like every other episode.
It's every day.
It's always there. This is just like, it's like, man, why is this situation happening? And this is not, like, I want to call this story fake, but this is not the first time. This is one of numerous times I've heard, and from people in real life, of like exes being part of the family.
Yeah.
I'm like, how does this happen?
Yeah.
But it happens a lot.
I mean, it does. It really does.
It makes more sense. It makes sense to me in my experience when there's kids involved because it's like,
yeah.
Oh,
yes.
well, you're not going to separate the parents from the kids.
Yeah, I get that.
But there's no kids involved.
No kids. This is an ex-girlfriend, as far as we know, and now he's married. It's like at some point you got to be like, hey, like I'm sorry, you guys broke up. Like,
it's a control thing too. It's like our families need to like be boundaries and not controlling each other's lives when it comes into like dating is such a thing we see all the time on Reddit.
It's pretty awful. But there are so many stories of like families who are like, no, we're gonna make you marry this person.
Was she late?
I will say it's an interesting thing that they started. That she was late to think that they didn't go together.
Yes.
She and her husband didn't go to Thanksgiving, but we don't know the situation.
Okay. Like you never know.
It could be, but she showed up and they had already started dinner. So already I feel like the family's just not respecting her. Like we're gonna start without you.
I wouldn't even sit unless all parties are there.
Yeah.
This is one of those things, man, where it's like, hey, like, my wife is part of the family now.
Yes.
If you're not respecting her, you disrespecting her is disrespecting me. And if you're gonna disrespect us on that level, like, I will not come to Thanksgiving. Like, man, you tolerate it, you're saying like, oh, you're kind of giving it the okay. Like,
I can see a reality where there was a set time. I'm not hearing any of that from this story, but I can see, but I'm also not hearing, I'm not hearing it. So it might have been omitted.
Yeah.
Just on person telling's point of view.
I think OP gives a little bit more details in the comments, so let's see. The verdict, not the asshole.
No, definitely.
Comments, not the asshole, but the whole ordeal could have been avoided had your husband done what he should have done and given you his seat while he went to fetch another one. In fact, he should have already had an empty seat beside him waiting for you. I can't imagine putting my wife in such an awkward situation. 72,000 upvotes. Yeah, that sums it up so well. So that comment had 72,000 upvotes, and the story itself had 10,000 upvotes.
It's like when Chance writes something really funny on my Instagram posts. He gets a lot of likes on his comment.
Yeah. Someone commented under that saying, why is the husband okay with his ex being treated better? Someone said, not the asshole. I feel like I missed something. Does he have children with his ex who she brought to Thanksgiving dinner? Minus that, I have no clue what she was there for. OP says no. They were friends and both families were close. Then they started dating, then broke up, but still maintained a decent relationship. However, mother-in-law is somehow acting like they're still together, but she denied all that, saying that she just treats her as a daughter and also told me I have zero say in how she treats others, which is fine by me, really, but when I'm being treated as less than, I find issues with her treatment. On another note, my husband says he can't figure out this problem between me and his mom. He thinks that we're both wrong.
No, what?
Oh,
Both of you ladies are wrong.
You're both crazy. So emotional.
Someone said under that, sounds like your husband is a selfish guy. He didn't find it odd that you had to sit on his lap at Thanksgiving. He didn't find it odd that his ex was sitting happily and his wife wasn't. He doesn't seem to respect you much, to be honest. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole. Mother-in-law suggests after the fact that OP could have dragged a chair from the kitchen. It was mother-in-law's job as host to do that herself. Failure to do so was an obvious attempt to make OP ill at ease. OP responded delightfully. It was mother-in-law's fault that it turned out the way it did.
Oh my God, you know what this is giving? Boy Mom's episode of Bit City.
Yeah.
Like exactly.
This is Amanda's Karen.
Yeah.
No, like straight up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I also don't know. Maybe I'm a people pleaser, but like if I invite someone over and there's not a chair for them, like I'm not standing for it. Like I don't want to make that person feel that uncomfortable. Like I don't even want them to sit on my lap. I'm like, let's leave.
Yeah, I've just simply never been around people like that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, cause like if I don't like someone, if I'm with people and I'm like, we don't like this person, we're not inviting them.
Yeah.
Cause like I'm not gonna invite someone to a dinner and then on purpose make it awkward for them. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there with that. Like that sucks.
I'm so like problem solver oriented in those situations where I'll be like, oh, you can have my chair and I'll find like something like I will.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who it is. If I'm sensing it's that awkward, I'm like, oh, I really don't need this that bad. If it will be less awkward now.
Right.
Definitely. 100%.
You could also, there's another power move. Instead of sitting on his lap, it's just standing. I'll stand.
Yeah.
The whole dinner, and she's like how awkward.
Pass the cranberries.
Yeah, like literally.
Ugh.
Like circling the table.
Yeah, it's just like walking around like it's a cocktail hour.
Oh my God.
I kind of love that.
Walking around like
leg.
And she's like
walking around like it's the beginning of Traders.
yeah. And she's like, so what's this picture?
Joining different conversations at different.
It's just like grabbing people's wine, just be like, that's good.
That's nice. Is this what is this? Oh, nice.
Thanks for watching, and we're excited to share more stories with you in 2026. Bye.